Preface. In presenting this new history of Orange County to the public, we do so in the earnest hope that it will prove to be the most complete compilation of local chronicles that has up to this time been offered to our citizens. The authenticity of the facts contained in the various articles is as absolute as the utmost care could make it. The data have been procured from the best known authorities, and the sketches, when completed, have been subjected to the most searching examination for verification and correction. That no errors will be discovered in this production is too much to hope for, but we do most certainly trust that if any such errors there be, neither in number nor by their nature, will they be found to be sufficiently important to detract from that character for reliability, which it has been our constant aim and endeavor to impart to this history. In this new work, the design has been to make clear the development of ideas and institutions from epoch to epoch. The social and economic conditions of the people have been preserved in the narrative, and much attention has been paid to describing the civil characteristics of the several towns and cities, both in the conduct of their local affairs and also in relation to each other and the county at large. It is a well-known fact that considerable prejudice exists among a great body of the people toward county histories in general, for the reason that some such compilations in the past have been composed of fact and fiction so intermingled as to render it a difficult matter to know what was true and what was false. It has been our object in this work to hew straight to the line, satisfied to simply furnish such information as we were able to gather concerning each important matter or interesting event. And where the desired materials were lacking, we have not attempted to supply that lack by filling in the vacant niches with products of the imagination. We have not striven for effect, but our object is merely to give an authentic account of facts recent and remote, so disposed in a proper and orderly manner, as to enable our readers to clearly understand the history of their county from its origin down to the present day. It is the limitation attached to all works devoted to general history, that from their very character only a superficial knowledge of the men and their times can be derived from them, while on the other hand, that which they lack is supplied by local histories of this nature, whose great value in adding to the fund of human knowledge cannot be overestimated. For they are the only mediums through which we can get the whole story of the economy of life, practiced by those men and women in every county in our broad land, which eventually resulted in transforming a wilderness into a garden, and from a weak and needy folk, creating a rich and mighty nation. It has long been recognized by every scholar that the knowledge of such humble elements is absolutely essential, in order that the mind may intelligently grasp the potent factors which go to make up history. Hence, our correct understanding of the advancement and growth of a people varies in just such proportion as the narrative of their daily lives is full or incomplete. The history of our own county cannot be studied too often, for it is one of great interest, and the record revealed is a proud one. There is no section of the country possessing more of historic interest, nor does one exist, as closely identified with those crucial events connected with the formative period of the Republic. In this county was held the last cantonment of the Revolutionary Army. Here, Washington passed a large portion of his time, and within our borders he rendered his greatest service to our country. At the time, the army went into winter quarters at Little Britain in 1782, although peace was not declared until the following year. Yet it was well understood that the long war was over, and the states were at last independent of Great Britain. The knowledge of this fact naturally inclined the minds of men to a consideration of the form of government to be adopted for the infant commonwealth, and nowhere did the matter receive more attention than in that encampment, and from those soldiers whose deeds in arms had made the happy consummation possible. The leisure entailed from the long relief from active duty, which ensued after going into camp, afforded ample opportunity for both the officers and men of the army to discuss this question in all its bearings. It must be borne in mind that republics were not much in favor at that period, while the incompetent and discreditable manner in which Congress had conducted the national affairs for years had created profound distrust and widespread discontent. Under the circumstances, it is not so surprising that, believing nothing but chaos and ruin would be the lot of the country should the form of government then in force be continued, the army should have finally declared for a limited monarchy, and desired Washington as king. The deputation of Colonel Nicola to present the subject to Washington does not require repetition here, nor the details of the manner in which that great man resolutely put aside all feelings of personal ambition, and so sternly repressed the movement for all time, that our present form of free government became an assured fact. These events are merely mentioned to bring vividly to the mind the recollection of the important connection our county sustained toward that great drama, and also to bring clearly home the fact that even though the Son of Liberty rose first from the green at Lexington or the bridge at Concord, the gestation of the Republic occurred on the banks of the Hudson in the old county of Orange. Some criticism of this work has been occasioned through the inclusion therein of biographical sketches, but we are certain that upon calm reflection it will be seen that such objections rest upon no substantial foundation. The narratives of the lives of men and their acts constitute all there is of history. If it be true that all that our county shows in the way of growth and development is entirely due to the men and women who originally peopled this region, and worthily performed those parts allotted to them in the general scheme of life, during their existence here, it is equally true that their successors who still abide with us took up the burden where it fell from the hands of the fathers, and most signally continued the work, and carried it forward to success. If the works themselves are deserving of commendation, surely the workers and finishers thereof are entitled to the honor of some mention. In sending forth this volume, we trust that in addition to its value as a depository of accurate information and useful knowledge, it will also prove an effective instrument in creating a more active public sentiment regarding historical subjects, and especially foster an interest in the annals of our own county. The editor would be wanting in gratitude did he fail to acknowledge his obligations to the well-known writer, the late Mr. Edward M. Ruttenber. The whole historical field comprising that period prior to the Revolutionary era has been so carefully gleaned over by that indefatigable and accurate historiographer that there remains little or nothing that is new to reward any subsequent investigator into the history of that era, and therefore all who include that epoch in any sketch must perforce draw largely from the store of valuable materials gathered by him. The editor also desires to return his sincere thanks to our numerous contributors for their cheerful assistance, and especially for the painstaking care exhibited by them in the preparation of those articles which appear herein, and whose excellence constitutes the chief merit of this work. That the efforts of myself and associates have fallen short of the high standard we had set up for ourselves at the inception of our labors, we are well aware, but we do at least claim that we have in some material degree contributed in this volume to the rescuing from oblivion and preserving the services which others have performed for God and country and fellow men. If the public by its verdict allows this claim to stand, our reward will be ample, and we shall rest well content. Russel Headley, dated July 14, 1908. The County of Orange. Chapter 1. County, Precincts and Towns. Orange was one of the earliest counties of the state, dating back to 1683, when it was organized by a colony law. It was also one of those formed by a general act of organization in 1788, when it included the present county of Rockland, and was described as extending from the limits of East and West Jersey on the west side of the Hudson River, along the river to Murderer's Creek, or the bounds of Ulster County, and westward into the woods as far as Delaware River that is. All that part of the state south of an easterly and westerly line from the mouth of Murderer's Creek to the Delaware River or northerly line of Pennsylvania. In 1790, Rockland County was set off from it, and 5 towns from Ulster were added. Its boundaries were definitely fixed by an act of the New York legislature adopted April 3, 1801. The previous act of April 5, 1797, provided that 5 towns, then a part of the county of Ulster, should be annexed to the county of Orange, and that the courts should hold their sessions alternately at Newburgh and Goshen. 2 days afterward, another act was passed defining the boundary lines of the towns composing the newly constructed county and naming them as follows: Blooming Grove, Chesapeake, Deer Park, Goshen, Minnesink, Montgomery, New Windsor, Newburgh, Wallkill, and Warwick. There were subsequent changes, and the following is a list of the present towns, with the years of their erection, and the territories from which they were taken. Blooming Grove, 1799, taken from Cornwall, 1788 as New Cornwall, and changed to Cornwall in 1797. Chester, 1845, taken from Goshen, Warwick, Monroe, and Blooming Grove. Crawford, 1823, taken from Montgomery. Deer Park, 1798, as a part of Ulster County and taken from Mamakating. Goshen, 1788. Hamptonburg, 1830, taken from Wallkill, Goshen, Montgomery, Blooming Grove, and New Windsor. Monroe, 1799, taken from Cornwall, original name Chesapeake, changed to Southfield in 1802, and to Monroe in 1808, and divided in 1890 into Woodbury and Tuxedo. Montgomery, 1788. Mount Hope, 1825, taken from Wallkill, Deer Park, and Minnesink, original name Calhoun. Newburgh, 1788. New Windsor, 1788. Wallkill, 1788. Minnesink, 1788. There are 3 cities in Orange County: Newburgh in the town of Newburgh, Middletown in the town of Wallkill, and Port Jervis in the town of Deer Park. Newburgh was chartered as a city in 1865, Middletown in 1888, and Port Jervis in 1907. The irregular county thus constituted is bounded on the northwest and north by Sullivan and Ulster counties, on the east and southeast by the Hudson River and Rockland County, on the southwest and west by New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Sullivan County. It has nearly 500,000 square miles. The towns along the northwestern and northern border are Deer Park, Mount Hope, Wallkill, Crawford, Montgomery, and Newburgh. Along the Hudson are Newburgh, New Windsor, Cornwall, and Highlands. Next to Rockland County are Highlands, Woodbury, and Tuxedo. On the New Jersey line are the point of Tuxedo, Warwick, Minnesink, Greenville, and a section of Deer Park. The most western town is Deer Park, which lies along New Jersey, the Delaware River and Pennsylvania on the southwest, and Sullivan County on the north. In the interior are the towns of Wowanda, Goshen, Hamptonburg, Blooming Grove, Chester, and Monroe. The post offices of the county, as distributed in the several towns, are named as follows: Blooming Grove, Salisbury's Mills, Washingtonville, Blooming Grove, Oxford Depot, Craigsville. Chester, Greycourt, Sugarloaf. Cornwall, Cornwall-on-Hudson, Cornwall Landing, Idlewild, Mountainville, Orrs Mills, Meadowbrook, Firthcliffe. Crawford, Bullville, Pine Bush, Thompson Ridge. Deer Park, Cutterbackville, Godfrey, Huguenot, Port Jervis, Rio, Sparrowbush. Goshen. Greenville. Hamptonburg, Campbell Hall, Burnside. Highlands, Highland Falls, Fort Montgomery, West Point. Middletown. Minnesink, Johnson, Westtown, Unionville. Monroe, Turner. Montgomery, Walden, Montgomery, Maybrook. Mount Hope, Odysville, Guymard. Newburgh, Middle Hope, Liptondale. Cedarcliff, Cronamer Valley, Savilton, Orange Lake, Rowston. New Windsor, Little Britain, Rocklet, Vales Gate, Moodna. Tuxedo, Arden, Southfields, Tuxedo Park. Wallkill, Middletown, Circleville, Stony Ford, Howells, Crystal Run, Fair Oaks. Warwick, Edenville, Warwick, Florida, Pine Island, New Milford, Wisner Lake, Belleville, Greenwood Lake, Amity. Wowanda, New Hampton, Ridgebury, Slate Hill, South Centerville. Woodbury, Woodbury Falls, Highland Mills, Central Valley. To go back and particularize more fully, in 1686, the town of Orange was organized, and soon afterward adjoining patents were attached to it for jurisdiction and assessment. In 1719, the northern settlements were separated into the precinct of Orange, with Tappan as its center, and the precinct of Haverstraw, with the Christian patented lands of Haverstraw as its center. In 1714, the precinct of Goshen was organized and included the entire county except the Orangetown and Haverstraw districts. In 1764, it was divided by a straight line, all the lands west of the line constituting the precinct of Goshen, and all the lands east, the precinct of New Cornwall. The 4 precincts named were the political divisions of the county until after the Revolution. In 1788, the towns of Warwick and Minnesink were erected from Goshen, and in 1791, the towns of Clarkstown and Ramapo were erected from Haverstraw. In 1797, the name of the town of New Cornwall was changed to Cornwall. In the southern towns of the county of Ulster, afterward transferred to Orange, changes were made in 1709. The precincts of Highlands and Shawangunk were attached to New Paltz, and the present Orange County towns of Montgomery, Crawford, and Wallkill were then embraced within its limits. These divisions continued until 1743, when they were changed to 3 precincts: Wallkill, Shawangunk, and Highlands. There was also the precinct of Mamakating west of the precincts of Wallkill and Shawangunk, the northern part of which was made a part of Deer Park in 1798 by the law annexing the Ulster County towns. In 1762, the precinct of Highlands was divided into the precincts of Newburgh and New Windsor, and in 1772, the precinct of Newburgh was divided so as to form another precinct on the north, named New Marlborough. The same law divided the precinct of Wallkill so that its northern section became the precinct of Hanover. In 1782, the name of this precinct was changed to Montgomery by permission of the Provincial Convention of the state. By the General Act of 1788, the Ulster County precincts which have been named were erected into the towns of Newburgh, New Windsor, New Marlborough, Shawangunk, and Montgomery. In the winter of 1797, after much opposition to plans for changing the boundaries of Orange and Ulster counties, 2 bills were agreed upon by a convention of delegates from the several towns interested, and these were presented to the legislature and passed. One of them set off from Orange the present county of Rockland, and the other annexed to Orange County the towns of New Windsor, Newburgh, Wallkill, Montgomery, and Deer Park, then the southern section of the county of Ulster. In 1801, a general law dividing the state into counties fixed the then somewhat undefined boundaries of Orange, and another law adopted the same year fixed the boundaries of its towns as they now are, with the exception of Woodbury and Tuxedo, into which Monroe was separated in 1890. The first Board of Supervisors of the present county, which met in Goshen in 1798, was composed as follows: John Vale, Goshen; Francis Crawford, New Windsor; Reuben Tooker, Newburgh; Anselm Helmy, Cornwall; Jacob Post, Warwick; Nathan Arnott, Minnesink; James Finch, Deer Park; David Gallatin, Montgomery; Andrew McCord, Wallkill. Since that time, the 3 towns of Greenville, Woweyanda, and Highlands have been erected. Chapter 2: Early Indian Character and Conduct. Among the surprises experienced by Columbus and the explorers who sailed up and down the coast of North America soon after his great discovery were the characteristics of the newly found race of native Indians. Their tribal differences were comparatively slight, and although uncivilized, many of them exhibited traits which indicated a remote ancestry above savagery and caused speculation which has not yet ceased. Hendrik Hudson, from whom the magnificent Hudson River takes its name, has given us in his journal the first information about the tribes at its mouth and along its shores. Sailing from Amsterdam in the ship Half Moon in 1609, he first landed near Portland, Me. On July 19th. Thence he sailed south to Chesapeake Bay, thence north to Delaware Bay, and thence to Sandy Hook, anchoring, probably off Kenai Island, September 3d. Here and on the New Jersey coast, Indians came to the ship in canoes and bartered green corn and dried currants for knives, beads, and articles of clothing. He wrote that they behaved well, but when he sent out a boat on the 6th to explore the Narrows, his men were attacked by 26 natives in 2 canoes, who killed one of his crew with an arrow and wounded 2 others. On September 11th, he sailed through the Narrows and found a good protected harbor. Here his ship was again visited by many natives, who brought Indian corn, tobacco, and oysters for barter, and displayed copper pipes, copper ornaments, and earthen pots for cooking. To avoid circumlocution, present names will be generally used to indicate localities. Hudson started on his voyage up the river September 12th and began his return September 22d. His ship stopped near the present city of Hudson, but he proceeded much farther in a small boat as far, it is supposed, as Albany. About 25 miles below Albany, an aged chief entertained him hospitably, and the Indians offered in barter tobacco and beaver skins. Here the Indians of the Hudson, and probably of all North America, first tested the white man's liquor. Hudson gave them some to see how they would act under its influence. Only one drank enough to become intoxicated, and when he fell down in a stupor the others were alarmed, but after he became sober the next day their alarm ceased and they manifested a friendly spirit. This was on the east side of the river. Below the highlands on the west side, the natives were of a different disposition, and shot arrows at the crew from points of land. For this, they were punished by Hudson's men, who returned their fire and killed about a dozen of them. Hudson's journal says that above the highlands, they found a very loving people and very old men, and were well used. One of his anchoring places had been the bay at Newburgh, and here he wrote prophetically, "This is a very pleasant place to build a town on, and the handsome and prosperous city of Newburgh shows that he judged well." At this point, many more Indians boarded the ship, and did a brisk business in exchanging skins for knives and ornamental trifles. At several anchorages, the Indians brought green corn to Hudson's ship, and it was one of the agreeable surprises of the crew at their meals. Corn was generally cultivated by the Hudson River tribes and grew luxuriantly. Ruttenber says it was long supposed to be native, but investigation shows it was transplanted from a foreign shore. It is certain that the early explorers knew nothing of it until it was brought to them by the Indians, and that it had been cultivated by the latter from immemorial times. Hudson wrote that some of the Indians whom he met along the river wore mantles of feathers and good furs, and that women came to the ship with hemp, having red copper tobacco pipes and copper neck ornaments. Verrazano, who sailed along the North American coast 33 years after Hudson's expedition, said the Indians were dressed out in feathers of birds of various colors. He mentioned 2 kings who came aboard his ship in Narragansett Bay as more beautiful in stature than can possibly be described, and characterized them as types of their race. One wore a deerskin around his body artificially wrought in damask colors. His hair was tied back in knots, and around his neck was a chain with stones of different colors. The natives who accompanied the chiefs were of middle stature, broad across the breast, strong in the arms, and well-formed. A little later, Roger Williams was welcomed as a friend by an old chief, Canonius, and his nephew, and he described the Indians who accompanied them as of larger size than the whites, with tawny complexions, sharp faces, black hair, and mild, pleasant expressions. The women were graceful and beautiful, with fine countenances, and of modest appearance and manner. They wore no clothing, except ornamental deerskins, like those of the men, but some had rich lynx skins on their arms, and various ornaments on their heads composed of braids of hair which hung upon their breasts. These Indians were generous in their disposition, giving away whatever they had. Later, the Indians were classed from language into 2 general divisions, the Algonquins and the Iroquois, terms given them by the Jesuit missionaries. The Iroquois occupied central and western New York, including the Mohawk River, the headwaters of the Delaware, the Great Lakes, and the St. Lawrence River. The Algonquins included all the Indians of eastern New York, eastern Canada, New England, New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, and eastern Virginia. Several tribes in the West Hudson River counties constituted the Lenni Lenape Nation, which held its council fires on the site of Philadelphia. Some of their names were Wayoriniks, Haverstrews, Minnesinks, and Warrenowankongs. When Hudson came, the Lenapes were the head of the Algonquin nations, but wars with the Iroquois and the whites so weakened them that they became the subjects of the Iroquois Confederacy for 80 years previous to 1755. Then they rebelled, allied themselves with other tribes, became the head of the Western nations, and successfully contested nearly all the territory west of the Mississippi. During the period of their subservience, they were known as the Delawares. The Mohawks were the most eastern nation of the Iroquois and were called Maquas by the Dutch, and a branch on the Delaware, Minquas. The Iroquois, first known as the 5 Nations, later received the Tuscaroras of North Carolina, who removed to New York, and with the Cherokees and other southern Indians became the 6th nation of that great Indian Confederacy, to which they also were related by language. Both the Algonquin and Iroquois confederacies were divided into tribes and subtribes of families, each with a head who was the father or founder. These combined for mutual defense, and the heads elected one of their number chief sachem, regarding themselves as a nation to make laws, negotiate treaties, and engage in wars, the wars being mostly between the Algonquins and Iroquois. The Esopus Indians occupied parts of Orange and Ulster counties, and their war dances were held on the Dan's Kamer, a high promontory north of Newburgh. Their rule extended to other families east and west of the Hudson, but their territory cannot be clearly defined. Regarding Indian character, there have been presented by our historians some contrasting but not wholly irreconcilable views. E. M. Ruttenber, in his valuable contribution to the history of Ulster County, edited by Hun. A.T. Clearwater says, when they were discovered, the race had wrought out unaided a development far in advance of any of the old barbaric races of Europe. They were still in the age of stone, but entering upon the age of iron. Their implements were mainly of stone and flint and bone, yet they had learned the art of making copper pipes and ornaments. This would rank their civilization about with that of the Germans in the days of Tacitus, about the year 200 AD. They had, unaided by the civilization of Europe, made great progress. They had learned to weave cloth out of wild hemp and other grasses, and to extract dyes from vegetable substances, how to make earthen pots and kettles, how to make large water casks from the bark of trees, as well as the lightest and fleetest canoes, had passed from the cave to the dwelling house, had established the family relation and democratic forms of government. Their wives were the most faithful, their young women the most brilliant in paint and garments and robes of furs. They carved figures on stone, and wrote the story of their lives in hieroglyphics, of which some of the finest specimens in America are preserved in the Senate House in Kingston. And most remarkable of all, and that which carries back their chronology to a period that cannot be defined, they had developed spoken languages that were rich in grammatical forms, differing radically from any of the ancient and modern languages of the Old Hemisphere, languages which were surely ingenious, and of which it was said by the most expert philologists of Europe that they were among the most expressive languages, dead or living. They were savages or barbarians, as you may please to call them, men who wrote their vengeance in many scenes of blood, the recital of which around the firesides of the pioneers became more terrifying by repetition. Nevertheless, they were representatives of a race whose civilization, though it was 1,200 years behind our own, had no faults greater than were found in the races from which we boast our lineage. In Samuel Eager's History of Orange County, published in 1846-7, are found statements presenting a different conception of Indian qualities. It says, the Indian character in this state is well known, and we have no reason to believe that the character of the Indians of Orange was materially different. If you know one, you know the general character of those who compose his wigwam, and knowing this, you know that of his tribe. They are all alike dirty, slothful, and indolent, trustworthy and confiding in their friendships, while fierce and revengeful under other circumstances. Their goodwill and enmity are alike easily purchased. All have the war dance before starting upon and after returning from the warpath, and bury the dead standing, with their instruments. Their known rule of warfare is an indiscriminate massacre of men, women, and children, and they are cruel to their captives, whom they usually slay with the tomahawk or burn up at the stake. They believe in a future state of rewards and punishments, and sacrifice to a good spiritan unknown god. We have the testimony of Hendrik Hudson that the Indians above the highlands were kind and friendly to him and his crew, and the more so the further they proceeded up the river. This, we presume, related to those on both sides of the river, though below the highlands they were of a more hostile character. We have understood, as coming from the early settlers, who first located in Westchester and Dutchess, and afterwards removed here, as many of them did, that the impression was very general that the Indians on that side of the river were less hostile and more friendly to the white settlers than those on the west. And this was given as a reason for settling there, which accounts in some measure for the earlier settlement of that side of the river. We infer, from the absence of written accounts of anything very peculiar or different in the habits and customs of the Indians of the county from others in the state, and from the poverty of tradition in this respect, that there were no such peculiar differences, but they were similar and identical with those of the heathen Indians at Onondaga and Buffalo, before modified and changed by white association. These somewhat contradictory views of the Indian race seem to be a little too sweeping on both sides, they being neither so good nor so bad as represented. The native Indians have been both kind and cruel to one another and the whites. Their instincts are not unlike those of civilized peoples, but there are less control and restraint in savagery than civilization. Their tribal differences of conduct towards the whites depended less upon natural disposition than leadership and provocations. Vindictiveness towards real or fancied enemies seems to have prevailed everywhere among the North American tribes, and this was undoubtedly increased towards the whites by the latter's aggressions and by the former's indulgence in the intoxicants furnished them by their white neighbors. But cruelty is ingrained in the barbarian character almost everywhere, and often is manifested in communities called civilized. The tortures of the Middle Ages in the name of religion were as painful as those inflicted in the 18th century by our Indians, and both seem almost impossible to the philanthropist of today. Not until minds have been softened by such teachings as those of the founder of Christianity, and extremes of bigotry have given place to tolerance and charity, is the natural disposition of the average man to give pain to antagonists dissipated. There has been no more intellectual nation among the aborigines of America than the Senecas of western New York, the most original and determined of the Confederated Iroquois, but its warriors were cruel like the others, and their squaws often assisted the men in torturing their captives. When Boyd and Parker were captured in the Genesee Valley in the Sullivan Campaign of 1779, Brant, the famous half-breed chief, assured them that they would not be injured, yet left them in the hands of Little Beard, another chief, to do with as he would, and the prolonged tortures to which he and his savage companions subjected them were horrible. After they had been stripped and tied to trees, and tomahawks were thrown so as to just graze their heads, Parker was unintentionally hit so that his head was severed from his body, but Boyd was made to suffer lingering miseries. His ears were cut off, his mouth enlarged with knives, and his severed nose thrust into it. Pieces of flesh were cut from his shoulders and other parts of his body. An incision was made in his abdomen and an intestine fastened to the tree when he was scourged to make him move around it. And finally, as he neared death, was decapitated and his head raised on a pole. Similar tortures were not uncommon among both the Iroquois and Algonquins when they made captives of the whites. Returning to the Lenni Lenape of the Hudson River's western lands, there is in Eager's history an account by a Delaware Indian of the reception and welcome by the Indians of the first Europeans who came to their country on York Island, which is here condensed. Some Indians out fishing at a place where the sea widened saw something remarkably large floating on the water at a great distance, which caused much wondering speculation among them. The sight caused great excitement, and as it approached news was sent to scattered chiefs. They fancied that it was a great house in which the Manito, Great Spirit, was coming to visit them. Meat for sacrifices and victuals were prepared. Conjurers were set to work, and runners were sent out. The latter soon reported that it was a great house full of human beings. When it came near, it stopped, and a canoe came from it containing men, one elegantly dressed in red. This man saluted them with a friendly countenance, and, lost in admiration, the Indians returned his salute. They saw that he glittered with gold lace and had a white skin. He poured something from a gourd into a cup, drank from it, filled it again, and handed it to a chief. It is passed around, and the chiefs smell of it, but do not drink. At last, a resolute chief jumps up and harangues the others, saying that they ought to drink as the Manito had done, and he would dare to drink, although it might kill him, as it was better that one man should be destroyed than that a whole nation should die. Then he drank, soon began to stagger, and finally fell to the ground. He fell asleep, and his companions, thinking that he was dead, began to bemoan his fate. But he awoke, and declared that he had never before felt so happy as when he drank from the white man's cup. He asked for more, which was given him, and the whole assembly imitated him and became intoxicated. After they became sober, they were given presents of beads, axes, hoes, and stockings. Then the Dutch made them understand that they would not stay, but would come again in a year, bring more presents, and would then want a little land. They returned the next season, began cultivating the grounds, and kept bargaining for more land, until the Indians began to believe that they would soon want all the country. The scenes thus described by the Delaware Indian were probably soon after the voyage of discovery by Hendrik Hudson. The Esopus Indians, according to early records, represented 4 subtribes: the Amangarakan, Ketispawi, Man, and Catatawas. In 1677, their chief deeded a large tract of land lying along the Hudson in Ulster and Orange counties and extending back to the Rochester Hills to the English government. The tract cannot be clearly defined. Previous negotiations and fighting led to this transfer. In 1663, Wildwake, Kingston, where an infant colony had been started, was set on fire, and the colonists were attacked and murdered in their homes with axes, tomahawks, and guns. They finally rallied and drove the Indians away, but not until 25 of them had been killed and 45 made prisoners. The new village, as it was called, was annihilated, and of the old village 12 houses were burned. When Peter Stuyvesant heard of the calamity, he sent a company of soldiers from New Amsterdam to assist the settlers. They were commanded by Captain Martin Cregier, arrived at Wildwake July 4, and a few days afterward Cregier had a conference with 5 Mohawk and Mohican chiefs who came from Fort Orange. He induced them to release some of their captives, but his negotiations with the Warranawankongs were less successful. They were the proprietors of lands in the vicinity of Newburgh, and for some distance above and below the Lenni Lenape Confederacy. They would not agree to terms of peace unless the Dutch would pay for the land called the Groot Plat or Great Plot and add presents within 10 days. Cregier would not agree to this, and on July 25 followed them to their castle. They abandoned it and fled to the Shawangunk Mountains, taking their captives with them. They were followed and again retreated. Cregier burned their palisaded castle, cut down their cornfields, and destroyed about 100 pits full of corn and beans, which were a part of the harvest of the previous year. Then Cregier returned to Wildwake and guarded the settlers while they harvested their grain. He resumed offensive operations in September, sending out about 50 men to reduce a new castle which the Indians were building, about 4 hours beyond the one burned. The Indians were surprised, but fought fiercely as they retreated, killing and wounding 3 of the Dutch soldiers. 13 Indians were taken prisoners and 23 Dutch captives released. The Indians fled to the mountains, the uncompleted fort was destroyed, and the soldiers carried away much spoil. Another force was sent to the same place October 1st, when the Indians retreated southward, and the Dutch completed the work of destruction, including crops and wigwams around the fort. Later the Indians solicited peace and an armistice was granted. They had suffered severely and felt crushed, and their allies, the Wayoriniks, were also subdued, although their territory had not been invaded. The embers of their forest worship, which had for ages been lighted on the Dan's Kamer, were extinguished forever. In the following May of 1664, they sought and executed a treaty with the Dutch at Fort Amsterdam, whereby the lands claimed and conquered by the Dutch were to remain the property of the conquerors, and the Indians were not to approach the Dutch settlements with arms. The ratification of the treaty was celebrated, and thus was closed the struggle of the Indians for the possession of their lands on the western slope of the Hudson from the Catskills to the ocean. The Mincis remained in the western part of Orange and some adjoining territory, and in 1692 and 1694 were strengthened by additions of large colonies of Shawanos. For nearly 100 years after the treaty, there was but little trouble between the Indians and the settlers of Orange County. The incursions during the French and Indian and the Revolutionary Wars properly belong to the military chapter of this history. Chapter 3, First Settlements and Settlers. There is a tradition, supported by some evidence, that the first settlement of Orange County was in the old Minnesink territory along the Delaware River. Although the supposed settlement was mostly in Pennsylvania, the reported excavations, roads, and other work of the settlers were mostly in Orange County. The story of the tradition, and evidence that it has a basis of fact, are given in a letter by Samuel Preston, Esquire, dated Stockport, June 6, 1828, which is published in Samuel W. Eager's County History of 1846-7, and reproduced in Charles E. Stickney's History of the Minnesink region of 1867. Eager says the letter will throw light upon the point of early settlement in the Minnesink country, and Stickney assumes that its second-hand statements are substantially true. But Ruttenber and Clark's more complete history of the county, published in 1881, discredits them. The essential parts of Preston's letter are here condensed. He was deputed by John Lukens, Surveyor General, to go into Northampton County on his first surveying tour, and received from him, by way of instruction, a narrative respecting the settlements of Minnesink on the Delaware above the Kootenai and Blue Mountain. This stated that John Lukens and Nicholas Scull, latter a famous surveyor, and the former his apprentice were sent to the Minnesink region in 1730 for the government of Philadelphia, that the Minnesink flats were then all settled by Hollanders, that they found there a grove of apple trees much larger than any near Philadelphia, and that they came to the conclusion that the first settlement of Hollanders in Minnesink was many years older than William Penn's charter. Samuel Dupuis, who was living there, told them that there was a good road to Esopus, near Kingston, about 100 miles from the mine holes, which was called the Mine Road. Preston was charged by Lukens to learn more particulars about this mine road and obtain some from Nicholas Dupuis, son of Samuel, who was living in great affluence in a spacious stone house. He had known the mine road well, and before a boat channel was open to Foul Rift, used to drive on it several times every winter with loads of wheat and cider to buy salt and other necessaries, as did also his neighbors. He repeated stories without dates that he had heard from older people. They said that in some former age a company of miners came there from Holland, that they worked 2 mines and were very rich, that they built the mine road with great labor and hauled their ore over it, that they bought the improvements of the native Indians, the most of whom moved to the Susquehanna. In 1789, Preston began to build a house in the Minnesink and obtained more evidence from James Clinton, the father of Gov, Dewitt Clinton, and Christopher Tappan, recorder of Ulster County, who came there on a surveying expedition. They both knew the mine holes and the mine road and were of the opinion that they were worked while New York belonged to Holland, which was previous to 1664. Preston did not learn what kind of ore the mines produced, but concluded that it was silver. He went to the Pockwary mine holes and found the mouths caved full and overgrown with bushes, but giving evidence of a great deal of labor done there in some former time. Ruttenbur and Clark's history, as stated, discredit the tradition regarding the early settlement of the Minnesink by Hollanders, as accepted by Clinton, Tappan, Dupuis, Preston, and others. It represents the mine road to be simply an enlargement of an old Indian trail, and the mines to have been of copper and located in what is now the town of Warren, Sussex County. NJ it says that the Dutch at Esopus during the War of 1660–63 had little knowledge of the country, even east of the Shawangunk, and that if the Minnesink was penetrated at a much earlier period, it was by way of the Delaware River. The historian discusses the subject further and concludes that the first settler of the Minnesink was William Tightsort, a blacksmith from Schenectady, who barely escaped the slaughter at that place in 1689, and went to the Minnesink country from Esopus by invitation of friendly Indians and purchased lands of them in October 1689. There is little doubt that he was the first settler on the western border, says the history. But Stickney, after recapitulating the traditions and evidence of the early settlement of the region, says, "Here generations lived the fleeting span of life in blissful ignorance of any outer or happier world beside, and were alike unknown outside the boundaries of their own domain until some wanderer chanced to come across their settlement, and went on his way, thereafter to remember with gratitude and envy the affluence and comfort that marked their rough but happy homes." If Tightsort was the first white settler of the Minnesink, Arent Schuyler was probably the second, as he settled there in 1697, having been granted a patent of 1,000 acres of its lands by Governor Fletcher. The governor had sent him there 3 years before to ascertain whether the French in Canada had been trying to bribe the Indians to engage in a war of extermination against the New Yorkers from their fastnesses in the Shawangunk Mountains. The earliest land transfers and titles were so thoroughly investigated by Ruttenbur and Clark that we cannot do better, perhaps, than condense mostly from their history. Warren-Awankong chiefs transferred to Governor Stuyvesant the Groot Plat or Great Plot, as it was called, in which Kingston is now situated. These lands are said to be the first for which Europeans received a title from the Indians, and are somewhat indefinitely described in the treaty with them of 1665, to which reference has been made. They were conquered by Captain Krieger in 1663 and embraced 3 townships in southwestern Ulster. Chronology next takes us to the extreme south of Orange County. Here Balthazar de Hart and his brother Jacob purchased of the Indians the Christian patent lands of Haverstraw. They were on the south side of the Highlands and extended from the Hudson westward to the mountains. On the presumption that they were included in the boundaries of New Jersey, the Harts soon transferred them to Nicholas Dupuis and Peter Jacobs Marius, and purchased another tract north of them in 1671, which was bounded by the Hudson River on the east and the mountains on the south. This became the property of Jacobs. They also purchased a tract north of the previous purchase, and including a part of it, which was called a Bequeren, and passed from them to Hendrik Riker. On the north, a Huguenot, Louis Dubois, with some friends who had been driven from France by religious persecution, located first at Esopus in 1660. And in September 1667, after purchase from the Indians, 12 of them became patentees of a tract of 36,000 acres lying north of the Redaunt Creek, as the Warrenawangkong was then called. The patent was obtained from Governor Andros in the names of Louis Dubois, Christian Doyen, Abraham Hasbrouck, André Lefebvre, Jean Hasbrouck, Pierre Doyen, Louis Bevier, Anthony Crespel, Abraham Dubois, Hein Freer, Isaac Dubois, and Simon Lefebvre, their heirs and others. 9 families immediately settled on the land and founded New Paltz. Between Haverstraw and New Paltz, Patrick MacGregory, David Fosbrook, his brother-in-law, and 25 others, who were mostly Scotch Presbyterians, occupied lands at the mouth of the Wayornik, and MacGregory purchased for them 4,000 acres on both sides of Murderers Creek, on which they settled. MacGregory built his cabin on Plum Point, then called Conwanham's Hill, and the cabins of his associates were in the vicinity, and on the south side of the creek David Toshuk, the brother-in-law who subscribed himself Laird of Minivard, established a trading post. Within the bounds of the present county of Orange, this was the first European settlement, says the historian, but the precise date is not given. Stickney thinks the year was 1684, but it was probably a little earlier, as about that time MacGregory entered into the military service of the state without perfecting his patent, mistakenly trusting Governor Dongan to protect his interests, who, in 1684, obtained from 3 Indian owners their title to a tract extending from New Paltz along the Hudson to Murderers' Kill, thence westward to the foot of the high hills, and thence southwesterly along the hills and the river Peekadasank to a pond, and the same year added by deed from several Indians another large tract of the land called Haverstraw. These lands included a part of those which the Indians had previously sold to MacGregory, and others which they had sold to Stephanus van Cortlandt. The latter had preserved his deed, and succeeded in obtaining a patent attaching them to his manor across the river. MacGregory was killed in the Leslie Revolution of 1691. Governor Dongan sold his 2 purchases to John Evans in 1694, and the latter then proceeded to dispossess MacGregory's widow and her family of their home, when he granted only leases to them and the other Scotch settlers. After some years, however, the MacGregory heirs, in consideration of their original claim, obtained a patent of the Plum Point farm and a mountain tract. The 4th and largest settlement was made adjoining the Christian patented lands of Haverstraw by emigrants from Holland, mostly of the Reformed Dutch Church. They were granted a township patent in March 1686 under the name of the town of Orange. There were 16 trustees of this grant, which began at the mouth of the Tappan Creek, extended north to Greenbush, and thence easterly and southerly back to Tappan Creek. The center of the township was Tappan, where a church was organized. The trustees of the grant were Cleason Kuiper, Daniel de Klerk, Peter Harnish, Jarrett Stenmitz, John de Cries S.R., John de Cries J.R., Clees Mond, John Straightmaker, Stas de Groot, Ariam Lamates, Lamont Arrhenius, Hybert Jarretts, Johans Jarretts, Ada van Vorst, Cornelius Lammerts. A vast tract of land immediately west of Haverstraw was conveyed to Daniel Honen and Michael Hawden, January 25, 1696. Adjoining this on the south were certain tracts containing 2,000 acres, which were granted to Samuel Bayard. The Indian deed for this and other purchases was covered by Lucas Tenhoven and embraced 100,000 acres, for which no patent was issued. Between the Haverstraw lands and the township of Orange was the rocky bluff known as Verdretig Hook, including Rockland Lake, which became the subject of controversy between the John Hutchins Company and Jarvis Marshall and Company, both parties having obtained deeds, but that of the latter proved to be of prior date, Sep. 27, 1694. A few years later, in 1708, a patent was issued to Lancaster Cirrus, Robert Walters, and Hendrick ten Eyck, covering the vacant river point described as beginning at the south bounds of Haverstraw, extending west to Welch's Island, thence southerly to the lower end of the island, thence east to the creek running from the pond of Verdretig Hook, and thence north to the place of beginning, except the grant of Honen and Hawden. Ruttenber and Clark's History states that the indicated foregoing patents covered the entire district from the New Jersey line to New Paltz and west to the line of the Shawangunk Mountains. Here is the proper place for some statements made by David Barclay in his paper on Bombville Red before the Newburgh Historical Society in 1899. He said that Captain John Evans in 1694 obtained from Colonel Fletcher, then governor of New York, a patent for a tract of land on the west shore of the Hudson, extending from Stony Point to the south line of New Paltz and westward to the Shawangunk Mountains, including 2/3 of Orange County and parts of Ulster and Rockland counties, and estimated to contain 650,000 acres. The only settlement thereon at that time was that of Major Gregory's heirs and followers at Murderer's Creek in the present towns of Cornwall and New Windsor. The patent was afterward annulled by an act of the Assembly, which was confirmed, and the title reverted to the Crown. Included in these lands must have been those unjustly transferred to Evans in 1694 by Governor Dongan, under the title of the Lordship of the Manor of Fletcherdom. Ruttenber says that the Evans patents, with others, were for a long time a disturbing element, and were entirely undefined except in general terms. Near the close of the 17th century, there was active competition in the extinguishment of the Indian titles and obtaining patents, and several patents were granted. 3 of them to associations were issued at the following dates: Chesapeake, December 30, 1702, Wauyanda, March 5, 1703, Minisink, August 28, 1704. The Chesapeake patent was included in a purchase from 5 Indian proprietors to Dr. John Bridges, Henry Ten Eyck, Derrick Vandenberg, John Caldwell, Christopher Dean, Lancaster Sims, and John Merritt. The Wauyanda patent was a purchase from 12 Indians by the same parties, and 5 more, namely Daniel Honan, Philip Rokeby, Benjamin Ask, Peter Matthews, and Cornelius Christiance. The Minisink patent was to Matthew Ling, Ebenezer Wilson, Philip French, Derrick Vandenberg, Stephen Delancey, Philip Rokeby, John Corbett, Daniel Honan, Caleb Cooper, William Sharpas, Robert Millward, Thomas Wareham, Lancaster Sims, John Pearson, Benjamin Ask, Petrus Bayard, John Caldwell, Peter Fankeneer, Henry Swift, Hendrick Ten Eyck, Jarvis Marshall, Anne Bridges, George Clark. This last purchase was of parts of Orange and Ulster counties, beginning in Ulster at Hunting House, on the northeast of Bash's land, running thence north to the Fishkill River, thence southerly to the south end of Great Minisink Island, thence south to the land granted John Bridges and Company, Wauyanda, and along that patent northward, and along the patent of John Evans to the place of beginning. There is no record that the purchasers received a deed from the Indians, and it was reported, probably correctly, that when Dupuis obtained the Minisink lands from the Indians, he got them drunk and never paid them the money agreed upon treatment which they resented for a long time afterward in hostility to the white settlers. The Chesapeake patent was bounded north by the patent line of Evans, west by Highland Hills, south by Honan and Hawdon's patent, and east by the lands of the bounds of Haverstraw and the Hudson. The Wauyanda patent was bounded eastward by the high hills of the Highlands, and the Evans patent, north by the division line of the counties of Orange and Ulster, westward by the high hills eastward of Minisink, and south by the division line of New York and New Jersey. The boundary lines of the 3 patents were defined in such general terms that for a long time they caused trouble as to titles, and in the final adjustment, the territory claimed by the Wauyanda patentees was cut off, while on the west, a tract called the Minisink Angle, embracing 130,000 acres, was formed. The English government began investigating the patents of such immense tracts in 1698, and the next year caused the Evans patent to be annulled, after which the territory covered by it was conveyed in small tracts issued at different times up to 1775. These conveyances, exclusive of those outside of the present county, were as follows: Roger and Pinhorn Mompesson, 1,000 acres, March 4, 1709, 2. Ebenezer Wilson and Benjamin Ask, 2,000 acres, March 7, 1709, 3. Rip Van Dam, Adolph Phillips, David Provost, Jr., Lancaster Symes and Thomas Jones, 3,000 acres, March 23, 1709, 4. Gerardus Beekman, Rip Van Dam, Adolph Phillips, Garrett Brass, Servus Villiers-Bourne, and Daniel Van Voor, 3,000 acres, March 24, 5. Peter Matthews, William Sharpas, and William Davis, 2,000 acres sept. 8th, 1709, 6. William Chambers and William Sutherland, 1,000 acres, sept. 22, 7. Samuel Stotts, June 5, 1712, 8. Henry Wileman and Henry Van Bale, 3,000 acres, June 30th, 1712, 9. Archibald Kennedy, 1,200 acres, Aug. 11th, 1715, 10. Alexander Baird, Abner Van Vlack and Hermanus Johnson, 6,000 acres, Feb. 28th, 1716, 11. Jeremiah Schuyler, Jacobus Van Curlant, Frederick Phillips, William Sharpas and Isaac Bobbin, 10,000 acres, Jan. 22d, 1719, 12. Edward Gatehouse, 1,000 acres, Jan. 22, 1719, 13. Cornelius Lowe, Gerard Schuyler and John Schuyler, 3292 acres, March 17, 1719. 14. Thomas Brazier, 2,000 acres, March 17, 1719. 15. Phineas McIntosh, 2,000 acres, April 9, 1719. 16. John Lawrence, 2,772 acres, April 9, 1719. 17. John Haskell, 2,000 acres, April 9, 1719. 18. James Alexander, 2,000 acres, April 9, 1719. 19. Cadwallader Colden, 2,000 acres, April 9, 1719. 20. David Galatian, 1,000 acres, June 4, 1719. 21. Patrick McKnight, 2,000 acres, July 7, 1719. 22. Andrew Johnston, 2,000 acres, July 7, 1719. 23. Melchior Gills, 300 acres, Oct. 8, 1719. 24. German Patent, 2190 acres, Dec. 18th, 1719. 25. John Johnston, Jr., 2 tracks, Feb. 3d, 1720. 26. Thomas Knoxon, 2,000 acres, May 25, 1720. 27. William Huddleston, 2,000 acres, June 2d, 1720. 28. Vincent Matthews, 800 acres, June 17, 1720. 29. Richard Van Dam, 1,000 acres, June 30th, 1720. 30. Francis Harrison, Oliver Schuyler and Alan Jarrett, 5,000 acres, July 7, 1720. 31. Philip Schuyler, Johannes Lansing, Jr., Henry Wileman and Jacobus Brine, 8,000 acres, July 7, 1720. 32. Patrick Mac Gregory, 2 tracks, 660 acres, Aug. 6, 1720. 33. Mary Ingoldsby and her daughter Mary Pinhorn and Mary Pinhorn and W.M. Pinhorn, her children, 2 tracks, 5360 acres, Aug. 11th, 1720. 34. Jacobus Kipp, John Kruger, Philip Cortland, David Provost, Oliver Schuyler and John Schuyler, 7,000 acres, Oct. 17th, 1720. 35. Lewis Morris and Vincent Pierce, 2 tracks, 1,000 acres each, July 21, 1721. 36. John Haskell, 2,000 acres, August 24, 1721. 37. Patrick Hume, 2,000 acres, Nov. 29th, 1721. 38. James Henderson, 2 tracks, 1 not located, 1,600 acres, Feb. Th. 1722. 39. Jacobus Brine and Henry Wileman, 2,500 acres, April 25, 1722. 40. James Smith, 2,000 acres, Dec. 15th, 1722. 41. Charles Congreve, 800 acres. May 17, 1722. 42. Anne Hoagland, 2,000 acres. May 24, 1723. 43. Francis Harrison, Mary Tathani, Thomas Brazier, James Graham and John Haskell, 5,600 acres, July 10, 1714. 44. William Bull and Richard Gerard, 2,600 acres, Aug. 10, 1723. 45. William Bull and Richard Gerard, 2 tracks, 1,500 acres, Dec. Th. 1724. 46. Isaac Bobbin, 600 acres, March 28, 1726. 47. Edward Blagg and Johannes Hay, 2 tracks, 2,000 acres each, March 28, 1726. 48. Nathaniel Hazard and Joseph Sackett, 2 tracks, 4,000 acres, Jan. 11th, 1727. 49. William Bradford, 2,000 acres, Sept. 1st, 1727. 50. John Spratt and Andries Marshock, 2,000 acres, April 12, 1728. 51. James Wallace, 2,000 acres, March 2d, 1731. 52. Gabriel and William Ludlow, 6 tracks, 4,000 acres, Oct. 18th. 53. Thomas Smith, 1,000 acres. May 8, 1732. 54. Daniel Everett and James Stringhani, 3850 acres, Jan. 17th. 55. Elizabeth Den, 1140 acres, Dec. 12th, 1734. 56. Joseph Sackett and Joseph Sackett, Jr., 2 tracts 2,000 acres July 7, 1736, 57. Nathaniel Hazard Jr., 2,000 acres Aug. 12, 1736, 58. Thomas Ellison, 3 tracts 2,000 acres. May 13, 1737. 59. Joseph Sackett, 5 tracts 2,000 acres Sept. 1st, 1737, 60. Anne, Sarah, Catherine, George, Elizabeth, and Mary Bradley, 2 tracts 4690 acres Oct. 14th, 1749, 61. Cornelius Dubois, 2 tracts 1 not located July 2d, 1739, 62. Richard Bradley, 800 acres. May 17th, 1743, 63. Jane and Alice Colden, 2 tracts 4,000 acres Oct. 30th, 1749, 64. John Moore, 280 acres Oct. 30th, 1749, 65. Peter Van Berg Livingston and John Provost, 3,000 acres. May 1750, 66. George Harrison, 3 tracts 2,000 acres July 20th, 1750, 67. Jacobus Brine and George Murray, 4,000 acres Sept. 26, 1750. 68. Thomas Ellison and Lawrence Room, 6 tracts 4,000 acres Nov. Th. 1750, 69. Alexander Phoenix and Abraham Bockel, 1,000 acres July 13, 70. Thomas Ellison, 1080 acres Dec. 1st, 1753, 71. John Nelson, 550 acres Oct. 4th, 1754, 72. James Crawford Jr., Samuel Crawford, James White, and David Crawford, 4,000 acres, May 17, 1761, 73. Cadwallader Colden, Jr., and Daniel Colden, 720 acres, Juneth, 1761, 74. Vincent and David Matthews, 1,800 acres, Nov. 26, 1761, 75. John Nelson, 1,265 acres, Oct. 4th, 1762, 76. Thomas Moore and Louis Pintard, 2,000 acres, Dec. 23rd, 1762, 77. Peter Hassenclever, March 25, 1767, 78. William Smith and Edward Wilkin, 2,000 acres, April 17, 1768, 79. William Arisen and Archibald Breckenridge, 400 acres, 1770, 80. Daniel Horsemenden, Miles Sherbrooke, Samuel Camfield, and William Sidney, 3,210 acres, 1772, 81. Thomas Moore and John Osborne, 2,000 acres, March 14, 1775, 82. Henry Townsend, 2,000 acres. Only a small part of the Minisink patent was in the present county of Orange, but the Wow-Yanda and Chesapeake patents were wholly within its limits and covered its most fertile sections. The Wow-Yanda patent caused much trouble and was unoccupied by settlers until 1712, when the surviving shareholders Christopher Den Daniel Cromeline and Benjamin Ask determined to make settlements thereon, and to facilitate their ends were made justices of the peace. Parties were sent out by each of them, and these began the settlements of Goshen, Warwick, and Chester, where houses were soon completed and occupied. The agent who preceded Den into the wilderness was his adopted daughter, Sarah Wells, then only 16 years old, who was accompanied only by friendly Indian guides. She married William Bull, the builder of Cromeline's house, and lived to the great age of 102 years and 15 days. Soon after the settlement thus started in 1712, John Everett and Samuel Clowes of Jamaica, L.I., took charge of the patent and proved to be enterprising and efficient agents. Recorded sales to settlers and others prior to 1721, as well as to Everett and Clowes, were as follows. 1. Philip Rokeby sold his undivided 12th part to Daniel Cromeline, John Merritt, and Elias Boudinot, June 10, 1704. Merritt sold his third to Cromeline in 1705. Boudinot sold his third to George McNish, who sold to Clowes, Feb. 5th, 1714, for £150. 2. Cornelius Christiance sold to Derrick Vandenberg, Sept. 8th, 1704, all his 12th part. Vandenberg sold to Elias Boudinot, and the latter sold 1/6 of same to Everett and Clowes, July 20th, 1714, for 66 L13s. Boudinot's heirs subsequently sold 5/6 to Everett and Clowes for 41 L13s 4D. This tract embraced New Milford, in the present town of Warwick. 3. Hendrick 10 Ike sold his 12th part to Daniel Cromeline, Dec. 8th, 1704. Cromline, who also owned 2/3 of the Rokeby share, sold to Everett and Clowes Jan. First, 1714, the sixth part of his interest for 83 L6s, accepting 2 tracts, one of which contained 3,706 acres. This tract was principally in the present town of Chester, and embraced the site on which he had made settlement and erected a stone dwelling, and to which he had given the name of Grey Court. Anne Bridges sold to John Van Horn, merchant, of New York, July 4, 1705, all the equal undivided 12th part held by her husband, Dr. John Bridges, for the sum of £250. Van Horn was also the purchaser of a part, or the whole of another share, and sold to Everett and Clowes 1/6 part of 1/6 of 1/13 part for 58 L6s 8d. Amity was in Bridges's parcel. 5. Daniel Honan sold to John Merritt, 1705, all his 12th part. Marjorie Merritt, widow, and John Merritt, son, sold to Adrian Hoaglant 1/2 and to Anthony Rutgers 1/2. Rutgers sold to Everett and Clowes 1/12 of his half, and Anna, widow of Hoaglant, sold to the same parties 1/12, the latter, April 12, 1714, for £75. 6. Derek Vandenberg died holding his original share, and his wife Reimerich and his son Henry, his heirs, sold the same to Elias Boudinot Ogg. 8. 1707. Boudinot sold his entire share to Clowes Oct. 27th, 1713, for £355. This parcel embraced what is called in the old deeds the Florida Tract. The name Florida is still retained. 7. John Caldwell sold his 12th part to Adrian Hoaglant, Oct. 5th, 1706 for £350. Anna Hoaglant, his widow, sold to Everett and Clowes 1/6 of the share, and the remainder descended to Christopher Banker and Elizabeth, his wife, James Renant and Bertilge, his wife, Petrus Rutgers, and Helena, his wife, her heirs. 8. John Merritt held his share at the time of his death, and his heirs, Marjorie Merritt, widow, and John Merritt, eldest son, sold 1/2 to Adrian Hoaglant. John, then a resident of New London, sold to John Everett, Feb. 25th, 1714, the remaining half for £120. 9. Benjamin Ask sold to Everett and Clowes, July 20th, 1714, 1/6 of his 13th part for £50. He subsequently sold a portion to Lawrence Decker, Feb 28, 1719, another to Thomas Blaine, May 20, 1721, and another to Thomas Decke, Deck, 8th, 1724. In all cases, the land conveyed is described as part of his farm, called Warwick, and in all cases, the parties to whom the deeds were made were described as residents of the county and upon the land conveyed. 10. Lancaster Symes sold to Everett and Clowes, July 20th, 1714, 1/6 of his 13th part for £50. 11. Peter Matthews, then living in Albany, sold all his 13th part to Clowes Feb. 11th, 1713, for £200. 12. Christopher Den sold July 20th, 1714, to Clowes and Everett 1/6 of his share for £50. He also sold to Robert Brown 310 acres sept. 3rd, 1721. Elizabeth Den sold to William Mapps, Joseph Allison, John Yelverton, Ebenezer Hawley, Joseph Sears, John Green, and John Worley, the Mapps deed bearing date March 1st, 1729. The remainder of her interest in the patent passed by her will to Sarah Jones, spinster, of New York, and Vincent Matthews. Sarah Jones afterwards married Thomas Brown. 13. Dr. Samuel Stott's 13th part descended to his children, Gerder, wife of Andries Codemus, Sarah, wife of Isaac Gouverneur, Cataleria, wife of Stevinus Van Cortlandt, Anna, wife of Philip Schuyler, Johanna White, widow, and Trinity Stotts, who sold to Clowes and Everett 1/6 of said part for £50, sept. 2 1720. By these conveyances, Everett and Clowes came into possession of lands equaling 4 of the 13 parts, and, as required by the terms of their deeds, laid out the township of Goshen in 1714, dividing it into farms and opening roads, and assigned 200 acres of land for the support of a minister. Some of the first settlers, those of 1714, were Michael Dunning Johans Wessner, Solomon Carpenter, Abraham Finch, Samuel Seeley, and John Hawley. The most prolonged and bitter contest of titles was between settlers of Orange County, mostly in the original Minnesink region, and settlers of northern New Jersey. This was continued for 67 years with occasional border frays. The dispute had reference to the boundary line between New York and New Jersey. King Charles Roman II of England in March 1663 gave to his brother, the Duke of York, a patent of all lands, from the west side of the Connecticut River to the east side of Delaware Bay. The following year in June, the Duke of York granted release of all the territory now known as New Jersey to Lord Berkeley and Sir George Carteret. The northern line, as described in this grant, extended from the northward most branch of the Delaware River, which is in latitude 41 degrees 40 minutes, and crosseth over thence in a straight line to the latitude 41 degrees on Hudson's River. Sir Carteret took the east half of the province, and Lord Berkeley the west half. In 1673, the Dutch reconquered New York from the English, but on February 9, 1674, in a treaty of peace between the two nations, it was restored to England. Sir Carteret immediately took the precaution to have a new patent made out, which defined the boundaries in about the same general terms as before. Then came controversies as to which should be called the northward most branch of the Delaware. The point of 41 degrees on the Hudson was agreed to, but the New Yorkers insisted that the line should touch the Delaware at the southern extremity of Big Minnesink Island, and the Jerseymen, that the point should be a little south of the present Cochecton. This difference made the disputed triangular territory several miles wide at the west end. Under the New Jersey government, the land was parceled out in tracts to various persons, and when these came to take possession, the men who had settled upon them long before resolutely maintained their claims. In the border war that resulted, numbers of the Minnesink people were captured and confined in New Jersey prisons. The first series of engagements resulted from efforts to obtain possession of the lands of a Mr. Swartwout, who was a major in the militia of Orange County. One day the Jerseymen, surprised him and put his family and household goods outdoors. He went to Goshen for help, and a formidable company returning back with him, they in turn put the New Jersey occupants and their goods out of the house and restored it to the major. Then a spy was employed to watch the Jerseymen, and through the information which he continually furnished, their future operations were generally frustrated. About 1740, the Jersey lines made another attempt upon the major and his possessions, but they were anticipated and driven or frightened back, no one, however, being killed. In 1753, a Jersey raid was made to get possession of the lands of Thomas de Key, colonel of the Orange County militia and a justice of the peace. He tried to negotiate with them and induce them to wait until the boundary question was determined, but they refused, and he then barricaded himself in his house and threatened to shoot the first man who tried to enter, and they finally retired, vowing that they would bring a larger force. The last important raid was in 1765, on a Sunday, when the Jerseymen came in considerable force, resolved to capture Major and Captain Westbrook. They surrounded the church where the Westbrooks were worshipping, and when the service was over there was a fight, amid the screams and sobs of women, with fists and feet, in which the Jerseymen, being the more numerous, conquered and captured the Westbrooks. They were confined in the Jersey colony prison a while and then released. In 1767, hostilities were suspended, and commissioners were appointed to run a boundary line, and soon afterward the territory was surveyed, and about equally divided between the claimants, and peace thenceforth was established between the two sections. In 1683, when the county was organized, it did not contain more than 20 families. In 1698, a first census was ordered by Governor Belmont, and it showed the population to consist of 20 men, 31 women, 140 children, and 19 Negro slaves. In 1860, the population had increased to 63,812. In 1880, it was 88,220. In 1900, 103,850. And according to the last census of 1905, our population was 108,267. Chapter 4, Topography and Geology. Orange County is unsurpassed by any other in the Empire State in variety of surface features and picturesque beauty of scenery. It has mountain ranges and extended ridges, streams with wide and narrow valleys, and is dotted with lakes and ponds. Along the mountain lines are a few lofty peaks, and there are many isolated hills and rocky precipices. Parts of its boundaries are the Hudson River on the northeast, the Delaware and Mongop rivers on the west, and the Shawangunk Kill on the northwest. Near the center, the Wallkill winds along its rich valley into Ulster County, and thence into the Hudson. Its principal tributary on the northwest is Rutgers Creek, which also has several tributaries, and others are Monhegan Creek, Mechanicsdown Creek, and Shawangunk Kill. On the southwest, it gathers in the waters of Warwick Creek, which is swollen by smaller streams in its course, and also Quaker, Rio Grande, and Tin Brook creeks. The Otter Kill flows easterly from Chester into the Hudson. The Neversink flows from Sullivan County through the town of Deer Park and becomes a tributary of the Hudson. The course of the Ramapo is southerly from Round Pond in Monroe to Rockland County, and it is fed by several other ponds. Other streams, large and small, are numerous. The central portion of the county consists of rolling uplands broken by deep valleys. The most prominent of the mountain ranges are the highlands along its eastern border. Their loftiest peak, Butter Hill, is 1,524 feet high, precipitous on the river side, and sloping on the north. Another name given to it is Storm King, because clouds occasionally gather there from different directions and concentrate in storms of rain and lightning. Crow'Nest Sick adjoins it on the south and is 1,418 feet above the Hudson. Bear Mountain is next, with a height of 1,350 feet. Mount Independence, with Fort Putnam on its summit, is the background of the West Point Plateau. Other well-known hills are in this broken range, where Arnold, the trader, conferred with André, the spy, and is more intimately identified with the military history of the country than any other mountain region. It has been written of Butter Hill and Crow'Nest that they have a charm which might induce a man to live in their shadow for no other purpose than to have them always before him, day and night, to study their ever-changing beauty. The Shawangunk Mountains are a spur of the Alleghenies stretching northeast across the western angle of the county. They are less broken than the highlands, and not so high as the Catskills, but of the same general formation. The western side is precipitous, but the eastern is sloping, and some of its lands are very fertile, producing sweet grasses from which much of the famous Orange County butter has been made. The peaks rise from 1,400 to 1,800 feet above tide water. This range was the original dividing line between the Woweyanda and Chesapeake Pats. The Shunnamunk Range is on the dividing line of the towns of Monroe and Blooming Grove, and a part of that of Blooming Grove and Cornwall. An accepted descriptive phrase for the range is the high hills west of the highlands. North of it, in New Windsor and Newburgh, is Machado's Hill, west of it Woodcock Hill, and southwest of the latter are Round, Mosquito, Rayner's, and Peddler's Hills, also Torn Rocks, which rise in two rocky peaks 200 feet high. To the southwest, in the town of Warwick, are the Belleville Mountains, and south of these the Sterling Mountains. Several other mountainous elevations in Warwick and Woodbury punctuate this part of the county, and also the border country on the west. The feet of Pachuck Mountain are in the Drowned Lands, and northerly in Warwick are Mounts Adam and Eve, with Adam looking down from his superior height upon the longer Eve. Easterly, in Chester, is Sugar Loaf Mountain, and west of this is Mount Lookout, the principal elevation of Goshen. With the further mention of Mount William and Point Peter looking down upon Port Jervis, let us clip the long list of Orange County elevations. Valleys connect mountains and hills. That of the Delaware River along the border of Deer Park is narrow and irregular, being much broken by tributaries and mountains. The most of the cultivated lands of Deer Park are along the Neversink Valley. The valley of the Wallkill is wide, fertile, and beautiful. Its bottom lands are among the best in the state, and its farmers are prosperous and thrifty. Wide flats, gradual slopes, and steep declivities give variety of soil and scenery to the Otterkill Valley, and much of its scenery is charming. The same may be said of its tributary, Cromeline Creek. Sugar Loaf Valley extends from Sugar Loaf Mountain to the village of Warwick, taking in Wickham Pond in its course and extending into New Jersey. Smith's Clove, extending from Highland Mills to the Ramapo Valley, should be mentioned because it was the birthplace of Chief Justice William Smith, his brother, John Het Smith, and the notorious Tories, Claudius Smith and his two sons. One cannot travel far in Orange County in most directions without coming upon a lake or a pond, and there are dozens of them in the southeastern section. These feed its many streams, and when Eager wrote his history, he said there was not one town in the county that had not water power to some extent. Beginning in the northern part of the Highlands in Cornwall, the Lake Hen Pond system extends through the towns of Highland and Monroe to Greenwood Lake, thence west and north to Big Meadow Pond in the Highlands. Greenwood Lake in Warwick is the largest body of water in the county. It is about 9 miles long and 1 wide, is partly in New Jersey, and is a feeder for the Morris Canal. Sutherland's Pond, half a mile long, southeast from Crownest Mountain, has an outlet which runs into Murderer's Creek. Big Meadow Pond in Highlands covers about 300 acres, and its outlet pours over the rocks of Buttermilk Falls. The waters of Round Pond flow into Long Pond under a natural bridge about 80 feet wide, but the stream is lost sight of until it emerges on the other side. This is similar to the outlet of Washington Lake in New Windsor, which emerges at Trout Hole, and there becomes a fall of 40 feet. Stirling Lake, at the beginning of the Warwick series, covers about 60 acres, and in 1751 iron works were established at its outlet. Round Pond in Wauyanda is in shape what its name implies, has no visible outlet. Its water is clear, pure and deep, and it is about a mile in circumference. Thompson's Pond in the northwestern part of Warwick covers about 100 acres, feeds Quakers Creek, and this outlet furnishes power for mills. Orange Lake in Newburgh covers about 100 acres, but all the lakes and ponds of Orange are too many to be named. They are almost as interesting a feature of the county as its streams. Orange County is richer in alluviums than any other in the state, as they cover about 40,000 acres. The Drowned Lands, as they were formerly called, include about 40 square miles and are partly in New Jersey, but mostly in New York, extending in Orange from Cheunk Outlet in Goshen through Wauyanda and Minnesink to the New Jersey line, and covering about 17,000 acres. They contain a number of fertile islands, and thousands of acres of the wastelands have been recovered by means of an artificial outlet, which, at first a mere ditch, has been deepened and widened by the flowing water until the principal flow is through it. These recovered lands are rich and productive. They are belted by the Wallkill and Three Creeks, and the Wallkill's course through them is long because so crooked. The Grey Court Meadows extend from near Craigville in Blooming Grove into the northern part of Chester, and embrace about 500 acres, which are nearly all under cultivation and very productive. They are drained by Cromeline Creek. The Black Meadows in Chester and Warwick are about 1,000 acres in extent, and Black Meadow Creek flows through them. Long Swamp in Warwick also contains about 1,000 acres and is drained into New Jersey. Great Pine Swamp extends northward from Howells on the Erie, railroad 7 miles in the town of Wallkill, and embraces many oases and cultivated farms. There are several other scattered areas of swamp lands. In the marl and peat beds in several localities, many bones of the extinct mastodon have been found, including 2 complete skeletons. One of the latter was taken from a bed near Coldenham in 1845 and weighed 1,995 pounds, and the other from a bed in the town of Mt. Hope and weighed 1,700 pounds. The topography of the county has been changed somewhat by its railroads, of which there are 250 miles, not including double trackage or trolley roads. The following places in towns extending across the county have each direct railroad communication northeast, south, and west: Port Jervis, Middletown, Campbell Hall, Goshen, Chester, and Newburgh. The wagon roads are numerous, generally good, and are charming arteries for carriages and automobiles. The geology of Orange County is as varied as its topography. Along the eastern feet of the Shawangunk Mountains are Heidelberg limestones, gray and Medina sandstones, shales and grits, and the mountain rocks are mostly sandstones, shales and grits. The grits extend along the top of the range through the county and are from 60 to 150 feet thick. Heidelberg limestone extends from the Mamakating Valley to the Delaware River. Grit and red rocks are on the west side of Greenwood Lake, and grit of various colors extends from Round Hill to Woodcock Mountain, and is also found in the southwest base of the Shunnamunk Range and in Pine Hill. Grauwecke is the rock on the southeast side of the Belleville Range in Warwick, and is found in the town of Blooming Grove in the Shunnamunk Range. The Hudson River Group occupies a large part of the surface of the county, and consists of slates, shales, grits, limestones, breccias, and conglomerates. It extends from the Hudson River through Warwick to the Jersey line, and from the Hudson at Cornwall Landing to 4 miles above Newburgh. It is stratified with Grauwecke and Grauwecke slate. It forms the surface rock of the most of Goshen and Blooming Grove, and parts of Cornwall, New Windsor, Newburgh, Montgomery, Hamptonburg, Crawford, Wallkill, Mt. Hope, and Minnesink. Dark Utica slate is found on the banks of the Hudson near Newburgh. Trenton limestone appears in Hamptonburg near Mount Lookout, and this mountain is composed of Black River limestone, which is also found on Big Island in the Drowned Lands and in Minnesink. There is a bed of blue limestone about a mile wide extending from the Hudson at Hampton southeasterly through Newburgh into New Windsor. It is also found in the towns of Cornwall, Blooming Grove, Warwick, Monroe, and Goshen. Oolitic limestone is on Big Island, near New Milford, and on Pachunk Neck. Slate rocks of the tectonic system are above Newburgh, and its limestone between the Highlands and Grove Pond Mountain. Its white limestone appears in Warwick, where it is in narrow ridges separated by other rocks. It is also found along the shore of the Drowned Lands at Amity and near Fort Montgomery in the Highlands, from which it may be traced by way of Little Pond across the Ramapo. In some localities, it is so white as to be translucent. Many different minerals are found in it. The primary rocks of the county consist of gneiss, hornblende, granite, sienite, limestone, serpentine, aingite, and trappo. They extend over parts of several towns, and several mountains and hills are composed of them. Granite is found at the foot of Butter Hill, sienite at Butter Hill and on the east side of Bear Mountain at West Point, gneiss along the Highlands, mica and slate north of Fort Montgomery, aingite rock between West Point and Round Pond, and at several points in Monroe, greenstone trap at Tuxedo Pond, granular limestone at Crow Nest and Butter Hill. Quartz rock and hornblende are all along the Highlands and in Monroe and Warwick. Crystalline serpentine is in the white limestone in Warwick, serpellite at Amity, yellow garnet at Edenville, soapstone in Monroe. Large sheets of mica are found southwest of the Forshee iron mine in Monroe, and in this mine, which embraces an entire hill, are red garnet, brown tremoline, carbonate of copper, serpentine, coccolite, and umber. In the O'Neill mine, half a mile northeast of the Forshee mine, are crystallized magnetic ore, magnetic and copper pyrites, carbonate of copper, serpentine, amianthus, asbestos, brown and rhombic spars, aingite, coccolite, feldspar, and mica. There are beds of arsenical and titanium ores in Warwick, and a bed of hemalite ore near Canterbury Village. Magnetic oxide of iron abounds in the primitive rocks of the Highlands, and at West Point is associated with hornblende. Beds of lead have been opened at Edenville and in the towns of Mt. Hope, and Deer Park, and zinc and copper ores have been found in small quantities. The sterling iron bed in Monroe, which was opened in 1781, extends over about 30 acres and has produced so strong an ore that it has been much used in the manufacture of cannon. There are a number of other iron mines. Searches for the traditional silver, gold, lead, and tin mines have been without satisfactory results. Many evidences of glacial action in Orange County include masses of boulders scattered in places throughout the county. These are mostly of granite and gneiss, and there is occasionally one of grauwacke. The eastern slope of the Shawangunk Mountains gives evidence of the passage there of an enormous glacier, which ground the rocks into the rich soil that has been cultivated there for 200 years. Some of the county's drift deposits are valuable for casting, brick and pottery making, lithographic stones, and glass. The soil of the semicircular plateau from the highlands of the Hudson to the Dan's Kamer is mostly a mixture of gravel, sand, and clay, which form a warm and fertile loam. That of the wide Wallkill Valley is alluvium mixed with clay, sand, and gravel, and is easily worked and richly productive. So is the soil brought down from the hills in the town of Deer Park. The lands on the islands of the Drowned Lands are among the richest in the county. The alluvium of the Otterkill is a sandy and gravelly loam. In other sections of the county, there is an alternating variety of soils, rich, medium, and poor. Chapter 5, Early Government. Until after the conquest of New York by the English in 1664, Holland methods of government, with a local government for each town, prevailed. The next year, the English introduced courts and sheriffs. In 1682, Thomas Dongan was appointed governor, with directions to organize a council of not more than 10 eminent inhabitants, and issue writs for the election by freeholders of a general assembly, the members of which should consult with the governor and his council as to what laws were necessary for the good government of the province. The first meeting of the First General Assembly was in New York in 1683, and it passed 14 acts, which were assented to by the governor and his council. One of them established 12 counties, as follows: New York, Kings, Queens, Suffolk, Richmond, Westchester, Albany, Ulster, Dutchess, Orange, Dukes, and Cornwall. Except Orange, to be in the care of New York, and Ulster, to be in the care of Dutchess, the counties were to be entitled to representation in future general assemblies. Another act established town courts to be held for the trial of minor cases each month, county courts and courts of sessions, to be held quarterly or half-yearly, a general court of oyer and terminer, with original and appellate power, to be held twice a year in each county, and a court of chancery, or supreme court, composed of the governor and his council, for which the governor was empowered to deputize a chancellor to act in his place. This was the system of administering justice 8 years. Then, in 1691, courts of justices of peace were organized in each town, and courts of common pleas for each county. In 1701, an act was passed requiring justices of the peace in each county to meet once a year at a court of sessions, to examine and allow necessary charges against the county and its towns. There were supervisors, assessors, and collectors in each town from the first, and in 1691, the freeholders of each town were empowered to choose 3 surveyors to lay out and look after highways and fences, and also to ordain laws and rules for the improvement of village, pasturage, and other lands. Such were the laws which directed the early administration of government in Orange County. For many years previous to 1701, Orange County shared in serious corruptions and frauds which were prevalent in the province. The assembly which convened in 1698 was so turbulent and brought so much confusion into its councils that Governor Bellamont, who succeeded Governor Fletcher that year, dissolved it and ordered a new election, taking care that the untrustworthy sheriffs of his predecessor were retired from the management. Protests were made to the king, but without avail. The governor had been clothed with power to correct abuses, to veto any law, and to adjourn, prorogue, and dissolve the assembly. The new assembly, which consisted of 7 Englishmen and 14 Dutchmen, instituted some important reforms. It nullified grants to large tracts of lands, regulated election methods, and provided punishments for frauds. Unfortunately, Governor Bellamont died in 1701, before some of his plans could be carried into effect, and Lord Cornbury was appointed as his successor, and acquired the distinction of being the worst of all the governors under the English crown. He was notoriously ill-mannered, dishonest, rapacious, and openly vicious. The assembly refused grants of money which he asked for, and asserted the rights of the people, declaring that they could not be justly divested of their property without their consent. Thus began in New York the preliminary struggle which brought on the Revolution, ending in the establishment of the Republic, in which the representatives of Orange earnestly assisted. The first sessions of the Court of Common Pleas and of Justices of the Peace as a board of supervisors were held in Orangetown in April 1703. The court justices were William Merritt and John Merritt. The supervisors were William and John Merritt, Cornelius Cipher, Tunis Van Ronten, Thomas Burroughs, and Michael Hawdon. The sheriff was John Perry, the clerk was William Haddleston, and the constable was Conrad Hansen. Orange and Ulster County people were then required to do their surrogate business in New York. This was continued until 1751, when the Court of Common Pleas of the county was empowered to take proof of wills and grant letters of administration. The Court of Common Pleas was an institution of the county until 1847, when the county court was substituted. The Supreme Court began holding sessions in Orange in 1704, and was succeeded by circuit courts established under the Constitution of 1821, as these were by the judicial system of 1846, consisting of a Supreme Court, Circuit Court, and Court of Oyer and Terminer. Surrogates courts were not established until 1854. In 1727, the original county was divided into 2 court districts, and the sessions were held alternately in Orangetown and Goshen, the former being the shire town. Not until 1798 was Goshen made the shire town, when the sessions alternated between Goshen and Newburgh, an arrangement which still continues. The first public buildings for the original county were constructed at Orangetown in 1703. In 1740, a building of wood and stone for courthouse and jail was erected in Goshen at a cost of £100 and was torn down about 1776. A new stone courthouse having been erected in 1773 to take its place, at a cost of £1,400. The old Orange Courthouse had been replaced by a new structure in 1704, and some years afterward was destroyed by fire. The Goshen building came into the present county when it was reorganized under the Act of 1775. It was 2 stories high, with a courtroom on the second floor, and on the first, a sheriff's office and dwelling, and a dungeon for prisoners. During the Revolution, Tories and war prisoners were confined in it, one of them being John Het Smith, arrested for complicity in Arnold's treason, and who managed to escape. A 3rd story was added to this building about 1800, and on the new floor were a main jail room, a dungeon with 1 grated window which could be completely darkened, and 3 other rooms for the county clerk, surrogate and jailer respectively. Above were a cupola and bell. Courthouses were erected in Goshen and Newburgh in 1842, by authority of an act of the legislature, the Newburgh building at a cost of $17,000 and the Goshen building at a cost of $13,000. The latter structure has been completely remodeled lately and is now a fine, up-to-date building. The county clerk's office in Goshen, a 1-story brick building, was constructed in 1851. And the building there for the surrogate and supervisors in 1874, at a cost of $7,400. The county house for the poor, 4 miles south of Goshen, was built in 1830 at a cost of $11,000 for the building and $1,000 for 128 acres of land. The building has since been improved and is now 50 by 100 feet and 312 stories high. In 1848, a building for the insane was added, which is 30 by 50 feet, and in 1865, a separate building for colored people was erected. In 1875, another building for the chronic insane was erected, the cost of which was $20,000, and its dimensions 80 by 40 feet and 412 stories high. The farm has been increased to 263 acres, 200 of which are tillable, and has been provided with the requisite outbuildings. Chapter 6. Early military organizations. In the section of Orange County taken from Ulster, the first 2 companies of militia were organized before 1738. The regiment to which they were attached consisted of 9 companies, located as follows: Kingston 3, Marbletown 1, Walkill 1, Hurley 1, Rochester 1, New Paltz 1, Highlands 1. The regimental officers were Colonel A. Gosbeck Chambers, Lieutenant Colonel Wessel 10 Broke, Major Cohenrat F. Elmendorf, Quartermaster Cornelius Elmendorf. The following lists give the names of the officers and privates in the territory, which is now a part of Orange County. Foot Company of the Highlands. Officers: Captain Thomas Ellison, Ensign John Young, Sergeants David Davids, Moses Garriston, P. McCloghery, Corporals Jacobus Brine, James Stringham, Jonah Hazard, Clerk Charles Clinton. The names of the privates were as follows: John Humphrey Jolin Markham Alexander, Falls, John Reed David Bedford Joseph, McMickhill W.M. Coleman David Humphrey Joseph, Sweezer James, Gamble Thomas Coleman, John Gamble, John McVeigh, Cornelius McCallan, John Jones, John Humphrey, J.R. Patrick Broderick, James Humphrey Joseph, Shaw Peter Mulander, Caleb Curtis, Robert Burnett, William Sutton, Archibald Beatty, Jeremiah Foster, Daniel Coleman, Charles Beatty, David Oliver, Amos Foster, Arthur Beatty, Alexander Foster, Matthew Davis, James, Young John Nichol. J.R. James Neely, Alexander McKay, Robert Fief, Robert Sparks, Joseph Butterton, Jeriah Quick, Samuel Lucky, Jacob Gillies, Joseph Simpson, Thomas Johnston, James Clark, Kesparis Stymas, John Clark, John Monger, Lodwick Miller, James, Lucky Peter Miller, Thomas Williams, George Wagant, Johans, George William Ward, Jeremiah Tompkins, William Ward, J.R. Isaac Tompkins, John M. Kimberg, William Watts, William Smith. J.R. Josiah Ellsworth, James, Edmeston James, Ellsworth Tobias, Wagant Anthony, Preslair Jerry Mance, Jonathan Tompkins, Robert Banker Moses, Ellsworth Thomas Fear, John Marie Frederick Painter, Jonathan Owens, Thomas Quick, Andrew McDowell. Total 85. Company of the Walkill. Officers: Captain John Bayard, Lieutenant William Borland, Ensign William Kelso, Sergeant John Newkirk, Corporal John Miller. The names of the privates were as follows: Lendert Cole Stephanus Christ Cornelius Cole, Jacob Bush Barnett, Cole Benjamin Haynes, John Robeson John McNeil, S.R. James Gillespie Matthew Ree Thomas Gillespie William Crawford John Wilkins, Robert Hunter William Wilkins James Monell, Andrew Graham George Monell George Allums John Monell, John North William Monell John North, J.R. Thomas Neals Samuel North Robert Neals James Young John Neals, Robert Young Matthew Neals, Matthew Young Nathaniel Coulter James McNeil John Naley, J.R. John McNeil Joseph Buttletown Andrew Borland Thomas Coleman John Borland Joseph Shaw John McNeil, J.R. Patrick Broderick James Crawford William Souter John Crawford John Butterfield Alexander Milligan John McVeigh Nathaniel Hill, John Jones Alexander Kidd Joseph Knapp Archibald Hunter Isaiah Gale James Hunter Caleb Knapp John Worry Robert McCord John Mingus William Faulkner Israel Rogers Samuel Smith, Jeremiah Rogers Joseph Thiel James Rogers James Crawford James White Joseph Sutter John Manley, David Craig Francis Falls Edward Andrews Chronimus Felter Samuel Crawford Richard Gatehouse, Andrew McDowell John Boyle Philip Millspaw Richard Boyle, Chronomas, Mingus Robert Huey Stuffle Mold, Robert Buchanan Johans Crane James Eager John Young Thomas McCullum Hendrick Newkirk, Sajanero, Her Frederick Sinsabaugh John Haven Cornelius Wallace McKim Kleinman Hendrick Christ Jury Berger Tunas, Christ Hugh Flanagan Lawrence Christ Benjamin Bennett Matthias Millspaw, and son Patrick McPeck, John Jameson, John Eldoris John McDonald Patrick Gillespie James Davis John Lurie. Total 114. The following, found in the records of the original County of Orange, is entitled A List of Officers Belonging to the Regiment of Foot Militia in the County of Orange, in the Province of New York, and is dated June 20, 1738. Officers of Foot Militia: Colonel Vincent Matthews, Lieutenant Colonel Solomon Carpenter Major George Remsen, Adjutant Michael Jackson, Quartermaster James Thompson. First Company Captain Ram, Remsen, Lieutenant Cornelius Smith Ensign Ebenezer Smith. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 63 private men. In all, 73. Second Company Captain Samuel Odell, Lieutenant Henry Kuiper Ensign Benjamin Allison. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 58 private men. In all, 68. Third Company Captain John Hawley, Lieutenant Michael Dunning Ensign, Seoul, Carpenter J.R. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 111 private men. In all, 121. Fourth Company Captain Jacobus Swartwout, Lieutenant Johans Westbrook, Ensign Johans Westbrook J.R. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 55 private men. In all, 65. Fifth Company Captain Nathaniel Dubois, Lieutenant David Sutherland, Ensign Isaac Hennian. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 63 private men. In all, 73. Sixth Company Captain Abraham Herring J.R., Lieutenant Garrett Beanvelt, Ensign John Herring. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 62 private men. In all, 72. Seventh Company Captain Jacob Vanderbilt, Lieutenant Andrew Onderdonk, Ensign Aaron Smith. 3 sergeants, 3 corporals, 1 drummer, 50 private men. In all, 60. Troop of Horse Captain Henry Youngs, Lieutenant William Mapps, Cornet Michael Jackson. 2 sergeants, 2 corporals, 1 trumpeter, 52 private men. In all, 60. Total officers and soldiers, 595. Sub-officers, 56 foot. In 1756, the Ulster Regiment was divided into 2 regiments. Kingston was included in the northern one, and the southern was embraced in the precincts of Highlands, Walkill, and Shawangunk. These regiments took part in the French and Indian War. In September 1773, the officers of the Southern Regiment were Colonel Thomas Ellison, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Clinton, Major Cadwallader Colden Jr., Adjutant Johans Jansen. In 1775, the New York Provincial Congress passed a law for organizing militia, which provided that counties, cities, and precincts should be divided, so that a company might be formed in each district to consist of about 85 men, including officers, between the ages of 16 and 50 years. That these should be formed into regiments of from 5 to 10 companies each. That the regiments should be classed in 6 brigades, under a brigadier general and brigade major, and the entire force should be commanded by a major general. The 4th Brigade, when formed, consisted of 5 Orange County regiments, the colonels of which were William Allison of Goshen, Jesse Woodhull of Cornwall, John Hathorne of Warwick, A. Hawks Hay of Orangetown, and Abraham Lent of Haverstraw. The 4 Ulster County regiments were commanded by Johannes Hardenberg of Kingston, James Clinton of New Windsor, Lee Pauling of Marbletown, and Jonathan Hasbrouck of Newburgh. Colonel Allison's regimental district consisted of Goshen and the western part of Orange County. Colonel Hathorne's of Warwick and the southern section, Colonel Woodhull's of Cornwall, then including Monroe and Blooming Grove, Colonel Hasbrouck's of Newburgh, Marlborough, and Shawangunk, and Colonel Clinton's of Windsor, Montgomery, Crawford, and Wallkill. The other 4 regiments belonged to territory now outside of the county. Colonel Allison's regiment: William Allison, Colonel; Benjamin Tustin, Lieutenant Colonel. Goshen Company, 1775. George Thompson, Captain; Joseph Wood and Co. Gale, Lieutenants; Daniel Everett, Jr., Ensign. In 1776, Lieutenant Coe and Ensign Everett were transferred to a minute company, and in their places William Thompson was appointed 2nd Lieutenant and Phineas Case, Ensign. Wowanda Company, 1775. William Blair, Captain; Thomas Wisner and Thomas Sane, Jr., Lieutenants; Richard Johnson, Ensign. Drowned Lands Company, 1775. Samuel Jones, Jr., Captain; Peter Gale and Jacob Dunning, Lieutenants; Samuel Webb, Ensign. Chester Company, 1775. John Jackson, Captain; John Wood and James Miller, Lieutenants; James Parshall, Ensign. Pachuck Company, 1775. Ebenezer Owen, Captain; Increase Hawley and John Bronson, Lieutenants; David Rogers, Ensign. In 1776, Increase Hawley, Captain; David Rogers and James Wright, Lieutenants; Charles Knapp, Ensign. Wallkill Company, 1775. Gilbert Bradner, Captain; Joshua Davis and James Dawson, Lieutenants; Daniel Finch, Ensign. Minnesink Company, 1775. Moses Courtwright, Captain; Jolin Van Tile and Johannes Decker, Lieutenants; Ephraim Medaw, Ensign. In 1777, Martinus Decker became 2nd Lieutenant Vice Johannes Decker. Colonel Hathorne's regiment: John Hathorne, Colonel. Warwick Company, 1775. Charles Beardsley, Captain; Richard Welling and Samuel Lobdell, Lieutenants; John Price, Ensign. In 1776, John Minthorne became captain in place of Beardsley, deceased; Nathaniel Ketcham and George Vance, Lieutenants; John Benedict, Ensign. Pond Company, 1775. Henry Wisner, Jr., Captain; Abraham Dawson, Jr., and Peter Bartholf, Lieutenants; Matthew Dawson, Ensign. In 1776, Abraham Dawson, Jr., Captain; Peter Bartholf and John Hopper, Lieutenants; Matthias Dawson, Ensign. In 1777, Peter Bartholf, Captain; John DeBow and Anthony Finn, Lieutenants; Joseph Jewell, Ensign. Sterling Company, 1776. John Norman, Captain; Solomon Finch and William Fitzgerald, Lieutenants; Elisha Bennett, Ensign. In 1777, Henry Townsend, Captain; William Fitzgerald and Elisha Bennett, Lieutenants; Joseph Conkling, Ensign. Florida Company, 1775. Nathaniel Elmer, Captain; John Pepino, Jr., and John Sayer, Lieutenants; Richard Bailey, Ensign. In 1776, John Kennedy, Lieutenant; Vice Pepino. In 1777, John Sayer, Captain; John Kennedy and Richard Bailey, Lieutenants; John Wood, Ensign. Wantage Company, 1775. Daniel Rosecrans, Captain; Janus Clark and Jacob Gale, Lieutenants; Samuel Cole, Ensign. Colonel Woodhull's regiment: Jesse Woodhull, Colonel; Elihu Marvin, Lieutenant Colonel; Nathaniel Strong and Zachariah Dubois, Majors; William Moffat, Adjutant; Nathaniel Satterley, Quartermaster. Oxford Company, 1775. Archibald Little, Captain; Birdseye Youngs and Thomas Horton, Lieutenants; Nathan Marvin, Ensign. In 1777, Thomas Horton, Captain; Josiah Seeley, 1st Lieutenant; Nathan Marvin, 2nd Lieutenant; Barnabas Horton, Jr., Ensign. Clove Company, 1775. Jonathan Tuthill, Captain; John Brewster, Jr., and Samuel Strong, Lieutenants; Francis Brewster, Ensign. Bethlehem Company, 1775. Christopher Van Duzer, Captain; William Rowe and Obadiah Smith, Lieutenants; Isaac Tobias, Ensign. In 1776, Gilbert Weeks, Ensign. Upper Clove Company, 1775. Garrett Miller, Captain, Asa Buck and William Horton, Lieutenants, Aaron Miller, Ensign. Woodbury Clove Company, 1775. Francis Smith, Captain, Thomas Smith and Alexander Galloway, Lieutenants, John McManus, Ensign. In 1776, John McManus, 2nd Lieutenant, Thomas Lamoureux, Ensign. Southwest Company, 1775. Stephen Sloat, Captain, George Galloway and John Brown, Lieutenants, David Rogers, Ensign. Blooming Grove Company, 1775. Silas Pearson, Captain, Joshua Brown and David Reeve, Lieutenants, Phineas Hurd, Ensign. Light Horse Company, 1776. Ebenezer Woodhull, Captain, James Sayer, Lieutenant, William Hurd, Cornet, Azariah Martin, 2nd Master. Colonel Hasbrouck's Regiment. Jonathan Hasbrouck, Colonel, Johannes Hardenberg, Jr. Lieutenant Colonel Johannes Jansen, Jr., and Louis Dubois, Majors Abraham Schoonmaker, Adjutant, Isaac Belknap, Quartermaster. Clark's Newburgh Company, June 8, 1788. Samuel Clark, Captain, James Denton and Martin Wygant, Lieutenants, Munson Ward, Ensign, William Albertson, Isaac Brown, Ebenezer Gidney and Hope Mills, Sergeants Hugh Stevenson, Isaac DeMott, John Simpson and William Palmer, Corporals, Sol Buckingham, Drummer. Conklin's Newburgh Company, May 4, 1778. Jacob Conklin, Captain Jacob Lawrence and David Guion, Lieutenants, John Crowell, Ensign Robert Irwin, Robert Ross, John Lawrence and Abraham Strickland, Sergeants, Jacob Strickland, Corporal, Abraham Smith, Drummer. Smith's Newburgh Company, April 24, 1779. Arthur Smith, Captain Isaac Fowler and John Foster, Lieutenants, William Conklin, John Niffen, James Clark and Reuben Holmes, Sergeants, William Smith, William Michael and Samuel Griggs, Corporals. Colonel Clinton's Regiment. James Clinton, Colonel, James McClaffrey, Lieutenant Colonel, Jacob Newkirk and Moses Phillips, Majors, George Deniston, Adjutant, Alexander Trimble, Quartermaster. Eastern New Windsor Company, 1775. John Belknap, Captain, Silas Wood and Edward Falls, Lieutenants, James Stickney, Ensign. Western New Windsor Company, 1776. James Humphrey, Captain, James Carnegan, 2nd Lieutenant, Richard Wood, Ensign. New Windsor Village Company, 1775. John Nichol, Captain Francis Manville and Hezekiah White, Lieutenants, Leonard D. Nichol, Ensign. First Hanover Company, 1775. Matthew Felter, Captain Henry Smith and Johannes Newkirk, Jr., Lieutenants, William Christ, Ensign. Second Hanover Company, 1775. William Jackson, Captain Arthur Parks and James McBride, Lieutenants, Andrew Neely, Ensign. Third Hanover Company, 1775. Cadwallader C. Colden, Captain James Milligan and John Hunter, Lieutenants, Matthew Hunter, Ensign. Fourth Hanover Company, 1775. John J. Graham, Captain, Samuel Barclay and Joseph Crawford, Lieutenants, James McCurdy, Ensign. Fifth Hanover Company, 1775. John Gillespie, Captain, Jason Wilkins and Robert Hunter, Jr., Lieutenants, Samuel Gillespie, Ensign. First Walkle Company, 1775. Samuel Watkins, Captain, David Crawford and Stephen Harlow, Lieutenants, Henry Smith, Ensign. Second Walkle Company, 1775. William Faulkner, Jr., Captain, Edward McNeil and John Wilkins, Lieutenants, John Faulkner, Ensign. Third Walkle Company, 1775. Isaiah Velli, Captain, Israel Wickham and John Dunning, Lieutenants, Jonathan Owen, Ensign. Fourth Walkle Company, 1775. William Deniston, Captain Benjamin Velli and Joseph Gillett, Lieutenants, David Corwin, Jr., Ensign. Of the Hanover companies, the first had been known as Captain Newkirk's Company, the second as Captain Goldsmith's, the third as Captain Colden's, the fourth as Captain Craig's, and the fifth as Captain Galatian's. Of Walkle companies, the first was located on the east side of the Wallkill, the second on the west side, between the Wallkill and Little Shawangunk Kill, the third south of the second, between the Wallkill and the Little Shawangunk, and the fourth northwest of Little Shawangunk Kill. During the service of these organizations, in the War of the Revolution there were many changes in the commands. They were home guards. In case of alarm, invasion, or insurrection, the companies were instructed to march and oppose the enemy, and immediately send an express to the commander of the regiment or brigade, who was to control their movements. Under a law passed by the Continental Congress in May 1775, 3 companies of Minutemen were raised in the southern district of Ulster, with the following officers: Newburgh Minute Company, Uriah Drake, Captain; Jacob Lawrence and William Irvin, Lieutenants; Thomas Dunn, Ensign. New Windsor Minute Company, Samuel Logan, Captain; John Robinson, Ensign; David Manville and John Schofield, Sergeants. Hanover Minute Company, Peter Hill, Captain; James Latta and Nathaniel Hill, Lieutenants; William Goodyear, Ensign. These companies, and one organized in Marlborough, formed a regiment which was officered as follows: Thomas Palmer, Colonel; Thomas Johnston, J.R., Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Parks, First Major; Samuel Logan, Second Major; Isaac Belknap, Quartermaster. Another regiment was formed from 2 companies organized in Goshen and Cornwall, with the following officers: Cornwall Minute Company, Thomas Moffat, Captain; Seth Marvin and James Little, Lieutenants; Nathan Strong, Ensign, who was succeeded by William Bradley. Goshen Minute Company, Moses Hetfield, Captain; Cole Gale and Daniel Everett, Lieutenants. Later James Butler and William Barker were chosen lieutenants and William Carpenter, Ensign. The officers of the regiment were Isaac Nichol, Colonel; Gilbert Cooper, Lieutenant Colonel; Henry V. Verbeek, First Major; Hezekiah Howell, J.R., Second Major; Ebenezer Woodhull, Adjutant; Nehemiah Carpenter, Quartermaster. Both of these regiments of Minutemen were on duty in the Highlands in 1775-6, but the system did not work satisfactorily, and in June 1776, Congress repealed the law. 3 drafts were made in 1776 to reinforce the Army in June, July, and September. Under the first draft, Orange County sent 3 companies and Ulster 4 to the vicinity of New York City, as a part of General John Moran Scott's brigade. The second draft took 1/4 of the militia under Colonels Nichol and Pauling, constituting a brigade under General George Clinton. By the third, 62 men were drawn from Colonel Hasbrouck's regiment, and were a part of 600 men, which reinforced the garrisons at Forts Clinton and Montgomery. In July 1776, companies of Rangers were organized for the protection of the frontiers, and 3 of them were raised in Ulster County under Captains Isaac Belknap of Newburgh, Jacob DeWitt of Deer Park, and Elias Hasbrouck of Kingston. Of the 4 Continental regiments organized in 1775 to serve 6 months, the one commanded by Colonel James Clinton was largely composed of Orange and Ulster County men. Orange furnished 2 companies, Captain Daniel Denton's of Goshen and Captain John Nicholson's of New Windsor. The 4 regiments were in the expedition to Canada in 1775. Under a call by Congress of January 8, 1776, for troops to reinforce the Army in Canada, New York furnished 1 battalion. A second call was made on January 19, under which New York was required to furnish 4. Chapter 7: French and Indian War. The French and Indian War was the result of rivalry between France and England for the possession of disputed territories in North America, and the Indians along the Delaware and other frontiers became allies of the French because they believed they had been cheated by the English and Dutch colonists, and were stimulated to hostility against them by French agents. In 1754, England directed her colonies to oppose with arms the encroachments of the French, although the 2 nations were then at peace, and obedience to this command from the Crown brought on the cruel War of 1755. In February of that year, New York voted £40,000 sterling to defray war expenses, and ordered a levy of 800 men to cooperate with troops of other colonies in the impending struggle. The law also declared that slaves were liable to military duty, and if over 14 years of age, they were forbidden to be found more than a mile from their master's residence without his certificate of permission, and if one of them were so found, any white person might kill him without being liable to prosecution. Along the Delaware River, the Indians had been complaining that the whites appropriated lands which they had not bought, and by getting them drunk had defrauded them of the purchase money for their lands and their furs. These complaints led the Pennsylvania proprietaries to call a council, with the head chiefs of the 6 nations as arbitrators, and by bribing these chiefs with presents they obtained from them, a decision which obliged the Delawares, then wards of the Senecas, to give up their lands and move to Wyoming. Soon whites followed them and bought in fraudulent ways their Wyoming lands. This angered the Senecas, and they drove away their chief who had aided the whites and bade the Delawares defend their homes. The eastern and western chiefs met at Allegheny, rehearsed their grievances, and resolved on vengeance. The bloody scenes that followed have seldom been surpassed in barbarous cruelty and cunning, and the ravages of the Mincis were mostly confined to the western frontiers of Orange and Ulster counties, within the limits of the original Minisink Pat. The settlers of the Minisink observed that the Indians there, including squads who had been friendly, had suddenly disappeared, and the few that remained said they had gone west to join hostile tribes. Foreseeing trouble, some of the settlers sent their wives and children to places of comparative safety, and a well-settled region on the west side of the Wallkill, 8 by 15 miles in extent, was abandoned, some of the residents moving to the east side and others far away. Before they moved, 7 men and 1 woman had been killed by the Indians. In 1756, pending negotiations for peace, 4 men and 2 women were killed in the Minisink. 3 of the men went into the harvest field with their guns and laid them down, when concealed Indians seized them, shot the men dead, and scalped them. At Fort Westfall, which the Indians tried to capture by surprise, there was a fight in which several Indians and 7 soldiers were killed. A large party of Indians attacked the upper fort at Neversink, which was well garrisoned, but the fort took fire from a burning barn near it, and its inmates had to leave. Only one of them escaped the Indian bullets and tomahawks, and among the killed was the wife of the captain, who was absent. Only a colored woman, hidden from view by the smoke, escaped. The captain returned a day or 2 afterwards and took an oath of vengeance by the grave of his wife. A man named Owen was killed by strolling Indians in a Sad Dawson's meadow in the northwestern part of present Wauyanda, and Dawson immediately moved to Goshen. David Cooley lived near him, and his wife was shot dead as she was walking from her house to an outdoor oven. In 1758, on the New Jersey frontier, one day, when Nicholas Cole was absent from home, 13 Indians rushed in, tomahawked and scalped his 2 daughters and a son-in-law, and carried off his wife and a young son. When Cole returned, the Indians were followed and frightened, and allowed the wife and boy to escape. In June of the same year, a sergeant and several men went from Wawersing Blockhouse to Minisink, and not returning, a large party went in search of them and found 7 killed and scalped, and 3 wounded, and that a woman and 4 children had been carried off. About this time, a house containing 17 persons was beset by Indians, and all of them were killed. They carried off a little son of Mr. Westfall in Minisink, and he never saw his father again, but when the latter died, he came back with an interpreter after his inheritance. The persuasions and pecuniary offers of his mother could not induce him to abandon his life in the wilderness. It was in 1758 that Governor Hardy caused a series of blockhouses to be erected along the western frontier, which were a protection for the whites and a restraint to the Indians. In the latter part of that year, negotiations with the head chief of the Delawares, Tediusking, stopped hostilities for a time. The Mincis were paid for their lands in the Minisink, and the titles of the proprietaries were referred to the government for adjustment. But subsequently, the Indian allies of the French held the frontier in terror until after the fall of Montreal and Quebec, when all of French Canada was transferred to British authority. In an address before the Newburgh Historical Society in 1885, E.M. Ruttenber said, "In common with its associate regiments in Orange and Ulster, Colonel Ellison's regiment had no little service in the French and Indian War of 1756, on the western frontier of the county, where the Mincis were scattering firebrands and death in their rebellion against the domination of the Six Nations, and for the recovery of the lands in the Minisink Pat, of which they had been defrauded, and in 1757 marched to Fort Edward to aid Sir William Johnston. How great was the service performed, or by whom personally, we may never know. The depredations of the Mincis were terrible. The settlements west of the Wallkill were perpetually harassed, and many of them broken up. Men were killed in the fields and in their houses. Women and children became the victims of the scalping knife." Colonel Ellison wrote in 1757, "It is but too well known by the late numerous murders committed on our borders, that the county of Ulster and the north end of Orange have become the only frontier part of the province left unguarded and exposed to the cruel incursions of the Indian enemy. And the inhabitants of these parts have been obliged to perform very hard military duty for these 2 years past, in ranging the woods and guarding the frontiers. These two counties keeping out almost constantly from 50 to 100 men sometimes by false detachments of the militia, and at other times by voluntary subscriptions, nay, often 200 men, which has been an insupportable burden on the people. And yet all the militia of these parts are ordered to march to Fort Edward, while the officers had no orders to guard the frontier. Mention may be made here of a famous character of the Minnesink, whose unequaled career of revenge against Indians began during the French and Indian War. His name was Thomas Quick. His father was kind and hospitable to the Indians, and was shot dead while at work in his field by some of them whom he had entertained. Thomas, who was near him and was then almost a youth, managed to escape. Over his father's grave he took an oath to avenge his death, and afterward to kill Indians became the passion of his life. It was said that he shot 87 of them, the last one being the chief murderer of his father. He went by the name of the Indian Slayer. He was marvelously alert and cunning, escaped all of the many efforts of Indians to kill him, and finally died of old age. A monument has been erected to his memory in Milford, Pa. Chapter 8, War of the Revolution. The most interesting period of our national history was its beginnings in protests against oppressive demands and acts by the mother country, followed by a revolutionary resort to arms, and in these beginnings Orange County took a conspicuous part. The non-importation resolutions adopted by the Continental Congress in 1774 drew the line of issue between Great Britain and her North American colonies, which started the war for independence. Perhaps their most significant feature was a call for the organization of committees of safety in every city, county, precinct, and town. In the original county of Orange, the people had held a convention in Goshen, which sent a delegate, Henry Wisner, to Congress, who voted for and signed the non-importation resolutions. And in the towns of Newburgh, New Windsor, Hanover, Wallkill, and Goshen, an opposition pamphlet which had been scattered broadcast was publicly burned, and the desired committees of safety promptly selected. On April 29, 1774, the committee in New York drew up a pledge and sent it to all the counties and towns for signatures. The pledge was as follows: persuaded that the salvation of the rights and liberties of America depend, under God, on the firm union of its inhabitants in a vigorous prosecution of the measures necessary for its safety, and convinced of the necessity of preventing anarchy and confusion which attend the dissolution of the powers of government, we, the freemen, freeholders, and inhabitants of do, in the most solemn manner, resolve never to become slaves, and do associate, under all the ties of religion, honor, and love of our country, to adopt and endeavor to carry into execution whatever measures are recommended by the Continental Congress, or resolved upon by our provincial convention, for the purpose of preserving our Constitution, and opposing the execution of the several arbitrary acts of the British Parliament, until a reconciliation between Great Britain and America, on constitutional principles, which we most ardently desire, can be obtained, and that we will in all things follow the advice of our General Committee respecting the purposes aforesaid, the preservation of peace and good order, and the safety of individuals and property. When the signed pledges were returned to the Provincial Convention in New York, it invested the committees of safety with power to appoint assessors and collectors, and these, with the committees, were directed to assess, raise, and collect the quotas required for the support of the home government, and empowered to enforce collection from defaulters by distress upon their goods and chattels. They might also arrest persons inimical to the measures which had been or might be taken. These powers were afterward enlarged by Congress, and the committees empowered to suppress the enemies of the revolutionary government. Legislative duties devolved upon the Provincial Convention until 1777, when the first Constitution of New York was adopted, and meanwhile the committees of safety attended to the execution of its laws. Methods differed somewhat in different counties. In Orange, the precincts chose committees, and these constituted the county committee. A signature to the pledge formulated by Congress was regarded as evidence of loyalty to the revolutionary cause. In the precinct lists of the Orange County signers of the pledge, the signatures in Goshen embrace the present towns of Goshen, Chester, Warwick, Wauwanda, Greenville, and a part of Blooming Grove, in mamicating those of Mt. Hope and Deer Park. Cornwall and Highlands were included in Cornwall, in Monroe parts of Blooming Grove and the present county of Rockland, in Newburgh, New Windsor, and Wallkill with Newburgh. The signatures by precincts were as follows. Precinct of Newburgh. Carl Jonah, Hasbrouck, Henry Cropsey, Thomas Palmer, W.M., Harding, Isaac Belknap, Joseph Belknap, William Darling, John Stratton, Wolvert Acker, Lewis Holt, John Belknap, Samuel Halleck, John Robinson, Samuel Sprague, Samuel Clark, Burroughs Holmes, Benj Birdsall, Samuel Bond, Benjamin Smith, Thomas Campbell, James Waugh, James Cosman, Abel Belknap, Lewis Clark, Moses Higby, M.D. Jonathan Sweet, Reuben Tooker, John Griggs, David Belknap, Samuel Smith, Daniel Birdsall, Jeremiah Ward, Robert Lockwood, W.M., Ward Benj, Knapp, W.M., Russell Samuel, Westlake, John Tremper, Josiah Ward, Charles Willett, Silas Gardner, Jeremiah Dunn, Jacob Gillies, W.M., Lawrence W.M., Kenkedden, Robert Waugh, James Denton, Wiggins Conklin, John Foster, Robert Beatty, J.R., Hope Mills, Abram Johnston, John Cosman, Silas Sperry, W.M., Ware, James Clark, Thomas Fish, David Mills, W.M., Lawrence, J.R., Caleb Coffin, John Kernagan, James Harris, Robert Harmer, Theo Hageman, Robert Ross, W.M., Dunn, John Crowell, Nehemiah Carpenter, Obadiah Weeks, Leonard Smith, Francis Harmer, W.M., Day, William Bloomer, John Wandel, Abraham Garrison, Abel Thrall, James Marston, Phineas Corwin, Samuel Gardner, Moses Hunt, Anning Smith, Samuel Sands, Richard Albertson, Jacob Conklin, Martin Wygand, Joseph Price, W.M., Foster, John Saunders, W.M., Wilson, Benj, Lawrence, W.M., Stillwell, J.R., Richard Buckingham, Peter Donnelly, Jacob Morwise, Charles Tooker, Nicholas Stevens, Leonard Smith, J.R., Johannes Snyder, Henry Smith, Benjamin Robinson, James Wooden, Andrew Sprague, Thomas Smith, Thomas Beatty, Caleb Case, Solo, Buckingham, David Green, W.M. Bodish, John Stillwell, Jonah Belknap, Luff Smith, Jacob Tremper, John Gates, Abraham Smith, Benj, Darby Cornelius Wood, Israel Smith, John Lawrence Thads, Smith, George Hack, Jacob Myers, John Shaw Samuel, Conklin, Corns, Hasbrouck, Isaac Brown, M.D. Isaac DeMott, Peter Tilton, David Smith, John Dwaghe, John Stratt, Stephenson, Absalom Case, Joseph Dunn, John Weed, Daniel Morwise, Daniel Dubies, Jonathan Owen, Arthur Smith, Jehiel Clark, Isaac Fowler, Reuben Holmes, Stephen Outman, Nathaniel Coleman, Samuel Stratton, George Leonard, Joseph Carpenter, Elnathan Foster, Daniel Thurston, Neil McLean, John Fowler, W.M., Palmer, Daniel Clark, George Westlake, Isaac Donaldson, Berger Wygand, W.M., Conklin, Toonies Cater, Charles Tooker, Hugh Quigley, John Smith, Daniel Darby, Isaac Fowler, J.R., Isaac Brown, J.R., William Wright, Hezekiah Wyatt, W.M., White, W.M., Whitehead, Daniel Niffen, Daniel Goldsmith, Rob Morrison, M.D., Gabriel Travis, John Dawson, Nathaniel Weed, Leonard Smith. Precinct of New Windsor. James Clinton, William Robinson, John Nicholson, Arthur Carskadden, James McLaughlin, Edward Ryle, Matthew Dubois, Henry McNeely, Robert Cook, William Nichols, John Umphrey, Rolliert Boyd, J.R., James Umphrey, Nathan Smith, George Umphrey, Samuel Logan, Oliver Umphrey, James Denniston, James McDowell, Jacob Mills, Alexander Telford, Thomas Cook, Robert Smith, Daniel Clemeny, Jonah Park, Robert Cowhan, Scudder Newman, John Waugh, James Humphrey 2D, William Gage, John Davis, Alexander Kernahan, John Coleman, William Stimson, Joseph Young, Henry Robertson, Andrew Robinson, Benjamin Hammond, William Fulton, William Miller, James Taylor, William Telford, Hugh Pauley, John Burnett, Samuel Given, Joseph Realty, Robert Burnett, Jr., John Smith, Timothy Mills, James M. Oliver, William Buchanan, William Miller 2D, Matthew Bell, Charles Byon, Robert Thompson, Walter McMichael, Charles Nicholson, George Coleman, James Gage, Alexander Fulton, James Dunlap, James Faulkner, Robert Stewart, David Clark, Samuel Wood, Nathan Sargent, Nathaniel Garrison, Gilbert Pete, Andrew Dixon, James Doxey, George Coleman 2D, Solomon Smith, Peter John, Samuel Woodward, Samuel Lamb, Jonathan White, William Crawford, Alexander Beatty, John W. Micklin, Jonathan Parshall, Francis Maines, James Greer, James Miller, John Mills, John Morrison, Thomas Eliot, Hugh Watterson, Robert Campbell, Caleb Dill, Nathaniel Boyd, John Dill, Charles Kernaghan, Edward Miller, Eliphalet Leonard, Robert Wyam, William Nichols, John Crudge, Thomas McDowell, Robert Boyd, S.R., James Crawford, Silas Wood, Joseph Belknap, Richard Wood, John Nichol, John Johnston, Samuel Brewster, David Crawford, Samuel Sly, John Morrison, 2D, Matthew McDowell, Henry McNeely, Jr., Daniel Mills, Alexander Taylor, John Close, Reverend James Perry, William Moffat, Samuel Boyd, William Beatty, John Cunningham, George Harris, James Jackson, Jr., Stephen King, Isaac Stonehouse, John Murphy, John Heffernan, Benjamin Burnham, James Smith, Austin Beardsley, William Park, Thomas Swafford, David Thompson, Timothy White, Nathaniel Liscombe, Dennis Fershay, William Mulliner, George Mavings, Isaac Belknap, Samuel Brewster, Jr., Nathaniel Boyd, 2D, David Manville, Edward Petty, William Welling, Robert Johnston, Peter Welling, Joseph Sweezy, Hugh Turner. Precinct of Mammocating. John Young, Johann Stuffelbane, Jr., Capt. John Craig, John Thompson, Benj, Cuddeback, Jr., W.M. Cuddeback T., K. Westbrook, Elias Travis, William Johnston, Ellie Strickland, Johann Stuffelbane, Capt. J.R. DeWitt, Abner Skinner, John McKinstry, Thomas Kitt, Harm, Van Inwegen, Joseph Drake, Samuel Dupy, Isaac Van Twill, Chaz, Gillets, Joseph Westbrook, James McGivers, Daniel Van Fleet, Jr., Joseph Hubbard, Jacob Van Inwegen, G. Van Inwegen, Korn, Van Inwegen, Eliphalet Stevens, Reuben Babbitt, Adam Rivenberg, Robert Milliken, Stephen Larney, John Williams, Samuel King, W.M. Smith, Valentine Wheeler, Jep, Fuller, John Wallis, Joseph Thomas, Jacobus Swartwout, Joseph Skinner, Gerardus Swartwout, John Travis, Phil, Swartwout, Jr., John Travis, Jr., Jacobus Cuddeback, Robert Comfort, Petrus Cuddeback F., Ferguson, Rufus Stanton, Moses Miller, Isaac Kimball, J.N.O., Barber, Zeb Holcomb, John Fry, Samuel Daly, George Gillespie, Nathan Cook, Henry Newkirk, Henry Ellsworth, Philip Swartwout, Esquire, John Sabolt, W.M., Haxton, David Wheeler, Robert Cook, Alicia Barber, William Rose, Jonathan Davis, James Williams, Jersham Simpson, James Blizzard, Jacob Stanton, Thomas Combs, John Gillespie, Ebenezer Halcombe, Abraham Smeeds Aber, Cuddeback, Joseph Shaw, Aldert Rosa, Abraham Rosa, David Gillespie, Jacob Rosa Abham, Cuddeback, Jr., Stephen Halcombe, Fred, Benair, Moses Roberts, Jonathan Brooks, Daniel Roberts, Ebenezer Parks, Jeremiah Shaver, Petrus Gumer, Joseph Ogden J., DeWitt Gumer, Elias Miller, Ezekiel Gumer, George I. Deniston, Elias Gumer, Jonathan Strickland, Moses Depay, Jr., Johans Miller, Jonathan Wheeler, John Douglas, Thomas Lake, Joseph Randall, Jacob Comfort, Thos, Gillespie, Jonah Parks, Daniel Walling, Jr., Samuel, Patterson, Matthew Neely, Joel Adams, John Harding, James Cunnin, F. Thomas, Peter Simpson, Abham, McQuinn, Benjamin Dupay, Joseph Arthur, Daniel Decker, Nathaniel Travis, John Brooks, Ezekiel Travis, David Daly, Joseph Travis, Daniel Walling, Jr., Isaac Rosa, Matthew Terwilliger, Aber, Smith, Johans Wash, Leonard Heffinesi, Daniel Woodworth. Precinct of Goshen. Minnesink District. J. Westbrook, Jr., Isaac Davis, Benjamin Cox, George Quick, John Prize, Jacobus Davis, Levi Decker, Jacobus Van Fleet, Samuel Davis, Levi Van Etten, Reuben Jones, Daniel Cole, Petrus Cole, Benjamin Corson, A. Van Etten, Joel Westbrook, John Bennett, A. C. Van Aken, Petrus Kuykendall, Johans Decker, Jr., Sylvester Courtright, Jacob Quick, Jacobus Schoonhoven, Timothy Wood, Jacobus Van Fleet, Jr., Benjamin Wood, Thomas Hart, James Carpenter, John Van Tile, S.E. Bronson, S. Kuykendall, Jr., Isaac Updegrove, Martinez Decker, Jr., Solomon Kuykendall, Wilhelmus Westphal, Martimas Decker, Moses Courtright, Benjamin Borman, Jacob Harrican, Nehemiah Pattison G. Bradcock, Arthur Van Tile, Nicholas Slider, Wilhelmus Cole, Daniel St. John, Petrus Decker, Albert Osterhaust, Isias Sly, Johans Westbrook, Daniel Courtright, Simon Westphal, Ephraim Middog. Blooming Grove District. Alexander Smith, Increase Wyman, Joseph Conkling, Jonathan Smith, Jonathan Horton, John Barker, John Case, Moses Carpenter, Phineas Ramsey, Joshua Corey, Benjamin Harlow, John Corey, William Hubbard, John Payne, Garrett Daria, Daniel Payne, David Youngs, William Warren, James Miller, Hezekiah Warren, James Maps, Zeba Owen, Joseph Drake, Jonathan Jane, Samuel Haynes Smith, Caleb Coleman, David Rogers, Daniel Tooker, Henry Wisner, Isaiah Smith, Thomas Goldsmith, William Best, Jacobus Barthold, David Rumsey, Gillian Bartholf, John Meeker, Abraham Dalson Jr., Joseph Brown, Isaac Dalson Jr., David Horton, Cornelius Decker, Solomon Smith, David Demarest, John King, John Denton, Cup Brooks Corns, Van Orsdale, Samuel Wickham, Joseph Elliott, Silas Horton, John Elliott, Charles Tooker, Abraham Springsteen, John Budd Capt, Nathaniel Rowe, William Horton Lute, John Jackson, Joshua Brown, Joseph Dixon, Joshua Brown, Jr., David Godfrey, James Markle, Silas Pearson, John Bull, William Satterley, Richard Bull, Gideon Salmon, Jeremiah Butler, Phineas Salmon, John Minthorne, John Brown, Abraham Chandler, Silas Morton, Jacobus Lane, John Cravens, Jacob Demarest, Ezra Keeler, Joseph Todd, James Aspel, John Bigger, George Daria, Elijah Doan, John Ketchum, Jr., James Smith, William Hurd, Zephaniah Hull, Phineas Hurd, Joseph Case, Joshua Reeve, William Marshall, Obadiah Helms, Benjamin Macvia, William Forbes, Christopher Springsteen, Coleman Curtis, Hezekiah Watkins, David Jones, Daniel Reeve, Francis Baird, Samuel Bertholf, Stephen Lewis, Henry Romer, Nathaniel Minthorne, Robert McCain, Gamadid Tanstel, Peter Gumer, Andrew Christie, Stephen Meeker, Hendrik Barthold, Joseph Smith, Peter Barthold, Thomas McCain, Reuben Hall, Samuel Smith, Solomon Carpenter, Jacob Dunning, Martin Meyer, Joshua Davis, Joshua Smith, John Williams, Ebenezer Beer, Richard Jones, Samuel Moffat, Philip Burrows, Lute, John Wood, Thomas Ingalls, Ensign Daniel Drake, Oliver Hetty, Richard Sheridan, John Van Cleft, Jr., Jonathan Owen, David Cooley, Jr., Joshua Wells, Nicholas Van Tassel, Jonah Seeley, Joshua Weeks, Wright Smith, Benjamin Curry, Silas Stewart, Samuel Jones, Benjamin Carpenter, Michael Carpenter, Squire Whittaker, Samuel Webb, Silas Hulse, John Owen, Alicia Hulse, Benjamin Dunning, Benjamin Smith, William Kimber, Samuel Cooley, Gilbert Bradner, John Ferger, Jacob Finch, David Kendall, Hidley Spencer, Samuel Cole, William Walworth, Peter Miller, Cornelius Bertholf, Jr., Robert Thompson, Stephen Bertholf, Matthew Billing, Joseph Allison, James Little, Jr., Michael Allison, Benjamin Whittaker, James Allison, Henry David, William Carpenter, Samuel Demarest, Caspar Ryder, John Hopper, Jonas Wood, William Wisner, David Lynch, Israel Wells, John Boyle, Daniel Carpenter, Michael Coleman, Samuel Carpenter, Abraham Harding, Peter Arnout, Henry David, Jr., James Bell, Jonathan David, Jeremiah S. Conkling, James Thompson, John Garvey, Jonathan Cooley, Benjamin Forgeson, William Howard, Elijah Truman, James Dawson, David Moore, Isaac Dawson, Nathaniel Tuthill, Reuben Smith, Jr., Joseph McCain, Jacob Fegate, Joel Cross, Jeremiah Smith, Jr., Caleb Goldsmith, Amos Smith, Henry Smith, Matthias Carvey, John Finch, John Carvey, Moses Smith, Francis Alvanjoy, Robert Thompson, Jr., Solomon Tracy, George Little, Amos Hubbs, James Knapp, Thomas Bearer, Jeremiah Smith, S.R., William Morris, Amos Wilcox, John Kennedy, Jeremiah Ferger, Joseph Wilson, Zephaniah Drake, James Stewart, John Van Cleft, Joseph Stewart, Israel Hawley, John Clark, William Seeley, John Fagler, Benjamin Demarest, Richard Allison, Peter Demarest, Henry Hall, Salyer David, John Kinnett, Edward David, Benjamin Halsted, Jolin David, David Miller, Jacob Cole, Henry Dobbin, George Kemble, Solomon Finch, William Dill, Solomon Hoff, Christopher Myers, Joseph Curry, Thomas Wood, James Ramsey, Philip Roderick, James Masters, William McCain, James Clark, James McCain, Michael Dunning, Martin McConley, James Schoonover, William Horton, John Morrison, Philip Horton, Joseph Coleman, Benjamin Carpenter, Jonathan Coleman, Henry Samies, William Kirby, Samuel Knapp, Orens Bertholf, Rulof Van Brunt, James Bertholf, Abel Jackson, Joseph Halsted, Nathaniel Knapp Jr., Michael Halsted, James Parshall, Jershon Owen, Anthony Swartwout, Samuel Westbrook, Benjamin Jackson, Anthony Westbrook, George Howell, Joshua Hill, James Mosier, Benjamin Gabrielles, Samuel Finch, David Sheffard, Samuel Reed, Abraham Dawson, S.R. Jabez Finch, John Kinman, Benjamin Walworth, Daniel Rosegrout, John Whittaker, John Davis, Nathaniel Mathers, David Lauren, Increase Matthews, Moses Whitehead, James Gardiner, John Myers, John Little, David Stevens, James Reeves, Jeremiah Trickey, John Knapp, Henry Clark, Jonathan Corney, John Carpenter Smith, Solomon Rowe, Nathan Roberts, Savin Tracy, John Shepard, Obadiah Smith, John Journer, Henry Bartali, Hezekiah Lawrence, David Demarest, Nathan Pemberton, Jacob Demarest, Benjamin Cole, William King, Caleb Smith, Christopher Decker, Peter Arnout, James McCain, Matthew Howell, John Thompson, Matthew Howell, J.R., Thomas Gale, Thomas Angell, Charles Webb, Moses Tracy, Samuel Chandler, Elijah Eggers, James Hulse, John Miller, Mark Chambers, John Rhodes, David Cooley, David Mapps, Nathaniel Cooley, Zacchaeus Horton, Nathan Bailey, Joshua Wells, Nathan Bailey, 2D, Benjamin Hill, Zephaniah Kelly, Nathaniel Allison, Samuel Satterley, William Kinna, William Vale, John Bailey, James Hamilton, Landrine Eggers, Joseph Beckes, John Connor, Elias Clark, Peter Mann, Alexander Campbell, Daniel Cooley, J.R., Elihu Horton, William Huff, Hugh Fulton, Jacob Cole, Phineas Parshall, Edward David, J.R., Peter Townsend, Daniel David, John Gardner, Richard Halsted, Michael Brooks, Joseph Oldfield, David Howell, J.R., Joseph Chilson, John Howell, Silas Hawley, Samuel Harmon, Benjamin Dunning, Jabez Knapp, Daniel Hawley, Nathaniel Knapp, J.R., Joshua Drake, Peter Barlow, Walt Smith, Elias Oldfield, Stephen Jackson, Samuel Sawyer, Daniel Myers, Jeremiah Oakley, John Smith, Timothy Smith, Jonathan Rawson, Benjamin Atwood, William Reed, Gilbert Howell, William Egger, Eager, Isaac Hoadley, Daniel Egger, Nathan Arnout, Anning Owen, Caleb Smith, Jacob Hulse, Stephen Smith, Solomon Smith, David Kaiser, Thomas Denton, Matthew Tyrrell, Asa Durba, Andrew Miller, Moses Clark, Asa Vale, William Helms, Basilil Seeley, Phineas Case, Francis Gallo, William Knapp, John McDowell, Gilbert Aldridge, William Hoff, James Kinner, John Kimball, Joshua Halleck, James Miller, John Morey, James Stewart, Oliver Smith, Abraham Johnston, Isaac Smith, Stephen Conkling, Cain Mehany, Joshua Howell, Ebenezer Hawley, Samuel Titus, Joshua Herbert, Jonathan Halleck, John Armstrong, Precinct of Cornwall, John Brewster, J.R., David Stevens, Silas Benjamin, J.R., Jonathan Stevens, Smith Clark, Daniel Mapps, Thomas Clark, Smith Mapps, Ephraim Clark, Isaiah Mapps, Benjamin Mapps, Nathan Marvin, Bethuel Mapps, Samuel Gibson, Isaac Corky, Solomon Little, Patrick Cassidy, Jesse Woodhull, Joseph Wilcox, Nathan Brewster, Timothy Smith, J.R., Jonathan Brooks, Richard Hahnemann, Elihu Marvin, Nehemiah Clark, Seth Marvin, John Seeley, Elihu Marvin, J.R., James Peters, David Beggs, James Matthews, Timothy Brewster, William Rowe, Isaac Brown, Joseph Smith, Jesse Teed, John McWhorter, Benjamin Budd, Josiah Pell, Benjamin Lester, John Pell, J.R., Joab Coleman, Abram Ketchum, Phineas Helms, Thomas Clark, J.R., Silas Youngs, William Hunter, Silas Youngs, J.R., Archibald Little, J.R., Reuben Youngs, Jonas Seeley, Abimael Youngs, J.R., Israel Hodges, John Calais, Samuel Knights, Thomas Sullivan, James Sayer, Jeremiah Howell, Isaac Corley, J.R., George Bateman, Jesse Marvin, Josiah Seeley, Jeremiah Clark, John McCarley, Joseph Wood, John Wood, Archibald Little, Thomas Moffat, Stephen Gilbert, Samuel Smith, Abraham Lose, David Mandeville, John Mapps, Vincent Matthews, Joseph Ketchum, Samuel Ketchum, J.R., Eliezer Yanmans, Benjamin Ketchum, J.R., Stephen Yanmans, Benjamin Ketchum, John Marvin, Joseph Morrill, Jonathan Halleck, James Tuthill, John Petcham, Brewster Helmy, John Burgess, William Brown, Patrick Odie, Asahel Coleman, Isaiah Howell, Samuel Sackett, Samuel Seeley, Micah Coleman, Israel Seeley, John Smith, Nathaniel Seeley, Gershom Clark, James Little, Timothy Little, Thaddeus Seeley, Samuel Mapps, Benjamin Gregory, Justice Stevens, William Nicholson, Sylvanus White, B.N., Cruft, Daniel Coleman, Nathaniel Sayer, J.R., John Brewster, David Clark, Christopher Van Duzer, Richard Drake, Isaac Van Duzer, J.R., Josiah Reeder, Roger Barton, Peter Reeder, Obadiah Thorne, Stephen Reeder, Solomon Sheldon, Jacob Reeder, Absalom Townsend, Samuel Reeder, James Hall, Francis Vantine, Silas Hall, Alexander Sutton, John W. Clark, Samuel Smith, Paul Howell, Thomas Smith, Silas Howell, Jacob White, Basilil Seeley, Justice Philby, Elijah Hudson, Benjamin Corey, Samuel Moffat, J.R., Frederick Tobias, Hugh Murray, Gilbert Weeks, Dennis Cooley, Nathan Burchard, Sylvanus Sales, Zebulon Burchard, Matthew Swenny, Robert Height, Isaac Brewster, Daniel Thorne, Ebenezer Woodhull, Timothy Wood, Nathaniel Strong, Samuel Moffat, Daniel Tuthill, Sylvanus Halsey, Morris Huron, Barnabas Many, James Smith, Luther Stewart, Henry Deere, S.R., James Sayer, J.R., Silas Pearson, John Sayer, Silas Pearson, J.R., Birdseye Young, Richard Coleman, Aaron Howell Jr., Francis Drake, William King, Benoni Brock, Isaac Bauer, Justice Hulse, Thaddeus Cooley, Stephen Howell, William McLaughlin, Stephen Sales, Nasiad Curtis, Daniel Smith, Elijah Green, Daniel Jones, Jonathan Tuthill, John Brooks, Francis Tuthill, John Moffat, Zachariah Dubois, Michael Kelly, Francis Brewster, John Leonard, Joseph Collings, Louis Donovan, Thomas Collings, John Close, Reverend James Moore, John Pride, Benjamin Thorne, Nathaniel Seeley Jr., John Parker, Jesse Seeley, Hezekiah Howell, Obadiah Smith, Richard Collingwood, Nathaniel Satterley, Silas Benjamin, Hezekiah Howell Jr., John Benjamin, Patrick McLaughlin, John Kelly, Daniel Deven, Aaron Howell, James Davidson, John Carpenter, Benjamin Carpenter, William Gregg, Timothy Carpenter, Sylvanus Bishop, Joseph Carpenter Jr., Samuel Smith, Robert Gregg, John Perrin, Samuel Bartlett, Isaac Van Joosen, 3D William Owen, John Lightbody, Silas Coleman, Gabriel Lightbody, Hugh Gregg, Isaac Lightbody, Francis Drake, Andrew Lightbody, Cherrick Van Joosen, James Lightbody, Azariah Martin, Thomas Hulse, Abraham Butler, Sella Satterley, Zechariah Barwell, Joel Tuthill, Joshua Barwell, John Miller, Joseph Reeder, Arch, Cunningham, John Reeder, James Galloway, William Reeder, Abner Thorpe, Joseph Reeder Jr., John Johnson, Samuel Tuthill, Archie, Coreyham Jr., Benjamin Tuthill, George Whittaker, Joshua Sandstar, Henry Myers, Isaac Lamoureux, Henry Brewster Jr., John Lamoureux, Joseph Van Nort, John Lamoureux 2D, William Conkling, Peter Lamoureux, John Brooks, Luke Lamoureux, Neil Anderson, Peter Lamoureux Jr., James Mitchell, Philip Miller, James Overton, John Carpenter 2D, Moses Strain, Elijah Carpenter, Caleb Ashley, William Carpenter, Benjamin Chichester, Josiah Halstead, Jonas Garrison, Jonathan Dubois, Samuel Robbins, Thomas Poesy, William Bedall, Thomas Hurley, Thomas Smith, Zachius Horton, Jacob Comten, John McLean, Jacob Comten Jr., Austin Smith, Thomas Cooper, Joseph Lamoureux, William Clark, Eliezer Taylor, Abraham Snedden, William Bradley, Adam Belcher, Nathaniel Pease, Stephen Hulse, Charles Howell, Eliezer Luce F. Taylor, Timothy Corwin, William Cook, James Ludes, Thomas Chatfield, Daniel Ramsey, James Wilkins, John Tuthill, William Moffat, William Owens, Isaac Moffat, William Bartlett, John Moffat, James Stott, Thomas Lennington, John Carpenter 3D, Jesse Brewster, James McClugan, Joseph Chandler, William Hooge, James McGuffack, Tobias Wygant, Silas Corwin, James Lewis, Henry Brewster, Nathaniel Biggs, Stephen Halsey, James Huff, James Halsey, Daniel Curtis, Jacob Brown, Nathan Strong, John Earle, Solomon Sarvis, Peter Earle, Richard Earle, Abraham Cooley, Benjamin Earle, Silas Tucker, John Braze, George Everson, Robert Brock, Thomas Everson, Neil Anderson, 2D, Reuben Tucker, Benjamin Jane, David Wilson, Joseph Patterson, Peter Lowry, Thomas Gregg, Alicia Smith, Jacob Van Jooser, Aaron DeGraw, Andrew Stewart, Amos Wood, Henry Atwood, John Williams, Isaac Van Jooser, Tajida Dickens, William Ayres, Samuel Howard, William Miller, William Howard, Edward Robin, Francis Burke, Isaac Horton, John Daines, Hugh McDonnell, Aaron Miller, James Wilkes, Owen Noblin, James Wilkes Jr., Jacob Devo, Richard Wilkes, Thomas Willett, William Thompson, Thomas Horton, John Johnson, Haynes Bartlett, John Wagent, Reuben Tabor, John Wagent 2D, Solomon Cornwell, Joseph Stevens, John W. Tuthill, Thomas Smith, Joseph Davis, Silas Reynolds, Nathaniel Jane, John Woolley, Stephen Jane, Peter Stevens, Daniel Jane, William Obadge, Joseph Hildreth, John Bouck, Adam Miller, Silas Millis Jr., Isaac Tobias, Charles Field, David Bloomfield, Henry Manville, Gilbert Roberts, Jacob Manville, Lawrence Ferguson, Francis Manville, Daniel Harrison, Peter Reynolds, Daniel Miller, Thomas Powell, Joseph Gold, Benjamin Prindle, Henry Davenport, Daniel Prindle, Israel Osman, Enos Prindle, Ezekiel Osman, Oliver Davenport, Henry Hall, Chester Adams, William Cooper, Joseph Canfield, Samuel Lowes, Benjamin Canfield, Jacob Lowes, John Canfield, Amos Miller, John Carr, Cornwell Sands, Garrett Miller, Thomas Lynch, David Coster, George Galloway, Joshua Miller, John Smith, William Bell, Dariah Stage, Zophar Head, Garrett Willem, Jr., John Hall, William Horton, Benjamin Kelly, Benj, Miller, Henry Deere, James Miller, William Compton, Asab Buck, Phillips Roblin, Robert Miller, Samuel Hall, John McKelvey, Matthias Tyson, Benjamin Goldsmith, Vincent Helmy, Joseph Miller, L. Canfield, Timothy Owens, Daniel Adams, John G., Patrick Ford, John Arkels, Amos Mills, John Earle Jr., John Barton, David Stanley, Andrew Sutherland, James Unnells, James Sutherland, James Arnold, Alex Sutherland, Nathan June, David Sutherland, 3D, Fanton Horn, John Sutherland, Thomas Davenport, David Sutherland, Oliver Davenport, Henry Cunningham, Robert Davenport, Henry Reynolds, Gideon Florence, David June, Uriah Wood, Richard Sheldon, Amos Wood, John Selly, Benjamin Wood, Stephen C. Clark, John Wood, 3D, Reuben Clark, Daniel Wood, Joseph Plumfield, James Scholdfield, John Wood, Uriah Crawford, Stephen Wood, Jonas Smith, Amos Paines, Francis Plumstead, Joseph Cupper, Samuel Whitmore, Joseph Canfield, Jr., Amos Whitmore, Francis Welton, George Everett, John J. Hammond, David Miller, Solomon Siles, Zabad June, Thomas Porter, Francis Smith, John Sampson, Thomas Deeren, Micah Seaman, Jeremiah Fowler, Jonathan Earle, Martin Clark, John Hammond, Richard Langdon, Alexander Johnson, Stephen Pecht, Samuel Earle, John Cronkite, Samuel Raymond, Andrew Sherwood, Thomas Lamoureux, William Sherwood, James Tuttle, Samuel Strong, John Florence, Thomas Oliver, Francis Miller, Thomas Gilbert, Elijah Barton, Alexander Galloway, Benjamin Quackenbush, William Douglas, William White, Patrick McDowell, Jacob Van Duzer. In Newburgh Precinct, the Committee of Safety and Observation, appointed January 27, 1775, consisted of Wolvert Acker, Jonathan Hasbrouck, Thomas Palmer, John Belknap, Joseph Coleman, Moses Higby, Samuel Sands, Stephen Case, Isaac Belknap, Benjamin Birdsall, and John Robinson. In New Windsor Precinct, the committee appointed May 6, 1775, consisted of Call James Clinton, Capt. James McClaffrey, John Nichol, John Nicholson, Nathan Smith, Robert Boyd, Jr., Samuel Brewster, Samuel Sly, Samuel Logan. In May 1776, the committee became Samuel Brewster, Chairman, Robert Boyd, Jr., Nathan Smith, Hugh Humphrey, George Deniston, John Nishal, Call James McClaffrey, Samuel Arthur. In the precinct of Mamakating, John Young, Chairman of Committee, certified that the pledge was signed by all the freeholders and inhabitants of the precinct, June 26, 1775. In the precinct of Goshen, the committee appointed September 14, 1775, consisted in part of Isaac Nichol, Benjamin Gale, Moses Hetfield, Daniel Everett, James Little, Joshua Davis, with Daniel Everett as chairman. Later, the names of John Hathorne, John Jackson, Henry Wisner, John Minthorns, and Nathaniel Ketchum were chairmen at different times. In the Cornwall Precinct, 1775, the committee consisted of Hezekiah Howell, Archibald Little, Elihu Marvin, Nathaniel Satterley, Nathaniel Strong, Jonathan Brooks, Stephen Gilbert, Zachariah Du Bois, with Thomas Moffat as chairman. In the precinct of Hanover, no names of pledge signers were reported, but the committee, appointed May 8, 1775, consisted of Dr. Charles Clinton, chairman, Alexander Trimble, Arthur Parks, William Jackson, Henry Smith, Jacob Newkirk, James Latta, Philip Mole, John Wilkin, James McBride, James Milliken, Samuel Barclay. In the precinct of Wallkill, there was no return of pledge signers, but the committee, Jan. 30, 1775, consisted of Abimael Youngs, chairman, James Wilkins, Hezekiah Gale, Moses Phillips, Henry Wisner, Jr. The County Committee of Orange in 1776 had Elihu Marvin, of Cornwall, for chairman, and David Pye was deputy chairman for Haverstraw and Orangetown. Robert Boyd, of New Windsor, was chairman for Ulster County. The committees of safety and observation began immediately to gather arms, and later to arrest inimical or suspected persons and bring them to trial. With few exceptions, the inhabitants of Orange and Ulster counties were loyal, earnest, and active for the cause of independence. In the early years of the war, the militia was efficient in guarding the frontiers, constructing Highland forts and placing obstructions to navigation in the Hudson River. And two of the companies took part in the expedition to Canada of 1775. In 1776, 1/4 of the militia of the two counties was drawn out for the defense of the state and stationed along the Highlands. They consisted of 2 regiments from Orange commanded by Colonel Isaac Nichol and 1 from Ulster commanded by Colonel Levi Paulding. In December, after the British had captured New York, a more general requisition was made, and men were obliged to leave their families and stock unprovided for, which caused great disaffection for a time. but after General Washington's victory at Trenton, they were permitted to return home. In 1777, George and James Clinton were in command on the west side of the Hudson, and General Putnam on the east side. Bergen, with an army of 3,000 men, marching down from Canada, had reached Saratoga, and Howe, with another army, was marching to capture Philadelphia, when, about September 20, 3,000 British and Hessian soldiers arrived in New York and joined the army of Sir Henry Clinton. Thus reinforced Clinton soon started to force his way up the Hudson, and on October 6, approached Forts Montgomery and Clinton, defended by some 400 of Colonel Du Bois's regiment and Lamb's artillery, and about 200 militia, mostly from Orange and Ulster counties. They made a gallant defense, but finally overwhelmed by superior numbers, were obliged to retreat, leaving behind them 300 in killed, wounded, and prisoners. In Governor Clinton's report to General Washington of the fight at Fort Montgomery, he said that Sir Henry Clinton commanded in person, that the enemy was repeatedly driven back by grape shot from a field piece and the well-directed fire of musketry during their approach, that the militia retreated to the fort when a demand to surrender was refused, and that the enemy's superior numbers finally forced the works on all sides. If expected reinforcements had reached the fort, it was believed that the enemy would have been defeated. Many militiamen were in the mountains, but their communications had been cut off. There were not more than 600 men in both the forts, while the attacking army numbered 3,000. Governor Clinton escaped across the Hudson, and many of his men were bayoneted after the works were taken. Dubois' Continental Regiment and Lamb's artillery bore the brunt of the fight. The following other regiments were represented in small numbers: Colonel Allison's from Goshen, commanded by himself; Colonel James Clinton's from New Windsor, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel James McClaffrey; Colonel Harburg's from Newburgh, commanded by Colonel Maston; Colonel Jesse Woodhull's from Cornwall, commanded by Colonel Dubois. Sir Henry Clinton's ships moved on up the Hudson, and Putnam's and Clinton's troops followed. The British commander caused Kingston to be burned, and here, receiving the news of Bergen's surrender, turned back. His army tarried a few days in the Highlands to complete the destruction of the forts, and then sailed to New York, and the militia returned home. The Indians on the western frontier of Orange and beyond were still nursing grievances against the colonists, and were easily won over to the British side by diplomatic agents. Their depredations began again in 1777, when the family of a Mr. Sprague in the northern part of the Minnesink was attacked and some of them taken prisoners. Next, they killed some of the family of a Mr. Brooks and took the rest prisoners. In 1778, the upper Minnesink was invaded by about 100 Indians, under the famous warrior chief, Brant, and on Oct. 13, they attacked 2 dwellings, killed 3 persons, and destroyed much grain and stock. The settlers repaired to the forts of Guimers and De Witt's, and the Indians, after following and firing a few times at them from a distance, went away. The Committee of Safety for Minnesink in 1778 consisted of Benjamin DePye, Philip Swartwout, and Ezekiel Guimer, and they ordered the erection of 5 forts, 3 in the upper neighborhood and 2 in the lower. These could not accommodate all of the 50 families in what is now Deer Park, and many women and children were sent to the older settlements. Scouting parties were sent out under command of Captain Bezaleel Tyler, and persons suspected of aiding the Indians were imprisoned or banished. Small companies of 9 months' militia were obtained to garrison the forts. The massacre of Wyoming in July, and the horrible cruelties practiced upon some of the prisoners, had caused grave apprehensions, and these were increased by the coming of Brant and his Indians in October. Count Pulaski and his cavalry legion were sent to Minnesink, and remained there during the winter of 1778-9, and Colonel Van Cortlandt's regiment was sent to Wawarsing. In the spring, Count Pulaski and his legion were ordered to South Carolina, and on July 19 Brant, aware of the poorly defended Minnesink, came with 65 Indian warriors and 27 Tories disguised as Indians, to the lower section, now Deer Park, south of the Neversink, and while the settlers were asleep set fire to several dwellings. Some of the inmates were killed as they were fleeing and others were taken prisoners. The cattle were driven off, and much booty carried to Brant's headquarters, Grassy Brook, on the Delaware. When news of the murderous raid was received by the militia, a council was held by Lieutenant Colonel Tustin of Colonel Allison's Goshen Regiment, Colonel John Hathorne of the Warwick Regiment, and Captain Meeker of the New Jersey Militia, and contrary to Tusson's advice, it was decided to march against the Indians with such numbers of men as could be quickly brought together. Meanwhile, Brant's force had been increased to about 300 Indians, and 200 Tories painted to resemble Indians. The small band of militiamen, commanded by Colonel Hathorne, marched to the hills overlooking the Delaware near the mouth of the Lackawaxen, and then discovered Brant and his warriors 3/4 of a mile away. Colonel Hathorne prepared to attack them, but Brant outmaneuvered him and cut off 50 of his men, leaving only 90 in the fight that followed. Brant got in their rear and hemmed them in on a rocky slope, with the advantages of position and more than 5 times as many men. When their ammunition was exhausted, they formed in a hollow square to fight with clubbed muskets, but the square was soon broken and the men sought safety in flight. Tustin was killed by the Indians while dressing wounds of his men behind a rock, as were also 17 wounded men with him. Others were shot or drowned in trying to swim across the Delaware. Only about 30 survived. In Colonel Hathorne's report of the fight to Governor Clinton, he says that the enemy repeatedly advanced to from 40 to 100 yards distance and was as repeatedly repulsed, that his men defended the ground nearly 3 hours and a half, and during the whole time one blaze without intermission was kept up on both sides. This was at the last stand on the slope. Hathorne's men had been firing for 5 hours, when, ammunition being almost exhausted, he ordered that no one fire without having his object sure. Soon they were forced to retreat down the hill towards the river and scattered, every man for himself. Colonel Hathorne further says, "The Indians were under the command of Brant, who was either killed or wounded in the action. They burnt Major Decker's house, barn and mill, James Van Velock's house and barn, Daniel Vanoker's barn. Here were 2 Indians killed from a little fort around the house, which was saved. Esquire Kuykendall's house and barn, Simon Westfall's house and barn, the church, Peter Kuykendall's house and barn, Martinus Decker's fort, house, barn, and sawmills, and Nehemiah Patterson's sawmill. Killed and scalped Jeremiah Vanoker, Daniel Cole, Ephraim Ferguson, and 1 tavern, and took with them several prisoners, mostly children, with a great number of horses, cattle, and valuable plunder. Some of the cattle we rescued and returned to the owners." A list of the names of the killed has been preserved, and is as follows. Killed in menacing fight: Call Benjamin Tustin, Gabriel Wisner, capt. Bezaleel Tyler, Stephen Meade, capt. Benjamin Vale, Nathaniel Terwilliger, capt. John Dimkin, Joshua Lockwood, capt. Samuel Jones, Ephraim Ferguson, capt. John Little, Talmadge Lute, John Wood, John Carpenter Edged, Nathaniel Fitch, David Burney, Robert Townsend, Gamaliel Bailey, Samuel Knapp, Moses Thomas, James Knapp, Jonathan Haskell, Benjamin Bennett, Abram Williams, William Barker, Daniel Reed, Jacob Dunning, Jonathan Pierce, Joseph Norris, James Little, Gilbert S. Vale, Nathan Wade, Joel Decker, Simon Waite, Abram Shepard, James Mosher, Shepard, Isaac Ward, Eliezer Owens, Baltus Nepos, Adam and Blur, Samuel Little, Ensign Ephraim Hasten, Benjamin Dunning, Ensign Ephraim Middaugh. There is a tradition that Joseph Brant secretly visited the Minnesink sometime before his second invasion, and was cared for by a Tory, and thus became well informed of the condition of the region. Brant was supposed to be a half-breed, with a German father, but later he was believed to be a pure Mohawk Indian. He was educated at Dartmouth College, and at the commencement of the Revolution received a British appointment as Colonel of the Six Nations. He was a Freemason, but neither this nor a good education tamed his savage nature. Dr. Wilson said of him, "He was more cunning than the fox and fiercer than the tiger." Detachments from Woodhull's, Allison's, and Hathorne's regiments were sent to guard the frontier, but Sullivan's expedition up the Susquehanna and to the Genesee Valley drew the attention of Brant, and he and his Indians did not return. The jails at Goshen and Kingston were filled with prisoners, but the local Tories continued to be troublesome, and some of them joined the British Army, while others made predatory excursions from retreats in the lower Highlands, covered by the British works at Stony Point and Fort Lee, and became a terror to the inhabitants. The residents of this portion of the country and on down the Ramapo Valley were mostly Tories, and in this defile in that region known as the Clove, the Tory Moody intercepted an express from Washington to Congress regarding an interview about the land and naval forces of France. This messenger was intended by Washington to be captured, and the news thus obtained caused the withdrawal of a portion of the forces under Cornwallis, rendering easier the capture of the latter at Yorktown. Claudius Smith and his sons, who had their headquarters in the Clove, were the boldest and most successful of its Tories. Smith was a large, powerful, and shrewd man, and while he committed many crimes and did many hazardous things, yet for a long time managed to escape capture. In October 1778, Governor Clinton, enraged at Smith's depredations, offered a reward for his arrest and that of his two sons, Richard and James. Alarmed by this, Smith fled to Long Island, was recognized there, and seized in the night in bed. He was tried for one of his crimes at Goshen in January 1779 and executed on the 22nd of the same month. 5 of his associates were executed with him: Matthew Dawson, John Ryan, Thomas DeLammer, John Gordon, and Amy Anger. Retribution followed soon on all Smith's band. His son William was shot in the mountains, and his son James was probably executed in Goshen soon after his father, with James Flueling and William Cole. Silas Gardner, however, who was tried and sentenced as a Tory, was pardoned, but the rest were slain or driven from the country. Claudius Smith commenced his depredations in the interest of the British in 1776, and first appeared on the public records, charged with stealing, in 1777. He was confined in the Kingston jail and transferred from there to the Goshen jail, from which he escaped. He was said to be the friend of the poor, giving liberally to them of what he stole from the rich. Many exciting stories were told of his doings. One of the most brilliant exploits of the war was the night assault on Stony Point, 12 miles below West Point, and now a state reservation in Rockland County. This was on July 1617, 1779. It had been occupied by British troops since Clinton's expedition up the Hudson in 1777 and was regarded as almost impregnable. Mad Anthony Wayne headed the enterprise, and it was carried out in substantial accordance with a general plan which had been suggested by General Washington. The fort was garrisoned by 700 men who had 15 pieces of artillery on the heights. Their surprise was complete, and the capture quickly accomplished. The American loss was 15 killed and 83 wounded. That of the British, 63 killed, 61 wounded, and 575 made prisoners, only one of the garrison managing to escape. The works were destroyed and the place evacuated. In July 1779, the British reoccupied it and began to build defenses, but were soon withdrawn because of the coming of the French fleet, and the Americans took possession and began restoring the fortifications. Arnold's treason was discovered Sept. 23d, 1780, and Stony Point was included in the fortifications which he intended to betray. His treason, his conference with Major André below Stony Point, André's stay at Het Smith's house, his capture at Tarrytown and brief confinement at West Point, Arnold's flight, and André's trial and execution are too familiar to the readers of American history to require recapitulation here. Chapter 9. The War of 1812. Notwithstanding other ostensible causes, it was really necessary to complete the independence of the United States, only partly affected by the War of the Revolution, that the War of 1812 should be begun and fought out. Great Britain claimed the right to search American ships, impress American seamen into her service, and make prizes of all American vessels going to or from France or her allies which did not clear from or touch English ports. France issued retaliatory decrees which were more damaging to America than England. They declared that its vessels which had touched English ports or submitted to be searched by an English ship should be the property of France, and that English goods, wherever found, should be subject to confiscation. Thus endangered by the policy of both nations, Congress in 1809 declared an embargo prohibiting American vessels from sailing from foreign ports, and foreign ships from carrying away American cargoes, a law which virtually suspended our commerce and exposed our merchants to the risks of bankruptcy. England gave notice to the President that her claims before stated would be adhered to, and Congress, seeing no other means of redress, formally declared war on June 18, 1812. Orange County citizens had given expression to their views on the Embargo Act in March 1800. A Republican county convention held at Goshen selected General Hathorne as its chairman, and a committee on resolutions was appointed consisting of Jonathan Fisk, Colonel John Nicholson, General Reuben Hopkins, and Judge Nathan White. The resolutions reported and adopted asserted that the American embargo was a wise and patriotic measure, imperiously demanded by the exposed condition of our seamen, shipping and trade to the audacious outrages of foreign powers. In the Federal Party's County Convention, held later, Daniel Niven was chairman, and its Committee on Resolutions consisted of John Barber, Alexander R. Thompson, Alanson Austin, John Bradner, J. N. Phillips, John Morrison, John Dewar, Samuel Saver, James Story, Solomon Slight, John Decker, and Samuel B. Stickney. The resolutions protested against the enforcement of the embargo as unjust, illegal, and oppressive, subversive of the rights and dangerous to the liberties of the people. But when the war came, the views of many of the Federalists had changed, and they sustained the government. The first call for troops was made April 21, 1812, when the militia was arranged in 2 divisions and 8 brigades, and the brigades were divided into 20 regiments. The 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division, embracing the militia of Orange and Ulster, under Brigadier General Hopkins of Goshen, was organized as the 4th Regiment, and its commander was Lieutenant Colonel Andrew J. Hardenbergh of Shawangunk. In 1813 and 1814, Lieutenant Colonel Isaac Belknap took the place of Lieutenant Colonel Hardenbergh. The cavalry and artillery were similarly organized. The second call was made in July 1813 and the third in July 1814, when the places of rendezvous were Newburgh and New Windsor, and from these the men were moved on sloops to New York and assigned to the neighboring fortifications. They embarked Aug. 28 and returned Dec. 4, having been absent only a little more than 3 months. Among the uniformed companies at that time were the following: Orange Hussars of Montgomery, Captain William Trimble, succeeded by Captain Milliken; Captain Van Orstel's and Captain Dorcas's companies of infantry of Montgomery; Captain Care's company of artillery of New Windsor; Captain Butterworth's company of artillery of Newburgh; Captain Westcott's company of cavalry of Goshen; Captain Acker's company of cavalry of Newburgh and Marlborough; Captain Deniston and Captain Birdsall's companies of infantry of Newburgh. It appears that Captain Westcott was afterwards appointed major of the 1st Regiment of Cavalry, when Charles Lindsay was made captain of his company. Joseph H. Jackson, 1st Lieutenant; Daniel McNeil, 2nd Lieutenant, and Stephen P. Rockefeller, Cornet, all being residents of Montgomery except Major Westcott. In the fall of 1812, Captain Deniston of the Republican Blues enlisted about 50 volunteers to serve 1 year or during the war, and they elected Jonathan Gidney captain. They formed part of a detached regiment of riflemen of which Captain Deniston became major and afterwards colonel. A part of a company from Wallkill was included in Colonel Hardenbergh's Ulster Regiment, which went to Plattsburgh and thence to Fort Hamilton, near the Canada line, for guard duty. The following roll of a detached company in Colonel Michael Smith's Regiment of Infantry, mustered in September 1814, embraces men from both Orange and Ulster counties. Roll of detached company: Dunning John Captain, Gardner Samuel Mullix William 1st Lieutenant, Gardner Seelazell, Moore Walter Ensign, Goldsmith John D., Booth Jeffrey 1st Sergeant, Horton Barnabas Crane John A. 2nd Sergeant, Hulse Jonas J.R. Dunning Henry 3rd Sergeant, Hudson Eliezer Clark Oliver 1st Corporal, Hines John W. Jennung Pearson 2nd Corporal, Jackson Daniel T., Murray Archibald Y. 3rd Corporal, Jagger Paul Lewis James 4th Corporal, Kirk Robert Smith Derrick 5th Corporal, Courtright John C., Wilkin Daniel 6th Corporal, Care Nathan Brown Samuel Drummer, Kirk David Jennung Harvey Pfeiffer Keen Elihusi, Brown Elisha Knox James Brundage Abijah, Knapp Elijah Brown Neal Long Artemis Bennett Levi, Lockwood Jard Brown Daniel, Loader Isaac W., Bailey Nathaniel, Millspaw Samuel Benjamin John, McNish Joshua Booth Thomas A. McNish Spicer, Bedford Benjamin, McNish Henry, Cash Stephen McCarter James Clark Stephen McCarter Ardent Corey Benjamin, McVeigh James Crawford James, Myers John J.R., Caldwell Gabriel Monell Joseph Christy Andrew, Moore Loderwick Corwin Nebat Miller John C., Corwin Joseph McVeigh John Cox Jeremiah, McVeigh Arden Cox Thompson McCarter William Canfield Joseph, Miller George Decker Stephen, Nichols Allen Dunning Michael, Ogden Gilbert Dunning John J.R., Prescott Stephen Fanning Samuel. Puff Adam, Goldsmith Salem. Puff James, Gale Henry, Robbins John, Gregory Lyman, Robbins Peter, Goldsmith Moses, Ray James, Selleck Isaac, Rogers John, Slauson Alva, Taylor Morrison, Saver William, Updegrove Richard, Sands Samuel, Van Benscote John, Stringham, Jacob Warren, David Smith, Isaiah W. Warren, Solomon, Scudder, Elijah, Warren, Eliphalet Smith, Grant, White, Jonathan Smith, Silas W. Watson, James, Smith, Bezalel, Wilkin, William, Thompson, Jonathan, Wood, John, Treadwell, Charles, Youngs, Virgil W. Orange County was represented in the Navy by Silas H. Stringham, Charles Ludlow, and Robert C. Ludlow, among others. Robert Ludlow was on the Constitution when she captured the Java and Augustus C. Ludlow, as a lieutenant, distinguished himself as a hero in the action of the Chesapeake with the Shannon. After the British captured Washington in 1814, a public meeting was held in Goshen, August 30, to consider the propriety of repairing the fortifications at West Point or erecting new ones for public defense. General James W. Wilson was chairman of the meeting, and a committee to devise and report plans was composed of John Dewar, Jonathan Fisk, William Ross, John W. Wilkin, George D. Wickham, James Finch, Jr., and Nathan H. White. They reported at an adjourned meeting and recommended the following Committee of Defense, which was appointed. For Minnesink, John Bradner, Nathan Arnott, Deer Park, John Finch, Jr., Joseph Baird, Walkill, Henry B. Wisner, Benjamin Woodward, Goshen, John Dewar, Freegift Tuthill, Warwick, Dr. Samuel S. Seward, Jeffrey Wisner, Monroe, James D. Secker, Benjamin Cunningham, Cornwall, William A. Clark, Joseph Chandler, Jr., Blooming Grove, Calcella Strong, Jeremiah Horton, Montgomery, John Blake, Jr., Johans Miller, Newburgh, John D. Lawson, Jacob Powell, New Windsor, Joseph Morton, David Hill. This Committee of Defense met September 7 and made Silas Strong its chairman and John Dewar its secretary. It passed resolutions in harmony with those of the public meeting and appointed the chairman, the secretary, William A. Clark, Joseph Morrill, and Johans Miller a committee to tender the services of citizens in repairing the West Point fortifications. At another meeting, September 17, the committee instructed the town committees immediately to collect subscriptions of money and labor, and report them to the General Committee, and also inquire into and report the quantity of arms and ammunition which the respective towns might need. October 25, it was reported from the Secretary of War that he would send a skillful engineer to West Point to superintend the works and point out the sites most eligible for defense. Little was done, however, at West Point, but military companies of exempts were organized in several towns. The glad news of the Treaty of Peace, concluded in December 1814, was celebrated in every town of the county with great enthusiasm and included illuminations, cannon firing, speeches, toasts, and Thanksgiving services in the churches. Peace with other nations continued from the close of the War of 1812 until the War with Mexico, 1846-8. For this war, New York City regiments drew a number of volunteers from Orange, but only one company was recruited in the county, and this was in Goshen, and it became Co-K of the 10th Regiment U.S. Infantry. Its captain was Alexander Wilkin and its lieutenant, Francis M. Cummins. Captain Wilkin resigned in April 1848, and Lieutenant Cummins was promoted to the captaincy. The regiment with this company was attached to the Army of the Rio Grande under General Taylor. Chapter 10. The Civil War. The patriotic services of the people of Orange County in the 4-year Civil War of 1861-5 were as praiseworthy as those of their ancestors in the 2 wars with Great Britain, which founded the Republic upon a lasting basis of unparalleled prosperity and progress. It was as necessary for the continuance of that prosperity, and as a lesson of our Republican experiment to the world, to defeat the efforts of the slave-holding states to rend the Union in twain, as it had been to compel the kingly power across the ocean to let us establish it. This Orange County was quick to perceive and act upon. Its Co-B, 3rd Regiment of Infantry, was the first company recruited and ready for muster in the state. Recruiting for it was commenced in Newburgh immediately after the passage by the legislature, April 16, 1861, of an act to authorize the equipment of volunteer militia for the public safety, the movement being started by Hon. Stephen W. Fullerton, member of Assembly, and placed in charge of James A. Ramney. There were 77 men enrolled when the company was mustered in for 2 years. May 14, 1861, less than 1 month from the day the first man enlisted, and it had then been ready several days for mustering in. The following regiments and companies were recruited in Orange for the Civil War, and there were many other enlistments from the county in other regiments and in the Navy. Infantry, 3rd Regiment, Co. B, 1861. 18th, Co. D and Co. H and Part, 1861. 36th, Co. B, 1861. 56th, Cos. A, B, D, and E, 1861. 63D Regiment, 1864. 70th, Co. F, 1861. 87th, Co. C, 1861. 98th, Co. C, 1864. 124th Regiment, 1,047 men in 1862 and 1 company in 1864, 168th, 335 men, 1862. 176th, 272 men, 1862. Mounted Rifles, 1st Regiment, Co. C, 1861. Cavalry, 2nd Regiment, Co. B, 1861. 15th, Co. I, 146 men, 1864. Artillery, 15th Regiment, Co. M, 82 men, 1864. 7th, 70 men, 1,864. 7th Independent Battery, 1861. Militia, 19th and 71st, 517 men, 1861-62. The following are the aggregates by towns of the men furnished and accepted in the county. April 1861 to July 1862. Towns, volunteers, militia, total Blooming Grove, Chester Cornwall, Crawford Deer Park, Goshen, Greenville, Hamptonburg, Highlands, Minnesink, Monroe, Montgomery, Mount Hope, Newburgh, New Windsor, Southfield, Wallkill, Warwick, Wawayanda, 505,022. In addition to the numbers tabulated, there were in the 71st Militia 429 from Newburgh, 79 from Mount Hope, 5 from Deer Park, 2 from Chester, and 2 from Southfield. The totals tell their own story of patriotic zeal. Company B, 3rd Regiment, before referred to as the first to be recruited and ready for muster in the state, was mustered out at the end of its 2-year service, but reorganized and was mustered out the second time after the close of the war, on August 28, 1865. It was in many fights, including those of Big Bethel, Fort Wagner, Bermuda Hundred, Petersburg, Fort Gilmer, Chapin's Farm, Fort Fisher, and Wilmington. Its first captain, Stephen W. Fullerton, appointed April 20, 1861, died in Newburgh September 11, 1861, and was succeeded by Irvine A. Jones, 1st Lieutenant September 25, 1861, who was dismissed August 16, 1862. Alexander Mann, 2nd and then 1st Lieutenant, was promoted to Captain June 10, 1861, and discharged August 31, 1864. Jeremiah D. Mabee, who was promoted from 1st Sergeant to 2nd Lieutenant, and then to 1st Lieutenant of Co. B, was made Captain of Co. F, June 15, 1863, and discharged September 18, 1864. James H. Reeve was advanced from 4th Sergeant to 1st Sergeant and then to 2nd Lieutenant of Co. B, was made Captain of Co. I, October 3, 1864, lost a leg at Fort Fisher, and was discharged June 26, 1865. The 18th Regiment was recruited in several counties in response to the call of President Lincoln for 75,000 volunteers. It was mustered in for 2 years May 17, 1861, and mustered out May 28, 1863. Co. D was recruited from Orange County and organized at Middletown, with John C. McGinnis, Captain George Barry, 1st Lieutenant, and Roswell M. Sayer, 2nd Lieutenant. The commissions of these officers date back into April. The enlistments were so many that 30 men of the company were separated to form a part of Co. H. The regiment supported a battery in the First Battle of Bull Run, but was not brought into action. It was stationed and remained near Alexandria the most of the time until McClellan's army went to the peninsula and took part there in the 7 days' fighting. Afterward, it did guard duty at various points until it was mustered out. The following promotions of Orange County men in the 18th Regiment are on record, the dates being those of rank, some of which preceded dates of commission. Thomas S. Lane, 2D Lieut. Nov. 6, 1861, 1st Lieut. Nov. 10, 1862, mustered out with regiment. W. E. Carmichael, 2d Lute, May 7, 1861, 1st Lute. Dec. 2, 1861, resigned May 16, 1862. Robert A. Malone, 2d Lute, Nov. 11, 1861, capt. Sept. 8, 1862, mustered out with regiment. Roswell M. Sayer, 2d Lute, April 30, 1861, 1st Lute. Dec. 21, 1862, capt. June 26, 1862, mustered out with regiment. John S. King, 1st Lute, June 26, 1862, mustered out with regiment. George Barry, 1st Lute, April 30, 1861, killed at Gaines Mills, June 27, 1862. John C. McGinnis, capt. April 30, 1861, Major Dec. 2, 1861, Lute, Call, Oct. 14, 1862, mustered out with regiment. The 36th Regiment was organized in New York, and its Co. B was recruited in Orange County by John Rainey of Newburgh, captain of Co. F. 19th Militia, assisted by Timothy Donahue of the same company. The enlistments were for 2 years. Between May 13 and June 17, 1861, they enlisted 77 men. The regiment arrived in Washington, July 14, 1861, and remained in camp until March, 1862. It was brigaded under General Couch and attached to General Buell's division, afterward commanded by General Keyes. It went with General McClellan's army to the peninsula and was in the fights at Seven Pines, Gaines Mills, and Malvern Hill. Afterward, it saw much active and perilous service in Virginia and Maryland. At Fredericksburg, it was in General Deven's brigade, which was the first of the Left Grand Division to cross the Rappahannock, December 11, 1862, and covered the retreat of the army, December 15, Kobe being detailed to collect stragglers under the enemy's fire. May 3, Co. B, at Mary's Heights, captured a battery from a Mississippi brigade and was the first to raise the colors on the heights. The regiment was a part of Sedgwick's corps in the attack on Salem Heights. The last active service of the regiment and Co. B was in Hooker's campaign. The officers of the company were John A. Rainey, capt. June 15, 1861, Major Dec. 21, 1861, resigned Oct. 15, 1862. Timothy Donahue, 1st Lute, June 15, 1861, capt. Nov. 12, 1861, mustered out with regiment, July 15, 1863. John M. Lewis, 2d Lute, June 15, 1864, 1st Lute, Dec. 2, 1861, mustered out with regiment. Charles B. Lewis, 1st Circt, Oct. 1, 1861, 2d Lute, Nov. 12, 1861, 1st Lute, Aug. 20, 1862, mustered out with regiment. 56th Regiment. The 56th Regiment was formed of companies from Orange, Ulster, Sullivan, and Delaware counties. Companies B, D, and E being recruited from Orange, as were also the 7th Battery and Co. C of Mounted Rifles, afterward detached. It was a 3-years regiment, but was continued by re-enlistment, and although the companies were all mustered in between July 31st and December 10th, 1861, the regiment was not mustered out until October 17, 1865. Its services in the Army were varied and creditable throughout, and at times brilliant, and deserved the detailed record of its movements, hardships, perils, and achievements in the history by John C. Fiske and William H. D. Blake, members of the regiment, which was published in 1906. It is this well-written history herein epitomized. The 56th Regiment, first known as the 10th Legion, was organized in July 1861 by Charles H. Van Wyck, with headquarters at Newburgh. It consisted of 10 companies of infantry, 1 of sharpshooters, 2 of artillery, and 2 of cavalry when it went away, but in Washington the 4 latter companies were detached and placed in the Artillery Division and Cavalry Corps. Its camp of rendezvous and instruction until November 6th was on a sandy plateau by the Hudson River, near New Windsor. In Washington, it was made a part of the Provisional Brigade, including also the 52nd and 104th Pennsylvania, the 11th Maine, and the 100th New York regiments. The 56th New York was commanded by Colonel Charles H. Van Wyck until he was brevetted a brigadier general. Companies A, B, and E were recruited in Newburgh by recruiting officers Thomas S. Marvel, Charles T. Thayer, and William J. Williams, respectively. Co. C of Mounted Rifles in Montgomery by Frederick Decker, and Co. D in Warwick by John J. Wheeler. The instructing officer at the New Windsor camp was Charles A. Van Horn Ellis, of the 71st New York Militia, and he proved to be an efficient drill master in regimental and company movements and the Manual of Arms, in which officers and men made rapid progress and became expert before leaving for the seat of war. When the regiment reached New York, General Stewart L. Woodford presented to it a white silk banner in behalf of a patriotic society called the Sons of Orange and Sullivan, and this was carried through the whole war. On arriving in Washington in November, the regiment was sent to Kalorama Heights, near Georgetown, and tented there about 2 weeks. The weather was severe, and many of the men contracted colds, pneumonia, and rheumatism from unaccustomed exposures, which also proved fatal to some of them. Afterward, they camped a few weeks by Rock Creek, in the suburbs of Georgetown, and in January 1862 went into the Carver Barracks on Meridian Hill. The brigade, under General Nagley, had then become one of the best drilled in the Army, and President Lincoln and family and General Scott and daughter repeatedly came to Meridian Hill to witness its parade. It was in the grand review of 140,000 men under General McClellan which preceded the movement to the peninsula, and on March 26th crossed the Long Bridge in Casey's division of 4 brigades, which marched thence to Alexandria, where on April 1st they started down the Potomac on the steamer Constitution for the peninsula, reached Hampton Roads in the evening of April 2nd, and proceeded to Newport News April 3d. On this last trip, the men had their first experience under fire, but the shells which the rebels shot at them from Sewell's Point fell short. At Newport News, they went into camp on a large plantation, waited for the rest of the army a few days, and marched with it to Yorktown. Here the men on picket line were almost constantly under fire, and all were kept in a fever of excitement by the roar of cannon and cracks of rifles along the whole line from river to river, day and night. The first real baptism of fire experienced by the 56th was on April 16th, when a large force of the enemy came out and fell on the left of the division near Lee's Mills. The rebels were repulsed, and the officers commended the men of the regiment for their courage and steadiness under fire. May 5th, they had more fighting experience after a swift march of the day before to the front of Fort Magruder in the suburbs of Williamsburg. Here they took part in a charge on their enemies with fixed bayonets, which caused the latter to flee in confusion, leaving many dead and wounded and about 600 prisoners. They remained in line of battle all night, standing in deep mud and drenched by a drizzling rain. When, the next afternoon, they were each given 3 biscuits of hardtack, it was the first food they had eaten in 2 days, and ended the first experience of intense gnawing hunger with the most of them. May 9th, they followed the retreating rebels over roads deep with mud, exchanging shots with them day after day, sleeping on the ground at night, wading streams waist-deep sometimes, with little to eat, and much of the time only what they could jayhawk. May 19th, they drove the enemy across the Chickahominy at a point opposite Richmond, and as all the bridges had been destroyed, waded the next day across the Uzi River without much opposition, and waited for the rest of the corps, which followed in 3 days, and crossed the river on a bridge which had meanwhile been constructed for them. During the next 3 days, the regiment was kept on the move making reconnaissances and scouting, and scouted to within 4 miles of the city of Richmond. May 28th, the 56th, found itself assigned with Casey's division to a position on the right of the Williamsburg Turnpike, remained on picket till some time after the attack of the 31st, and captured a number of the enemy's skirmishers. Later, when the 2 lines of battle were formed, it was placed to support Spratt's battery, but the battery's captain relieved it and left the division lying on the ground exposed to the plunging fire of the enemy's artillery, which killed the men at a fearful rate. They then formed in the edge of the woods, and there fought 2 hours, and Colonel Van Wyck was wounded in the leg by a piece of shell. The division that day opposed a force of 30,000 and held the line. 3 times the enemy charged to within reach of their bayonets, and each time was driven back. The division made one of the most bloody and obstinate fights of the war, and lost nearly half of its men, but it was believed saved the Army of the Potomac from great disaster. Then to Malvern Hill. On July 1, the division, after a tedious march, lay down on the hill near a large house, and there all day witnessed the cannonading of 160 Union guns, expecting every moment to be ordered to assist in the frequent fierce assaults made by the Army of Virginia in 3 divisions, only to be torn in pieces and hurled back again to the cover of the woods by the awful storm of shot and shell and volleys of the infantry supports. But the brigade was not moved from its reserved position until late in the afternoon, when it was sent to the southern slope of the hill, and on the 2nd acted as rear guard of the whole retreating army, being in charge of the artillery and wagon trains. The enemy's advance attacked it at Carter's Hill, but was repulsed. The next day breastworks were thrown up, and the army rested. On July 7th, the men were cheered by a visit and praise from President Lincoln. It was thought that the army would move forward and capture Richmond, but General McClellan received orders to withdraw by way of Aquia Creek and attack Richmond from the Rappahannock. The Chickahominy was crossed October 16 in weather so hot that large numbers of the officers and men dropped by the wayside exhausted. And that night, when the regiment bivouacked, not more than 100 men stacked arms, and hardly an officer except the mounted ones was with them. Keyes' corps, including the 56th Regiment, was left at Yorktown to cover the embarkation. The Peninsula Campaign was ended. General Nagley's brigade remained in and about Yorktown for some time, doing picket duty and demolishing earthworks. On December 11, it went on a raid into Gloucester, Kings and Queens counties and brought back horses, mules, cattle, sheep, and fowls. The brigade marched all night, closely followed by the enemy, the 56th doing excellent service as the rear guard. On December 29, the brigade embarked on steamer for Morehead City, NC, and went from there to Newbern, near which it remained 2 weeks. On January 8, 1863, orders were read informing the men of the 56th that their regiment had been attached to the 18th Corps, 2nd Brigade, 2nd Division, with General Nagley as division commander, and Colonel Davis of the 104th PA as the brigade commander. General Nagley, on taking leave, issued an order naming the important events in the history of the brigade in which it acted a conspicuous part, and which should be inscribed upon the regimental banners. The 56th was included in all of them. General Nagley also characterized the work and behavior of the brigade in each of the events. In connection with the preparations to attack Charleston, the brigade went to St. Helena Island and waited there until about April 1st, thence to woods near the shore of Edisto Harbor, where monitors and gunboats lay at anchor, and covered its landing by shelling the woods. After landing, it followed the retreating enemy, and some of the men were wounded. While in camp here, it was several times attacked in night forays and some of its picket men captured. Here the 56th was temporarily brigaded with that of General Howell in General Terry's division, under General Gilmore of the 10th Corps. On July 16th, this division, 4,000 strong, was attacked by a superior force of Georgia troops, but with the aid of the gunboats, they were driven off with a loss of 200 prisoners. Soon afterward the division went to Folly Island, and here, while the bombardment of Forts Wagner and Gregg was in progress, the men were engaged in arduous duties and got but little rest. August 16, they sailed to Beaufort, SC, and went into camp, with the regiment sadly reduced in numbers and many sick. They remained there till September 3, 1864, with the exception of an expedition to John's Island in July. In February 1864, the regiment veteranized, sick the most of the men re-enlisting, and was mustered in as a veteran regiment February 29. In March it went north on a furlough and returned May 18, commanded by Colonel Tyler. During its stay at Beaufort, about 400 new men had been recruited for it by officers sent north. The regiment went from Beaufort to John's Island, near Charleston, July 1st, and here became a part of J.P. Hatch's division. On July 4th, it had the most trying march of the year on account of the extreme heat and the soft sand. Many of the men were sunstruck, and some of them died. The march was continued the next morning to within 7 miles of Charleston, when, hearing that rebel cavalry were in their rear, they were ordered back. The next day they started again for the front and had to do some fighting. July 9th, they were attacked by the rebels in force in a dense fog. A surprise was intended, but the rebels were met with volleys of grape and canister and were twice repulsed. On July 10th, the regiment went back to Beaufort, and the St. John's expedition passed into history. It was regarded as the most exciting and perilous scouting expedition the regiment was ever engaged in, but its object was accomplished. It remained at Beaufort until September 3, when it moved over to Morris Island and assisted in the siege of Charleston. Here the men could see every shot from their batteries that struck Fort Sumter, and the firing was kept up night and day. The heat was extreme. The whole island was covered with shifting sand, which filled eyes, ears, and hair. The heavy fogs at night were like a drenching rain, and all the while they were under the fire of the rebel forts and batteries, shells from which burst over their heads, but they had the compensation of seeing their own shells burst in the city of Charleston. Many of the men became afflicted with scurvy, and the effective force of the regiment was reduced to 600 men, one half of whom were detailed each day and night for field duty. Otherwise, their duties were severe, and in October the nights became very cold and, being without fuel, caused them much suffering. They remained there until November 27, when they were taken to Boyd's Point, and the next morning were marched by General Potter toward Honey Hill, where they were surprised by a concealed rebel battery. And there was a bloody fight in which the 56th lost 50 men in killed and wounded, and the division 746, and they were obliged to fall back. On December 3d, the brigade, after a lively skirmish, returned to its old camp, and 3 days later went up Broad River to Devoe Neck, near which it had many of its men killed and wounded in a severe fight. The next day it was attacked by a large force, and there was a bloody fight in which each man fired 60 rounds, and the rebels were repulsed, but resisted stubbornly and retired slowly. In this battle, the 56th encountered the 5th Georgia Regiment, drove it from its position, captured its colors, and lost 24 men in killed and wounded. The camp was 36 miles north of Savannah and 70 from Charleston. December 23, the news came that General Sherman had occupied Savannah. On the 29th, Colonel Tyler was put in command of 3 regiments, including the 56th, and they advanced to ascertain the strength of the enemy. They encountered his picket line, which resisted but fell back, and killed and wounded 17 of Tyler's men. The camp was undisturbed until January 7th, when a rifled gun began shelling them and kept it up for a week, night and day. This was not restful, but the camp was so sandy that not more than half the percussion shells burst, and not a man was injured by them. January 15th, it was discovered that the rebels had left, and our men pushed on and took possession of Fort Coosawhatchee. Here the rations were greatly improved by foraging expeditions. On the 17th, they were visited by Generals Sherman and Howard. On the 29th, the 56th remained at the fort, while the rest of the brigade left to relieve General Sherman's forces at Pocatello. The 56th did not join it until February 16, and afterward the brigade made a slow march to Ashley River, across which lay Charleston, arriving there February 28. The city had been evacuated after the cotton warehouses, quartermaster's stores, bridges, vessels, etc., had been burnt by order of General Hardee. March 1st, the division started to pursue him, and if possible prevent him from joining General Johnston's army. It marched several days without finding any rebels, then was ordered to return and was back in Charleston on the 9th. This expedition, composed of General Potter's entire division, had marched 90 miles. It went on March 11th to the village of Mt. Pleasant, near Charleston, and remained there until April 2nd, when it went to Georgetown. Major Eliphaz Smith being in command of companies of B, C, D, and E of the 56th. R and B remained in Georgetown as a part of the garrison. C was sent as guard of a transport up the Santee River, and E and D were attached to the 157th Regiment and went with it on the Kingsville expedition. Kingsville was about 135 miles from Georgetown, and the rebels had run in there from points on Sherman's march as many as 25 locomotives and 200 cars, with large quantities of stores and ammunition. After a troublesome march, with some hard fighting, the expedition reached Kingsville April 10. On the 9th, companies B and D of the 56th had gallantly charged a rebel battery in the face of a fusillade and captured it, but with a loss in killed and wounded of 15 men. The next day news was received of the fall of Petersburg and the surrender of General Lee's army. In General Potter's order announcing it, he returned. Special thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Carmichael of the 157th New York and detachment of the 56th New York for the skillful and gallant manner in which they carried the enemy's battery, and drove him in confusion from the field. The locomotives and cars at Kingsville were destroyed, and the expedition marched back happy to their old camp at Mt. Pleasant. The fightings and severe hardships were ended at last. April 14, the men witnessed the raising of the Union flag at Fort Sumter on the 4th anniversary of its surrender. Soon the regiment was united again at Summerville and remained near there until the men were paid up. It started homeward October 6th and was disbanded and mustered out on Hart's Island, New York Harbor, November 10th, but a number of the men whose terms had expired had been discharged on July 5th. During its last campaign in South Carolina, the distances the regiment had traversed were about as follows. Beaufort to Morris Island, 70 miles, to Coosawhatchie by way of Honey Hill and DeVoe Neck, 90 miles, to Charleston, 70 miles, to Santee River and return, 80 miles, Kingsville Raid, 390 miles, to Newberry by way of Orangeburg and Columbia, 166 miles, to Chester, 45 miles, to Charleston by way of Winsboro, Columbia, and Florence, 205 miles all during the regiment's last year of service. The regiment arrived in New York City October 20, 1865, was quartered in the Battery Barracks until November 9, was paid up and discharged November 10. From first to last, there were 2,176 men and boys enlisted and assigned to the 56th Regiment. The incomplete record shows the names of 41 killed in battle, 23 died of wounds, 216 died of disease, 170 wounded and recovered, 415 discharged for disability and wounds, 67 transferred to other commands, 5 captured and paroled. Following is a list of the engagements in which the regiment took part. Engagements of the 56th. Siege of Yorktown, Va., April 15 to May 4, 1862, 2. Lee's Mills, Va., April 28, 1862, 3. Williamsburg, Va., May 5, 1862, 4. Bottoms and Turkey Island Bridge, Va., May 23, 1862, 5. Savage Station, Va., May 25, 1862, 6. Fair Oaks, Va., May 31, 1862, 7. 7 Days Battle, June 25 to July 2, 1862. 8. Railroad and Bottoms Bridge, Va., June 28 and 29, 1862, 9. White Oak Swamp Bridge, Va., June 30, 1862, 10. Malvern Hill, Va., July 1, 1862, 11. Carter's Hill, Va., July 2, 1862, 12. Woods Crossroads, Va., Deck, 14, 1862, 13. Seabrook Island, SC, June 18, 1863, 14. Grimball's Landing, SC, July 16, 1863, 15. Siege of Fort Wagner, SC, July 18, 1863, 16. Siege of Charleston, SC, August and September 1863, 17. Johns Island, SC, July 1 to 10, 1864, 18. Honey Hill, SC, Nov. 30, 1864, 19. Coosawhatchie, SC, Deck. 3, 1864, 20. Boyd's Point, SC, Deck. 5, 1864, 21. DeVoe Neck, SC, Deck. 6, 1864, 22. DeVoe Neck, SC, Deck. 7, 1864, 23. DeVoe Neck, SC, Deck. 9, 1864, 24. DeVoe Neck, SC, Deck. 19, 1864, 25. DeVoe Neck, SC, Deck. 29, 1864, 26. Manningsville, SC, April 8, 1865, 27. Dingle's Mills, SC, April 9, 1865. Regimental and company officers. Colonels: Charles H. Van Wyck and Brig. Gen. USV. Rockwell Tyler, not mustered. Lieutenant Colonels: James Jordan to August 5, 1862. Frederick Decker, not mustered. John J. Wheeler to Feb. 11, 1864. Rockwell Tyler to muster out and brevet colonel. Eliphaz Smith, not mustered. Majors: Jacob Sharp to Aug. 5, 1862. John J. Wheeler to Deck. 15, 1862. Rockwell Tyler to Feb. 27, 1864. Eliphaz Smith to Oct. 17, 1865. James Du Bois, not mustered. Adjutants: Eli H. Evans to Oct. 25, 1863. Henry B. Loomis to muster out of regiment. Quartermasters: John B. Gerard to Sept. 5, 1862. Jesse F. Schaefer to Oct. 15, 1864 from Co. K. Addison J. Clements to muster out of regiment from Co. F. Surgeons. Solomon Van Etten to Sep. 28, 1864. George H. Fossard, Oct. 7, 1864 to July 5, 1865. Ira S. Bradner, Sep. 19, 1865, not mustered. Assistant surgeons. O. A. Carroll, Sep. 2, 1861 to May 13, 1863. Albert S. Turner, Aug. 9, 1862 to Nov. 18, 1863. Daniel S. Hardenberg, Nov. 11, 1863 to April 1, 1865. Ira S. Bradner, April 25, 1863 to muster out of regiment. George K. Sayer, Brevet First Lieut. And asked. Serg. Hospital steward. George K. Sayer, from Oct. 20, 1861 to muster out of regiment. Chaplains. Charles Schelling to Deck. 23, 1862, George P. Van Wyck, Deck. 30, 1862 to muster out of regiment. Sergeant Majors. William N. Phillips to Jan. 18, 1862, Demon S. Decker, Co. F. to Feb. 9, 1862, Francis Hinds, Co. E. to Aug. 8, 1862, John Metcalf, Co. A. to Deck. 23, 1863, Francis Mite, Co. G. to July 1, 1864, Robert C. Roper, Co. H. to Jan. 1, 1865, James Gowdy, Co. C. to May 18, 1865, Frank Hotchkin, Co. F. to muster out of regiment. Quartermaster Sergeants. Jesse F. Schaefer, original to Feb. 27, 1862, Noah D. Smith, Co. H. to muster out of regiment. Commissary Sergeants. Isaac Rosa, original to April 12, 1862, William H. Murphy, Co. K. to Nov. 20, 1864, William H. D. Blake, Co. C. Nov. 22, 1864 to muster out of regiment. Regimental Band. Berger Albert B. King, Hiram T. Biddle John Kirkpatrick, Joseph Canfield, George Little, James J.R., Count Thomas H. Sloat, Cornelius J. Cromwell, Charles Stewart, William H. DePye, Elias Turner, Joshua B. DePye, George Tuthill, Charles DePye, Calvin Van Cleft, Theodore H. Frost, William N. Way, Richard D. Harding, Elisha C. Welch, Theodore H. King, George J. Wheat, Robert A. Musicians Drum and Fife Corps. Aber David, Co. B. Lamoureux Timothy, Co. F. Aher George, Co. B. Meade John, Co. L. Baird Charles, Co. H. Miller, Harmon B. Co. A. Bender Conrad, Co. D. Miller, Thomas, Co. G. Bradner Fred H. Co. F. Nixon, Edward, Co. G. DeSylvia Dwight, Co. F. Pitts, Charles V. L. Co. H. Graham Nathaniel, Co. L. Reynolds, Newell F. Co. D. Grannies James H. Co. H. Robinson, John T. Co. A. Hamilton William, Co. B. Robinson, Henry, Co. C. Howe Wesley. Co. H. Smith, Cornelius, Co. F. Kennedy Lewis E. Co. G. Smith, William T. Co. I. King Henry, Co. D. Waitman, Charles, Co. E. Kinsler George, Co. K. Young, William, Co. F. Record of Field and Staff Officers Original. Van Wyck Charles, age 37 years. Enrolled at Newburgh to serve 3 years and mustered in as colonel Sept. 4, 1861, mustered out with regiment Oct. 17, 1865 at Charleston, SC Commissioned Colonel Nov. 13, 1862 with rank from Sept. 4, 1861. Original. Brevet Brig, General USV Brigadier General from Sept. 27, 1865, mustered out Jan. 15, 1866. Jordan James, age 29 years. Enrolled at Brooklyn to serve 3 years and mustered in as Lieutenant Colonel Dec. 19, 1861, discharged Aug. 5, 1862, prior service as Major 84th Infantry, commissioned Lieutenant Colonel Dec. 20, 1861, with rank from Dec. 19, 1861. Original. Sharp Jacob, age 27 years. Enrolled at Newburgh to serve 3 years and mustered in as Major Sept. 3, 1861, discharged Aug. 5, 1862. Commissioned Major June 28, 1862 with rank from Sept. 6, 1861. Original. Subsequent service in the 156th Regiment, NY Infantry Vols, as Lieutenant Colonel and Colonel. Evans, Eli H. age 25 years. Enrolled July 31, 1861 at Newburgh to serve 3 years. Mustered in as Adjutant Sept. 1, 1861, dishonorably discharged Oct. 1, 1863, also born as First Lieutenant on rolls of Company A, commissioned First Lieutenant and Adjutant Aug. 1, 1862, with rank from Sept. 1, 1861. Original. Gerard John C. age 32 years. Enrolled July 21, 1861, at Newburgh to serve 3 years. Mustered in as quartermaster July 31, 1861. Discharged Sept. 4, 1862. Commissioned first lieutenant and quartermaster, Aug. 7, 1862, with rank from July 31, 1861. Original. Schelling Charles age 35 years. Enrolled at Newburgh to serve 3 years and mustered in as chaplain, Sept. 16, 1861, discharged Dec. 23, 1862. Commissioned chaplain, Aug. 7, 1862, with rank from Sept. 16, 1861. Original. Van Wyck George P. age 35 years. Enrolled at Seabrook Island, SC, to serve 3 years, mustered in as chaplain April 8, 1863. Mustered, out, Oct. 17, 1865 while absent with leave. Commissioned chaplain Dec. 30, 1862, with rank from same date, Vice Charles Schelling resigned. Phillips William N. age 30 years. Enlisted. Sept. 19, 1861 at Newburgh to serve 3 years, mustered in as sergeant major. Oct. 1, 1861, died of typhoid fever Jan. 4, 1862 at Warren Hospital, Washington, D.C. Discharged. James Jordan Aug. 5, 1862 Lieutenant Colonel. Jacob Sharp Aug. 5, 1862 Major Illy H. Evans Oct. 1, 1863 Adjutant John C. Gerard Sept. 4, 1862 Quartermaster Charles Schelling Dec. 23, 1862 Chaplain Frederick Decker Nav. 23, 1862 Lieutenant Colonel John J. Wheeler Feb. 11, 1864 Lieutenant Colonel. Surgeons, Assistant Surgeons and Hospital Stewards. Bradner, Ira S. enrolled April 25, 1863 at Hilton Head, SC to serve 3 years. Mustered in as Assistant Surgeon May 12, 1863. Commissioned as Surgeon Sept. 19, 1865. Mustered out with Regiment Oct. 17, 1865 at Charleston, SC. Commissioned Assistant Surgeon May 4, 1863, with rank from April 25, 1863, Vice O. A. Carroll, promoted in 143d Infantry. Surgeon Sept. 19, 1865, with rank from Sept. 19, 1865, Vice G. W. Fossard, resigned. Carroll Oscar A. age 34 years. Enrolled Sept. 2, 1861 at Newburgh to serve 3 years, mustered in as Assistant Surgeon Sept. 23, 1861, mustered out May 13, 1863 for promotion to Surgeon 143d Infantry. Commissioned Assistant Surgeon Aug. 7, 1862 with rank from Sept. 23, 1861. Original. Fossard George H. age 25 years. Enrolled Oct. 7, 1864 at Morris Island, SC to serve 3 years, mustered in as Surgeon Nav. 5, 1864 discharged July 5, 1865. Prior service as Assistant Surgeon 146th Infantry. Commissioned Surgeon Oct. 7, 1864 with rank from Oct. 7, 1864, Vice S. Van Etten mustered out. Hardenberg Daniel S. age 23 years. Enrolled Nav. 11, 1863 at Beaufort, SC to serve 3 years, mustered in as Assistant Surgeon Dec. 11, 1863, discharged April 1, 1865. Commissioned Assistant Surgeon Nav. 13, 1863 with rank from Nav. 11, 1863, Vice A. L. Turner promoted. Sayer George K. age 22 years. Enlisted at Newburgh to serve 3 years and mustered in as Hospital Steward Oct. 20, 1861, re-enlisted as a veteran Feb. 24, 1864, mustered out with Regiment Oct. 17, 1865 at Charleston, SC, also born as Sayer. Breveted First Lieutenant and Assistant Surgeon. Turner Albert S. age 35 years. Enrolled at Yorktown, VA, to serve 3 years and mustered in as Assistant Surgeon Aug. 9, 1862, discharged June 30, 1863 for promotion to Surgeon 103d Infantry. Commissioned Assistant Surgeon Aug. 29, 1862 with rank from Aug. 19, 1862. Van Etten Solomon age 32 years. Enrolled at Newburgh to serve 3 years and mustered in as surgeon Sept. 23, 1861, mustered out Oct. 7, 1864, also born as Fetterman Van Etten. Commissioned surgeon Sept. 23, 1861 with rank from Aug. 7, 1861. Original. Members of band. Biddle John, age 23 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Canfield George, age 15 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Count Thomas H. age 35 years. Enlisted at Ellenville to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Cromwell Charles, age 27 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. DePie George, age 29 years. Was enrolled Sept. 10, 1861 to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, discharged Dec. 6, 1861, at Washington, D.C. by General Order No. 91, War Department. Harding Alislia C. age 26 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as band leader, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. King George J. age 31 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. King Hiram T. age 27 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Kirkpatrick Joseph, age 25 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Subsequent service in the cavalry. Little James Jr., age 24 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Stewart William H. age 24 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Nov. 1, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Subsequent service in the Engineer Corps and captain in the Regular Army. Tuthill Charles, age 24 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Van Cleft Theodore H. age 24 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Way Richard D. age 24 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Welch Theodore H. age 23 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Wheat Robert A. age 25 years. Enlisted at Middletown to serve 3 years and mustered in as musician in band, Sept. 21, 1861. Mustered out March 1, 1862, at Washington, D.C. Company A. Captains Thomas S. Marvel, Jr., James H. F. Milton, John Metcalf. First Lieutenants Thomas B. Pope, Thomas Atwood, John Metcalf, Robert C. Roper. Second Lieutenants Peter B. Steele, Wilbur F. Still, Robert C. Roper, George R. Black, Daniel R. Franklin, Wilbur F. Still. Company B. Captains Charles F. Thayer, James H. Smith, Norman Perkins, Alfred W. Loomis, Melville Sears. First Lieutenant Seffingham Vanderberg, Alfred W. Lomas, James J. Cox, Alphonse Richter, Edward H. Lomas, Jeremiah Strickland. Second Lieutenants Alfred W. Lomas, James J. Cox, Isaac Rusa, Alphonse Richter, Algernon Rose, Jesse L. Stivers, Calvin Lambert. Company D. Captains John J. Wheeler, Edward Wheeler, John Connell. First Lieutenants Edward Wheeler, Isaac Beckett, William J. Sayer. Second Lieutenants Isaac Beckett, John Connell, Robert E. Halstead, Benjamin F. Clark, William J. Sayer. Company E. Captains William J. Williams, Daniel D. Elting, James J. Cox. First Lieutenants Edgar E. Morse, Joseph A. Holmes, John L. Tompkins, Francis Hinz, Meeker G. Bell. Second Lieutenants Meeker G. Bell, Francis Hinz, Edward J. Scranton, Clement B. Newkirk. 124th Regiment. The following brief story of the organization and military career of the 124th NYV is condensed from the history of the regiment, prepared by Colonel Charles H. Wagant and published in 1877. The 124th was distinctively an Orange County regiment, as all its companies were recruited in the county under President Lincoln's call of July 1, 1862, for 300,000 three-years men. The day after this call was issued, Governor Morgan made an appeal to the people of New York urging them to respond promptly to the president's wish and the country's needs. The state was immediately divided into military districts, and a committee of prominent citizens was appointed for each to superintend the work of enlistment and recommend suitable persons for the officers of the regiments to be raised. Orange and Sullivan counties constituted one of these districts, and its military committee was composed as follows: Hun, Robert Deniston, Blooming Grove, Hun. Andrew S. Murray, Goshen, Hugh S. Bull, Montgomery, Albert Post, Newburgh, James M. Barrett, Cornwall, Alexander Moore, Washingtonville, Morgan Shint, Monroe. A little later, the following were added to the committee: E.A. Brewster and William Fullerton, Newburgh, C.H. Winfield, Thomas Edsall and Silas Horton, Goshen, James Cromwell and William Avery, Cornwall, C.C. McQuoid, Halstead Sweet, John G. Walken and John Cummings, Wallkill, Charles J. St. John, John Conkling, Orville J. Brown and C.M. Lawrence, Port Jervis, C.B. Newkirk, Monroe, A.S. Dodge, Mount Hope, Dorestus Brown, Greenville, A.F. Schofield, Montgomery, A.G. Owen, Blooming Grove, John Cowdrey and Thomas Welling, Warwick. The committee recommended A. Van Home Ellis, of New Windsor, then a captain in the service, for colonel of the regiment which it was proposed to raise in Orange and to have general charge of the recruiting. The gloomy conditions at the seat of war made enlistment slow throughout the state. Colonel Ellis, after his selection by the committee at its first meeting on June 11th, had gone to work immediately and opened recruiting offices in every town, yet only 8 men in all were enlisted in the county during the month. Then, when it was seen that the national capital was again in danger of capture, public meetings were held, private bounties were offered, money for the support of the families of volunteers were raised, and there was a general revival of patriotic enthusiasm. Although up to August 8th, not more than a score of volunteers had reported at Colonel Ellis's headquarters, 15 days later, the regiment was fully organized and ready to march to the front. The regimental officers then were A. Van Horn Ellis, Colonel, F. M. Cummins, Lieutenant Colonel, James Cromwell, Major, John H. Thompson, Surgeon, T. Scott Bradner, Chaplain, Augustus Deniston, Quartermaster, DePaster Arden, Adjutant, Edward Marshall, Assistant Surgeon, R. V. K. Montfort, Second Assistant Surgeon. These field officers had all served honorably in the Union Army, and Lieutenant Colonel Cummins had been a commissioned officer in the Mexican War. The members of the regiment's band were Drum Major Hart Buglers W.M., B. Wood, Moses P. Ross, Fifes, John G. Buckley, Charles Whitehead, Arthur Haig, Geo. W. Dimmick, Henry C. Payne, Drums, Robert L. Travis, A. J. Millspaw, Geo. W. Canfield, John and Cole R. D. Stevens, Charles W. Bottle, Henry U. Cannon, W.M. Hamilton, Henry Hoofman, C. Van Gordon, Jehu Price, J. M. Merritt, W. Johnston, James McKellar, Samuel W. Whedon. The captains of the several companies were A. Charles H. Wagant, B. Henry S. Murray, C.W.M. Silliman, D. James W. Benedict, E.W.M. A. McBurney, F. Ira S. Bush, G. Isaac Nichol, H. David Christ, I. Leander Clark, K.W.M. A. Jackson. Delay in obtaining guns postponed the mustering in of the regiment until September 5th, and the next day it broke camp at Goshen and started for Washington. Meanwhile, it had been presented by Charles H. Winfield in behalf of the Ladies of Orange with a stand of colors. Its fine appearance in New York inspired a paragraph of praise from the Tribune, which said that the most influential families of Orange County were represented in its ranks, and that it contained the very cream of the regimental district. 3 days afterward they were in Washington, and the first night there slept on the ground and stone block in front of the Capitol. The next day they marched to Camp Chase on Arlington Heights, and 2 or 3 days later moved to a spot which they christened Camp Ellis. Here they were attached to Platt's brigade of Whipple's division of Heintzleman's corps. The other regiments in the brigade were the 122nd PA, a 9-months regiment, the 86th NY, and the 1st Ohio Battery. The 124th and 86th regiments remained together during the war. The latter and the Ohio Battery were already veterans. The 124th broke camp again September 25th, went to Miners Hill, and here the men became experienced in picket duties. Tents were struck October 16th, and the next day they started in a drizzling rain with their division to join the main army on the Maryland side of the Potomac in the vicinity of Harper's Ferry. A freight train carried them in great discomfort from Washington to Knoxville, 8 miles from Harper's Ferry, and they became a part of the Army of the Potomac. October 25th, they again received marching orders and were in motion from supper time till midnight when they bivouacked near Berlin, where a pontoon bridge was being laid. Across this, they went with the entire army of 100,000 men and were afterward halted in a muddy cornfield near Lovettsville, where they had to stay all night in rain, a cold wind and mud, and had their first realization of the sufferings of army life. The next morning 30 of the men were unfit for duty. Short marches were continued, with stops of 2 or 3 days, they being in the advance with the rest of Whipple Division a part of the time, and then they looked from a peak of the Blue Ridge upon some white tents of the enemy. The object of the movement had been to cut off a force of his infantry, but it was too late, and the division was ordered to retrace its steps. At Orleans, they learned that McClellan had been succeeded by Burnside as commander of the Army of the Potomac. November 11th, they marched to Waterloo, and here some of the men of Co. B, commanded by Lieutenant W. E. Wagant, were part of a detail which had a fight with the enemy's pickets and captured 2 prisoners. November 16th, they marched to Warrenton and here became a part of General Hooker's Grand Division. There were now daily marches, some of the time through heavy rains and in deep mud. November 23rd, 4 miles from Fredericksburg, they went into camp for the first time since leaving Miners Hill. The army waited in that vicinity for the pontoon trains, which did not arrive until December 10. Then, in pushing a pontoon bridge across the Rappahannock, many of the builders were killed by Mississippi sharpshooters. To stop this, 120 cannon were placed on Stafford Heights overlooking Fredericksburg and began firing shells into the city and among the sharpshooters. When the firing ceased, 2 bridges spanned the river, and Union troops hurried across and soon drove the enemy out of Fredericksburg. But the great battle was yet to come, when the Confederates forced Burnside's army to withdraw to Falmouth after losing 13,000 men. Platt's brigade formed the extreme right of the line, and the 124th was one of the last regiments to recross the bridges. The next morning, about half of the men answered to the surgeon's call, and nearly 100 were placed on the sick list. General Platt resigned about Christmas time, and there was a period of drilling and picket duty by brigades. January 5th, the corps was reviewed by General Burnside. January 10th, new Enfield rifles came and were substituted for the old Belgians. Then, after 3 or 4 orders to march had been countermanded, a start was made through pelting rain and sleet and deepening mud. The rain and sleet froze as it fell, and the men were chilled and experienced 2 nights of great suffering. General Burnside abandoned the attempt to advance. On January 26th, General Hooker superseded him. The division moved a little way and cut down trees and constructed log cabins. During February, the weather was severe, but the log cabins, which had fireplaces, though smoky at times, made them tolerably comfortable. February 25th, the 124th drove off a body of Confederate cavalry, which made a dash on their picket line. There was a monotonous interval, enlivened April 7th by a grand review before President Lincoln and Generals Hooker and Sickles. The division and brigade were then attached to General Sickles's corps. Orders to march came April 28th, and the entire army was soon in motion, and the next day halted in sight of the enemy's pickets across the Rappahannock. The 124th crossed the river on a pontoon bridge with an army of 65,000 men, 13 miles from Fredericksburg. Then came the disastrous Battle of Chancellorsville, during which the 124th got into the thickest of the fight, had a fierce encounter with Iverson's brigade, and not a man faltered, although raked by a deadly fire in which many men and a number of officers fell. Once they made a charge and retook works from which one of our batteries had been driven. The battle ended with the day, and Hooker was whipped. The Third Corps lost in killed and wounded 4,000 men. It captured 7 battle flags and over 1,000 prisoners. The losses of the 124th were 55 killed, 150 wounded, and 6 missing. Colonel Ellis, in his official report, said, "Our men fought like tigers, cheering loudly, but falling fast, the officers without exception standing up to their duty and encouraging their commands." After Chancellorsville, the 122nd PA, having completed its 9 months of service, returned home, and the brigade collapsed to between 500 and 600 men of the 86th and 124th. Colonel Ellis was now in command of the brigade, and it was selected as one of 3 brigades of picked regiments to accompany a large body of cavalry on a secret expedition. They started May 6th through a thunderstorm to Beverly's Ford, where they crossed the Rappahannock. There had been a clash of cavalry, and Colonel Ellis's regiments were the first in the field. Batteries on both sides opened fire, and there were charges and countercharges, in which bullets flew thick. A body of rebels got in the rear of the 124th, but they were repulsed after a hot contest in which Cos, A, F and D lost 2 killed and 20 wounded. The troops were ordered to recross the river. The 124th did such splendid service at Chancellorsville that it was transferred to the role of first class, tried and to be trusted veteran battalions, although only 6 weeks before it had been classed among the untried recruits. June 9th, it was part of an expedition of these veteran regiments which recrossed the Rappahannock, did some more fighting under General Buford, and captured some of the enemy's pickets. General Pleasanton accompanied General Buford and ordered an advance in force, but he found the enemy reinforced, and the troops were withdrawn after a loss of about 800 on each side. The 124th and 86th were commended as reliable regiments in the day's doings. About this time, the old Whipple Division ceased to exist in consequence of the losses at Chancellorsville and mustering out of several regiments. Burden's sharpshooters and the 124th and 86th were assigned to General J. H. Ward's brigade of General D.B. Birney's division. On June 14th, they started on one of their longest and severest marches northward, and on June 25th crossed the Potomac at Edwards Ferry near Ball's Bluff. Just before it was ordered, Milner Brown was assigned to the command of the regiment. They proceeded through Fredericksburg to Emmitsburg, and here on June 30th, the 124th had but 264 rifles in line, so great had been the losses in battle and from disease. They were informed that General Hooker had been succeeded by General Meade. The Confederates had invaded Pennsylvania, and a great battle was anticipated. A forced march was made to Gettysburg through such intense heat that many were prostrated, and when the regiment reached the high ground south of Gettysburg, not more than 100 men and 5 or 6 officers appeared in the regimental line, but the next morning it was 240 strong. It was placed in the right center of the brigade, and in that decisive battle of the war distinguished itself by its steadiness and daring. For 40 minutes, Ward's and de Trobriand's brigades of about 3,000 men held their ground against Longstreet's entire corps. By a mere chance, the whole regiment escaped capture. General Ward harangued its men on the battlefield and said the heroic resistance they had made was beyond anything he had ever dared to hope for. Its active part in the great 3 days' battle was finished on the second day, as it was not called upon to participate in the fighting of the third day, which brought defeat to Lee's army. The 124th had lost 33 killed, including Colonel Ellis, Major James Cromwell, and Captain Isaac Nichol, and 59 wounded, including Lieutenant Colonel Cummins. A number of the severely wounded remained in the hands of the enemy several days. The regiment was now reduced to 150 men with muskets and 9 commissioned officers. Some had been sent to the Corps Hospital. They were now temporarily commanded by Captain Charles A. Weigand of Co. A. The pursuit of Lee began, but he was too swift for Meade and escaped across the Potomac. After various movements on both sides of the Potomac, which was crossed July 17th, the 124th bivouacked at Manassas Gap July 22nd, in sight of the place of its first skirmish. Then the regiment had 700 rank and file, a full field staff, and 25 line officers. Now, although about 30 convalescents had returned, it had less than 200 men in all. The corps, commanded by Major General French, had been strengthened since Gettysburg by about 8,000 new troops. General Ward still commanded the division. There were some undecisive, sick, movements and skirmishing in which the 124th participated. Lieutenant Colonel Cummins, having recovered, returned and took command of the regiment July 28th. It was soon established in camp near Sulphur Springs and remained there 6 weeks. September 10th, in consequence of the backward movement of Lee's army, General Meade pushed a heavy cavalry force across the Rapidan, and soon the entire army was transferred to the region between the Rapidan and Rappahannock. The 124th broke camp September 15th and next encamped near Culpeper. October 2nd, Lieutenant Colonel Cummins was given a leave of absence for 5 days and left Captain Weigand in command. There were some uncertain movements, one of which followed a retrograde movement of Lee October 19th, but he was found to be out of reach, and General Meade gave up the pursuit until 20 miles of railroad could be rebuilt. Next came the fight at Kelly's Ford of November 7th, in which the 124th supported the 10th Massachusetts Battery, and the Confederates were defeated. Ward's division took possession of the ford and captured over 500 prisoners. The Union loss was only about 50. Sedgwick's right wing attacked works on the bank of the Rappahannock, carried them by a brilliant coup de main, and captured 1,500 prisoners, his loss being about 300. In the march next day toward Beverly Station, with Ward's division in front, the 124th was deployed as flankers and was under fire for some time. There was no more fighting until November 27th, when the fight at Locust Grove took place, followed by that at Mine Run. The 124th took part in both and lost 1 killed, 8 wounded, and 3 captured. December 1st, Meade ordered a retrograde movement, and the regiment settled down to a long stay at Brandy Station and Culpeper. March 17, General Birney sent an order to Colonel Cummins stating that to equalize the brigades, the 124th would be transferred to the 3rd Brigade. This was so displeasing that 14 officers of the regiment petitioned General Birney to allow them to remain under Brigadier General Ward. Major General Birney replied that the request of the officers of this gallant regiment would be fully considered, and he would try to grant it. This was done, and the 124th remained in Ward's brigade. Meanwhile, it had received considerable additions in volunteers from Orange County, although not half as many as had been mustered out and transferred to the Veteran Reserve Corps in consequence of physical disability. Early in March, U.S. Grant had been made Lieutenant General and invested by the President with the chief command of all the armies of the United States. In the latter part of March and the month of April, he caused a radical reorganization of the Army of the Potomac, and the Old Third became a part of the Second Corps. An advance was ordered May 3d, and that night Birney's division struck tents and began its march. 2 days afterward, the memorable Battle of the Wilderness was begun. Ward's command in this battle consisted of 8 infantry regiments, including the 124th and the 2nd U.S. Sharpshooters, constituting one of the largest brigades in the Army. The leading officers of the 124th were now Colonel Cummins, Lieutenant Colonel Weigand, and Acting Major H.S. Murray. The brigade and regiment did their allotted share in the 2 days' battle, but the regiment was less exposed than at Chancellorsville and Gettysburg, and came out with a loss of 3 killed and 57 wounded, Colonel Cummins being among the wounded. The Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse came a week later. On the 9th, the 124th NY and 20th Ind. Regiments were thrown out as skirmishers for General Birney's division as it marched forward. Near Po River, a Confederate battery opened on them, but fired too high and soon had to flee. In the battle the next day for a while, the 124th supported a battery on the extreme right of Hancock's line, and then marched with the division towards the left, where it was soon engaged, and assisted in an unsuccessful charge on the rebel line. It was in General Hancock's famous charge of May 12th. Birney's division was in 4 lines, with Ward's brigade in front, the 124th composing the right center of the first line, Lieutenant Colonel Weigand in command. When the clash came, there were hand-to-hand encounters so fierce and desperate as to defy description. There was an unparalleled struggle of 18 hours' duration. Hancock's men captured the enemy's works, and he finally abandoned his efforts to retake them. The 124th had been so actively engaged or under fire so much that the men writing home as late as May 18th spoke of the battle as having been raging since May 4th. Its losses were 15 killed, 52 wounded, and 2 captured. Colonel Weigand was one of the wounded. After the battle, the regiment was so small that it was found necessary to consolidate it into 5 and then into 3 companies, and the 124th and 86th acted together, first under Lieutenant Colonel Lansing and then Major Stafford, both of the 86th. This union lasted until they settled down in front of Petersburg. On the evening of May 20th, the movement of the army from Spotsylvania Courthouse began in earnest. The 124th was in various movements, and on June 1st, 7 of its men on picket duty were captured. In the bloody Battle of Cold Harbor, June 3d, Birney's command was in reserve, and the men of the 124th were lookers-on. Offensive operations were suspended for a time, and General Grant decided to transfer his army to the James River. On the evening of June 12th, after a march of 55 miles, Hancock's corps reached Wilcox Landing and was transferred to waiting steamboats. On June 15th, the advance of the rest of the army was resumed, Birney's command leading the column down the Prince George Courthouse road towards Petersburg. The brigade encamped in a grove of pines on City Point. There were only about 100 men left in the 124th. Between May 18th and June 22nd, it lost 3 killed, 24 wounded, and 8 captured. Every third day from the 4th to the 24th of July, the remnant was on the picket line. There were no engagements, but some skirmishing. General Birney had been assigned to the command of the 10th Corps, and the veterans of the Old Third were consolidated into one division under General Mott, and General de Trobriand became commander of the brigade, which included the 124th, now commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Weigand. When offensive operations were resumed on the last day of September, the regiment could muster 16 officers and 230 fighting men, and 2 months later had been reinforced so that it numbered 19 officers and 362 enlisted men, a few of whom were raw recruits. It had some active and hazardous work during the fall, before the army settled down in winter quarters. October 26, Hancock's command moved to the Weldon Road, and the next day de Trobriand's brigade marched with Mott's division to Hatcher's Run, where General Egan was having a skirmish and preparing to force the passage of the stream. This was done, and presently de Trobriand's brigade was ordered to the front to relieve the brigade on the left of Egan's line. In the afternoon, the enemy advanced in force, and there was some furious fighting, in which the 124th brought to a halt a flanking force of dismounted cavalry with a battery of rifled guns and sent them into the edge of a neighboring wood. The battle continued, and a bullet struck Colonel Weigand in the side so that he had to leave the field. Finally, the Confederates fled. This was called the Battle of Boydton Road. 3 of the 124th were killed, 14 wounded, and 6 captured, including 2 of the wounded. The regiment also took part in the raid of a week, beginning November 6th, to destroy the Weldon Railroad, when its loss was only 1 killed and 1 wounded. During the winter, the Union lines tightened around Richmond, but apart from preparations for the spring campaign, not much was done on either side. In February, however, de Trobriand's brigade was in a short fight at Hatcher's Run, across which the Union line was permanently extended. Confederate leaders did not allow Grant to open the spring campaign, and on March 26th attacked his lines, east of Petersburg, but were repulsed. The previous day, the 124th was in an engagement with 500 Confederates, and in a gallant charge, captured 6 officers and 164 men. Private George W. Tompkins shot the Confederate commander, Colonel Troy, and carried off the battle flag of his regiment, which he bore. Not a man of the 124th was injured. Private Tompkins was given a Medal of Honor from the Secretary of War, the thanks of Congress, and a brevet commission. The storming of Petersburg began April 2nd with all the artillery. That night, the 124th and 2 other regiments were ordered to advance and got into a fight in which several men were seriously wounded. The object of this move was to delay the return of some of Lee's troops, and was successful. The grand assault on the Confederate lines was made at the appointed time, and a part of de Trobriand's brigade led by the 124th moved at double quick over one of the main roads leading into Petersburg, the Confederates fleeing before them, but wheeling and firing as they ran. Lee was quick to see the inevitable result of the assault and ordered the evacuation of Richmond. During April 3D, the 124th, which had the advance of the 2nd Corps, marched 20 miles and gathered in 200 dismounted Confederate cavalrymen. On the 6th, it came up with Lee's rear guard, and in the fighting of the march along Sailor's Creek up to this date, the regiment lost 4 killed, 17 wounded, and 1 missing. The pursuit was resumed on the 7th, and on the 9th came the great surrender of Lee to Grant, when our men shouted until they could shout no longer. After the momentous event at Appomattox, the 124th encamped at Burkesville Junction. In the night, the men were awakened and horrified by the news that President Lincoln and Secretary Seward had been assassinated. On May 1st, Meade's army took up its line of march for Washington and came in sight of it about the middle of May. On June 5th, after participating in the grand review of the whole Union Army, the 124th received its last marching orders. It reached home June 13th and received a wonderful welcome from assembled thousands at Newburgh. The Newburgh Daily Union published the truth when it said the next day that it had made as noble a record as any regiment in the field. It praised Colonels Ellis, Cummins, and Wagant, and said of the regiment, "Slowly they filed past, and now the people's enthusiasm burst out over all bounds. Our scanty police and watch force were swallowed up and overwhelmed, and the eager multitude seemed as if they would throw themselves upon the soldiers. On they marched with steady and resistless step, their paces and uniforms telling of the fearful scenes they had passed through. Their battle flag, as it was borne aloft, awakened intense emotion. Hardly a strip of its frayed and bullet-torn silk was left, yet it was more precious to the men and to the people than if it were made of cloth of gold." Judge Taylor made the address of welcome, in which he said, "You are the lifeguards of the nation, and we look upon you with something of the same reverence which we feel toward the fathers of our country, and we cherish the memory of those who fought, bled, and died, and of those who survived the carnage of Fredericksburg, of Chancellorsville, of Beverly's Ford, of Gettysburg, of the Wilderness, of Spotsylvania, of Boynton Road, of Sailor's Creek, and the many battlefields around Richmond." The following is the official record of the commissioned officers of the 124th, in which the date of commission is followed by the date of rank. Regimental and company officers. Colonels: A. Van Horn Ellis, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 23, 1862, killed in action at Gettysburg, Pa. July 2, 1863. Francis M. Cummins, Oct. 10, 1863, July 2, 1863, discharged Sept. 19, 1864. Charles H. Wagant, Jan. 11, 1865, Sept. 19, 1864, not mustered. Lieutenant Colonels: Francis M. Cummins, Sept. 10, 1863, Aug. 16, 1862, promoted to Colonel, Oct. 10, 1863. Charles H. Wagant, Oct. 10, 1863, July 2, 1863, mustered out with regiment June 3, 1865, brevet colonel USV. Henry S. Murray, Jan. 11, 1865, Sept. 19, 1864, not mustered. Majors: James Cromwell, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, killed in action at Gettysburg, Pa. July 2, 1863. Charles H. Wagant, Sept. 14, 1863, July 2, 1863, promoted to lieutenant colonel, Oct. 10, 1863. Henry S. Murray, Oct. 10, 1863, July 2, 1863, mustered out with regiment June 3, 1865. James W. Benedict, Jan. 11, 1865, Sept. 19, 1864, not mustered. Adjutants: William Silliman, Sept. 10, 1862, July 16, 1862, promoted to captain, Oct. 3, 1862. C. Depister Arden, Oct. 3, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, discharged Jan. 14, 1863. William Brownson, Feb. 20, 1863, Dec. 31, 1863, resigned, Sept. 17, 1863. William B. Van Houten, Oct. 10, 1863, Sept. 17, 1863, discharged Jan. 23, 1865. Wines E. Wagant, Jan. 31, 1865, Jan. 31, 1865, not mustered. Quartermasters: Augustus Deniston, Sept. 10, 1862, July 15, 1862, resigned Jan. 14, 1863. Henry F. Travis, Feb. 27, 1863, Jan. 14, 1863, promoted to Captain Aug. 20, 1863. Ellis Post, Aug. 20, 1863, April 21, 1863, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Surgeons: John H. Thompson, Sept. 10, 1862, July 26, 1862, dismissed Nav. 25, 1864, disability removed by order of the President, Jan. 14, 1865. John H. Thompson, Feb. 15, 1865, Feb. 15, 1865, failed to muster. Robert V. K. Montfort, March 22, 1865. March 22, 1865. Mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Assistant surgeons: Edward G. Marshall, Sept. 10, 1862. Sept. 5, 1862, dismissed Aug. 7, 1863. Robert V. K. Montfort, Sept. 10, 1862. Sept. 10, 1862, promoted to surgeon March 22, 1865. Edward C. Fox, April 6, 1865. April 7, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Chaplain: Thomas Scott Bradner, Oct. 21, 1862, Aug. 23, 1862, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Captains: Charles H. Wagant, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 12, 1862, promoted to Major Sept. 14, 1863. Charles B. Wood, Oct. 10, 1863, July 2, 1863, discharged, Sept. 21, 1864. Thomas Taft, Nav. 15, 1864, Sept. 21, 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Henry S. Murray, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 14, 1862, promoted to Major Oct. 10, 1863. William E. Mapps, Dec. 17, 1863, July 2, 1863, discharged Dec. 15, 1864. Robert J. Malone, Dec. 17, 1864, Sept. is 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. James Cromwell, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 15, 1862, promoted to Major Sept. 10, 1862. William Silliman, Oct. 3, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, promoted to Colonel 26th USCT, Feb. 1, 1864. James Finnegan, Feb. 9, 1864, Feb. 1, 1864, died of wounds, Oct. 28, 1864. James A. Grier, Nav. 15, 1864, Oct. 27, 1864, not mustered. James W. Benedict, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 16, 1862, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. John C. Wood, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. William A. McBurney, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 19, 1862, resigned March 9, 1863. Daniel Sayer, Dec. 17, 1863, March 6, 1863, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Isaac Nichol, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, killed in action at Gettysburg, Pa, July 2, 1863. James O. Denniston, Aug. 20, 1863, July 2, 1862, not mustered. Henry P. Ramsdell, Dec. 12, 1863, Oct. 7, 1863, not mustered. Thomas J. Quick, Dec. 17, 1863, Dec. 10, 1863, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Ira S. Bush, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, resigned June 21, 1864. John W. Houston, July 15, 1864, June 21, 1864, not mustered. Edward J. Cormick, Nov. 15, 1864, Aug. 10, 1864, killed in action near Petersburg, Va., April 1, 1865. Lander Clark, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, resigned May 13, 1863. Henry F. Travis, Aug. 20, 1863, April 21, 1863, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. William A. Jackson, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 23, 1862, killed in action near Petersburg, Va., June 18, 1864. Lewis M. Wisner, July 15, 1864, July 14, 1864, not mustered as captain. Thomas Bradley, Nov. 15, 1864, Aug. 2, 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. David Christ, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 23, 1862, killed in action, May 30, 1864. Theodore M. Robertson, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. First Lieutenants: Charles B. Wood, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 12, 1862, promoted to Captain Oct. 10, 1863. Charles T. Cressy, April 19, 1864, May 1, 1864, not mustered. Thomas Taft, Aug. 2, 1864, July 20, 1864, promoted to Captain, Nov. 15, 1864. David U. Quick, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Wines E. Wagant, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 14, 1862, resigned Feb. 8, 1863. William E. Mapps, Feb. 27, 1863, Feb. 8, 1863, promoted to Captain, Feb. 27, 1863. Edward J. Cormick, March 23, 1864, March 17, 1864, promoted to Captain, Nov. 15, 1864. Abram P. Francisco, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. William Brownson, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 15, 1862, promoted to adjutant, Feb. 20, 1863. Henry P. Ramsdell, Feb. 20, 1863, Dec. 31, 1862, discharged, Dec. 13, 1863. Daniel Sayer, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 16, 1862, promoted to Captain, Dec. 17, 1863. John W. Houston, Dec. 17, 1862, March 6, 1863, discharged, Dec. 13, 1863. Ebenezer Halbert, July 15, 1864, June 21, 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. W.M. A. Verplank, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 10, 1862, discharged, Sept. 23, 1863. Theodore M. Robertson, Dec. 17, 1863, Sept. 25, 1863, promoted to Captain, Feb. 18, 1865. Woodward T. Ogden, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, not mustered. James O. Denniston, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, discharged, Oct. 17, 1863. William H. Benjamin, Feb. 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Thomas J. Quick, Sep. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, promoted to captain Dec. 17, 1863. James A. Grier, Dec. 24, 1863, Dec. 10, 1863, not mustered. John B. Stambra, Sep. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, resigned, Nov. 12, 1862. Isaac M. Martin, Dec. 30, 1862, Nov. 12, 1862, dismissed May 15, 1863. W. M. B. Van Houten, Aug. 20, 1863, May 15, 1863, promoted to adjutant, Oct. 10, 1863. Charles Stewart, Oct. 10, 1863, Sep. 17, 1863, discharged May 15, 1865. James H. Russa, Sep. 10, 1862, Aug. 23, 1862, resigned March 7, 1863. James Finnegan, May 26, 1863, March 7, 1863, promoted to captain, Feb. 9, 1864. Lewis M. Wisner, Feb. 23, 1864, Feb. 1, 1864, discharged Aug. 5, 1864. John C. Wood, Nov. 15, 1864, Aug. 1, 1864, promoted to captain, Feb. 18, 1865. Thomas Hart, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Henry Gowdy, Sep. 10, 1862, Aug. 22, 1863, died May 11, 1864 of wounds. John R. Hayes, Dec. 17, 1863, May 10, 1863, not mustered. Thomas Bradley, Sep. 27, 1864, Aug. 1, 1864, promoted to captain, Nov. 15, 1864. John S. King, Dec. 17, 1864, Sept. 15, 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Second Lieutenants: Charles T. Cressy, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 12, 1862, promoted to First Lieutenant, April 19, 1864. Jonathan Birdsall, Aug. 2, 1864, July 20, 1864, killed in action near Petersburg, Va. Oct. 22, 1864. Gabriel Tuthill, Feb. 27, 1863, Feb. 8, 1863, discharged Feb. 23, 1864. Henry P. Ramsdell, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 15, 1862, promoted to First Lieutenant, Feb. 27, 1863. James A. Grier, Feb. 20, 1863, Dec. 31, 1862, promoted to First Lieutenant, Dec. 24, 1863. Thomas Hart, Nov. 15, 1864, July 21, 1864, promoted to First Lieutenant, Feb. 18, 1865. John W. Houston, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 16, 1862, promoted to First Lieutenant, Dec. 17, 1863. Ebenezer Halbert, April 2, 1864, July 20, 1864, promoted to First Lieutenant, July 15, 1864. Thomas G. Mabie, Nov. 15, 1864, July 26, 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Adolphus Wittenbeecher, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 19, 1862, dismissed March 19, 1863. Theodore M. Robertson, May 26, 1863, March 6, 1863, promoted to First Lieutenant, Dec. 17, 1863. Woodward T. Ogden, Nov. 15, 1864, July 21, 1864, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Sylvester Lawson, March 14, 1865, March 3, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. David Gibbs, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, resigned Feb. 25, 1863. W.M. H. Benjamin, May 26, 1863, Feb. 25, 1863, promoted to first lieutenant Feb. 18, 1865. Joshua V. Cole, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, not mustered. Samuel W. Hotchkiss, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, resigned April 2, 1864. David U. Quick, Nov. 15, 1864, July 21, 1864, promoted to first lieutenant Feb. 18, 1865. Louis T. Schultz, Feb. 18, 1865, Jan. 1, 1865, mustered out with regiment, June 3, 1865. Isaac M. Martin, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 20, 1862, promoted to first lieutenant Dec. 20, 1862. Milner Brown, Dec. 30, 1862, Dec. 30, 1862, killed in action at Gettysburg, Pa. July 2, 1863. Charles Stewart, Aug. 20, 1863, July 2, 1863, promoted to first lieutenant, Oct. 10, 1863. William W. Smith, April 19, 1864, Sept. 17, 1863, not mustered. James Finnegan, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 23, 1862, promoted to first lieutenant May 26, 1863. Jacob Denton, May 26, 1863, March 7, 1863, not mustered, killed in action May 3, 1863. Lewis M. Wisner, Aug. 20, 1863, May 3, 1863, promoted to first lieutenant Feb. 23, 1864. John R. Hayes, Sept. 10, 1862, Aug. 22, 1862, discharged April 8, 1864. Other military organizations. Company I, 71st Regiment, NGSNY, was recruited in Newburgh, mostly from Co. L, 19th Regiment, NGSNY, between May 20 and 31, 1861, by Captain A. Van Horn Ellis. Governor Morgan refused to permit the company to leave the state, and thereupon Captain Ellis took it to New York on his own responsibility. It was furnished with transportation to Washington, was accepted through the influence of Secretary Seward, and mustered in for 3 months. It was stationed at the Washington Navy Yard, sent to Chapel Point and Point Tobacco, June 28, returned, and on July 16 was brigaded with Rhode Island and New Hampshire regiments under Colonel Burnside. It went to the Bull Run battlefield dragging 2 12-pound boat howitzers on July 4th and returned with them. Soon it went back, arriving on the Bull Run battlefield July 21st, and in the battle fired 232 shots of shrapnel and canister. It drew out of the conflict by order at 3 p.m. with the loss of 1 killed and 2 wounded, and returned to Washington. It was soon back in Newburgh, where it was mustered out July 30th. The officers during this service were A. Van Horn Ellis, Captain George W. Hawkins, 2nd Lieutenant W.M. H. Garrison, 2nd Sergeant, John McMeekin, 3rd Sergeant James D. Hamilton, 4th Sergeant, Charles Decker, 1st Corporal Marshall M. Van Zyl, 2nd Corporal, Henry T. Travis, 3rd Sergeant, Thomas Riley, 4th Sergeant. May 28, 1862, within 7 hours, the company was again recruited for 3 months, and during that period was on guard duty in and around Washington. The officers were A. Van Horn Ellis, Captain, W.M. H. Garrison, 1st Lieutenant James C. Taggart, 2nd Lieutenant John W. Forsyth, 1st Sergeant Henry F. Travis, 2nd Sergeant John McMeekin, 3rd Sergeant James B. Montgomery, 4th Sergeant Thomas Riley, 5th Sergeant Robert Akeson, David M. DeWitt, W.M. M. Verplank, and Edward J. Hall, corporals. Captain Ellis afterward became colonel of the 124th, and several other members of the company became captains and lieutenants in the 124th, 56th, and other regiments. In May 1862, the 19th Regiment of Militia, commanded by Colonel W.M. R. Brown, was ordered to Washington, and after recruiting its ranks, which had been depleted by volunteer enlistments, left Newburgh June 4. Arriving in Baltimore, it was ordered to Stuart Hill and remained there until July 2nd, when two of its companies were ordered to Fort McKenna and the rest of the regiment to Fort Marshall. On July 14, 4 companies were ordered to Fort Delaware and remained there until August 10th, when they were sent to Havre de Grace to guard the railroad between there and Baltimore. The whole regiment went back to Newburgh the last of August and was mustered out of the U.S. service September 6. Officers during this expedition were William J. Brown, Colonel James Lowe, Lieutenant Colonel David Jagger, Major George Weller, Quartermaster, William J. Hathaway, Adjutant. In August, Colonel Brown twice offered the services of the regiment for 9 months, but the offers were refused by Governor Morgan. He offered them again September 17, when they were accepted. Recruiting for it was complicated by the efforts of Colonel Isaac Wood to raise an authorized regiment of 3 years' men in the county at the same time. But he stopped after enlisting 272 men, who were consolidated with the 176th NYV and mustered in November 20th. Colonel Brown continued to enroll volunteers until February 2nd, when his regiment, known as the 168th, left Newburgh with 750 men, and New York City 11 days later with 835 men. It went to Yorktown and remained there on garrison duty during nearly its whole term of service. Once a detachment of 140 men under Captain Daniel Torbush was sent with detachments from other regiments up York and Mattapony rivers, and the Torbush detachment was placed to guard the Richmond Road. Here it was attacked by a force of Confederate cavalry and repulsed them, killing 14 and losing 1 killed, 5 wounded, and 2 captured. September 16th, the regiment was sent to Bridgeport, Ala, and remained there on guard duty until October 14th, when it went back to Newburgh and was mustered out October 31st. During its 9 months of service, it lost 1 killed, 18 died, 13 captured, and 184 deserters. Its commissioned officers were Colonel William R. Brown, Lieutenant Colonels James Lowe, James C. Renison, Majors George Waller, dismissed, James C. Renison, Daniel Torbush, Adjutant, W.M. R. Hathaway, Quartermasters, James H. Anderson, George C. Spencer, Surgeon, Jacob M. Leeton, Assistant Surgeon, Edward B. Root, Chaplain, R. Howard Wallace, Captains, W.M. H. Terwilliger, Daniel Torbush, James H. Anderson, Isaac Jenkinson, Bennett Gilbert, George McAlery, Samuel Hunter, John D. Wood, James C. Renison, Myron A. Tappan, Marshall Van Zyl, First Lieutenants, Nathan Hubbard, Oliver Taylor, Jacob K.R. Oakley, Archibald Ferguson, James H. Searles, Lawrence Brennan, James T. Chase, DeWitt C. Wilkin, W.M. D. Dickey, Marshall Van Tile, George R. Brainsted. Second Lieutenants, Thomas P. Terwilliger, Isaac N. Morehouse, James H. Anderson, Geo. C. Marvin, Andrew J. Gilbert, Samuel C. Wilson, Paul Terwilliger, Geo. W. Hennian, Daniel Lowe, J.R., Geo. R. Brainsted, Bartley Brown, Lester Jennung. The 176th Regiment, with which Colonel Wood's 272 recruits were consolidated, was sent to the Department of the Gulf as a part of the 19th Corps, and was in the Red River Campaign in 1864, in General Sheridan's Shenandoah Valley Campaign the same year, and in Georgia and North Carolina in the early months of 1865. In the Red River Campaign, it did some fighting and lost many men in killed, wounded, and prisoners. Of its Orange County officers, T. Henry Edsall was adjutant, Sprague K. Wood rose from sergeant to captain, and Joseph Goodsell from second lieutenant to captain. The company of cavalry recruited in the fall of 1861 by Morris I. McCormill as a part of Colonel Van Wyck's 10th Legion. When it was detached from this regiment, was mustered in as Co-C, 1st Mounted Rifles, and had 95 men. The company served 3 years. Officers were Morris I. McCormill, Captain; Charles F. Allen, 1st Lieutenant; Arthur Hagen, 2nd Lieutenant; Artis Robbins, Orderly Sergeant; C. R. Smith, Quartermaster Sergeant. Captain McCormill resigned in 1862, but re-entered the service in the 15th Cavalry in 1863. Quartermaster Smith and Sergeants James Eaton, Frank Mills, and Fred Penny were promoted to lieutenants. Orange County was represented in the 7th, afterward 2nd Regiment of Cavalry, its volunteers being mostly in Co-B, under Captain Charles E. Morton of New Windsor. Alanson Randall, USA, a native of Newburgh, was colonel of the regiment from November 1864 to the muster out June 5, 1865. The regiment was also known as the Harris Light Cavalry. Recruits were obtained in Orange County for the 15th Cavalry in the winter of 1863 by Captain Morris I. McCormill of Middletown and Lieutenant Charles H. Lyon of Newburgh. The 15th Heavy Artillery's Co-M was mostly recruited in Orange County in the winter of 1863. The regiment was mustered in at Fort Lyon, Va. February 3, 1864, remained there until March 27, when it went to Beverly Station and was assigned to duty in the Artillery Reserve of the Army of the Potomac and did creditable service in several bloody battles. When Co-M was organized, its officers were W.M. D. Dickey of Newburgh, Captain, Alfred Newbat and Julius Niebergall, First Lieutenants, John Ritchie and Robert B. Keeler, Second Lieutenants. August 15th, Captain Dickey was placed in command of the 3rd Battalion, and Lieutenant Ritchie took command of the company, leading it through the engagements in the struggle for the Weldon Railroad, in one of which it lost in killed and wounded a third of its men. For the regiment's good work here, and in a previous fight at Haynes Tavern, it was complimented in the General Orders of Meade. Co-M was mustered out in July, 1865. It lost during its year of service 3 officers and 95 privates. The promotions were Captain Dickey to Major, Second Lieutenants Keeler and Ritchie to First Lieutenants, and Sergeants Joseph M. Dickey and Riemann to Second Lieutenants. This 17th Independent Battery was recruited in Orange to be a part of Colonel Van Wyck's 10th Legion or 56th Regiment. It arrived in Washington November 11, 1861, and was organized as an independent battery January 10, 1862. It was first assigned to Casey's, afterwards Peake's Division. It also served in the 7th Corps, then in the 2nd Division of the 18th Corps, at Bermuda Hundred a short time in the 10th Corps, and when mustered out formed a part of the Artillery Brigade of the 24th Corps. It was in the Siege of Yorktown, the battles of Williamsburg, Savage Station, Fair Oaks, Malvern Hill, the Siege of Suffolk, and was in action at Petersburg, Dutch Gap, Fort Harrison, Hatcher's Run, and Port Walthall. It was in the investment of Petersburg and Richmond. It suffered most severely at Fair Oaks. Its record was good throughout. Its commissioned officers were Captain Peter C. Regan, First Lieutenants, Eugene Shabner, Abram Niffen, Martin V. McIntyre, John S. Bennett, Second Lieutenants, Abram Niffen, Charles S. Harvell, Abram Smith, W.M., H. Lee, Edward Kelly, John B. Brosen, Jr. The 1st Regiment of Engineers, known as Serrals, had in its ranks, it was said, 300 or 400 men from Orange County. Its detachments were mustered in between September 10, 1861, and February 12, 1862. The regiment retained its organization until June 30, 1865, when it was mustered out, but there were various changes in its composition. It was an important regiment in the engineering part of the service. Company C of the 98th NYSV was mostly recruited in Newburgh in the winter of 1863 by Captain James H. Anderson and Lieutenant J. K. R. Oakley, who had been in the 168th Regiment. They went to Rikers Island in February 1864, and here consolidation requirements caused Co-C to consist of 95 Orange County men under Captain Anderson and Lieutenants Oakley and Sneed, and 24 were assigned to Co-I under Captain E. M. Allen. The record of the regiment was one of the best. It fought at Drury's Bluff, Cold Harbor, and Petersburg. At Drury's Bluff, it saved General Buller's army from a flank attack. At Cold Harbor, it lost and killed and wounded 100 men. At Petersburg, it charged the outer line of the enemy's works and was almost constantly under fire. Its colors were the first to be planted at Fort Harrison on September 29, 1864, and it was the first regiment to enter Richmond after the evacuation. After the surrender of Lee, it was on post and garrison duty in several places, and was mustered out at Richmond August 31, 1865. Of the men who went out with Captain Anderson, 13 were killed or died of wounds, 23 wounded, and 5 died of disease. Money raised for the war. The following totals were raised by official action from town taxes, loans, state cash and bonds, for the towns named for war purposes. Blooming Grove, $60,900. Chester, $54,192.67. Cornwall, $69,200 Crawford, $84,187.12. Deer Park, $242,981.83. Goshen, $83,233.05. Greenville, $54,016.45. Hamptonburg, $21,000. Minnesink, $57,271.62. Monroe, $160,968.65. Montgomery, $57,250. Mount Hope, $62,888.24. Newburgh, $455,637. New Windsor, $4,871,555. Wallkill, $95,100. Warwick, $201,070. Wauwanda, $51,750. By the county, from taxes, 1864, $1,800, $1,865, $90,649.50. From loans, 1864, $421,000. Total, $513,449.50. Towns and county. From taxes, 1862, $31,931, $1,863, $2,000, $1,864, $350,434.95, $1,865, $257,581.82. From loans, 1862, $31,950, $1,863, $35,318.70, $1,864, $1,113,761.82, $1,865, $229,278.41. From state, cash $76,000, bonds $252,000.53, interest on bonds $3,473.51, other sources $105. Full total $2,384,801.74. The donations, cash subscriptions, and draft exemption monies, amounting to a very large sum, are not included in the foregoing figures. Chapter 11. Town of Blooming Grove, by Benjamin C. Sears. This is one of the older towns of Orange County, lying somewhat northwest of the geographical center. The towns of Hamptonburg and New Windsor are on the north, Cornwall on the east, Monroe and Woodbury on the south, and Goshen and Chester on the west. It covers an area of 21,759 acres. The title to all the territory of this town conveyed by the various original patents, upon which rests the deed of every property holder today, has been carefully preserved. The names and dates of the first settlers are also pretty fully recorded. The oldest grant of land seems to be the Mompesson Patent, which is dated March 4, 1709, and confirmed May 31, 1712. This covered 1,000 acres. The next grant in order of time is that known as the Rip Van Dam Patent, which is dated March 23, 1907, sic, and covered some 3,000 acres. This was granted to Rip Van Dam, Adolph Phillips, David Provost, Jr., Lancaster Symes, and Thomas Jones, each having an equal share in the tract. This is described as beginning at a station bearing west 24 degrees north and 85 chains from the wigwam of the Indian Maringamis, which was on the southwest bank of Murderer's Creek, just across the railroad track from the Catholic Church of St. Mary. The present village of Salisbury Mills is on the east end of this patent, so far as the village lies in the town. In the northeast corner of the town on the old county line is the 1,000-acre tract of Roger Van Dam, which is dated June 30, 1720, although a portion of this tract extends over into the present town of New Windsor. The next pat was granted to Anne Hoagland, May 24, 1723, and it contained 2,000 acres in the western part of the town. In the southeastern part of the town, adjoining the Rip Van Dam patent, and west of the Shunnamunk Mountains was the 2,000-acre grant of Edward Blagg and Johans Hay, dated March 28, 1726. This valley has been known ever since as Blagg's Clove. West of this was the irregular tract of 2,440 acres granted to Nathaniel Hazard January 11, 1727. This was south of Washingtonville. Still further west was the Joseph Sackett 2,000-acre tract, to which 222 acres were afterward added on the south. This patent was dated July 7, 1736, and the tract adjoins the present village of Oxford. Sackett got another grant of 149 acres September 1, 1737, on the west. On August 10, 1723, a patent covering 2,600 acres was granted to Richard Gerard and William Bull. Physical features. The surface of this town is varied by the long range of Schunemunk Mountains, forming the eastern boundary, with its level ridges reaching to the height of about 1,600 feet, and the beautiful foothills of Woodcock, Round Hill, Mosquito, Rainer, and Pedlar. The last two have deposits of magnetic iron ore, which mixed with the ores from other parts of the county was used in making the Parrott guns during the War of the Rebellion. The cultivated land is also broken and rolling, some upon quite high hills whose sides were not cultivated, and are covered with luxuriant blue grass pastures, and along the streams and the lower lands are beautiful natural meadows, which bring their annual tribute of hay into the barns and add very much to the beauty of the scenery. The Greycourt or Cromeline Creek runs from Walton Lake by the base of Goose Pond Mountain, through the Greycourt Meadows and the picturesque falls at Craigville, through Farmingdale and Hullstown, and is joined near the Hamptonburg line by the Otterkill, near Washingtonville by the Tappan or Schunemunk Creek flowing from Satterley's Mills, also by the Silver Stream draining a portion of Blagg's Clove and furnishing at the old Coleman Mills the excellent water supply of Washingtonville. The united stream is called Murdner's or Murderer's Creek, to which N.P. Willis gave the more poetical name of Moodna, where it entered the Hudson near Idlewild. These streams have along their bank beautiful natural meadows dotted with fine old trees, and the hilltops are covered in places with sugar maple and chestnut trees, making in the early springtime a beautiful picture of varied green, and in the autumn a glorious variety of colors, which, together with the fine apple orchards crowning the hillsides, justifies the name of Blooming Grove. Early settlers. Vincent Matthews seems to have been the first settler according to the record. He bought the Rip Van Dam patent, August 22, 1721, and built a grist mill at the place since known as Salisbury. He named this estate Matthewsfield. Thomas Goldsmith came next, about 10 years later, and he took the Mompesson patent. He built a house on the north bank of the Otterkill, now known as the Walnut Grove Farm, near the present Washingtonville. Edward Blagg also settled upon this tract, known as Blagg's Clove, about this time. Matthews sold his mill to John J. Carpenter, which was turned into a powder mill under a state contract in 1776, when under the kindling fires of patriotism, the demand for powder became very active. In 1753, Jesse Woodhull settled in Blagg's Clove, although he seems to have purchased the Richard Van Dam patent upon which the Moffett family afterwards settled. Mr. Matthews, the original settler, was an attorney and took an active part in the early history of the town. He sold 1,500 of his acres to Louis Du Bois, of New Paltz, who built a tavern upon it, which was kept by Zachariah Du Bois in Revolutionary times. Prior to 1764, the territory of this town was a part of the Goshen precinct. From that time to 1799, it formed a part of the town of Cornwall. The other prominent settlers of the town are believed to be included in the following list: John Brewster, Edward Francis, Isaac, Jesse and Nathan Brewster, Daniel Brewster, George Daria, Richard Goldsmith, Benjamin Gregory, John Hudson, Henry Hudson, William Hudson, Archibald Little, Timothy James, and Solomon Little. James Mapps and his sons Wines, Jesse Robert, James, Barney, David, William, and Thomas. Elihu Marvin, a member of the Committee of Safety in 1775, also judge of the county in 1778. Seth, Nathan, James, Jesse, and John Marvin. Samuel Moffat, James, and Fletcher Matthews, sons of Vincent Matthews, who was a colonel in the Revolution and a leading citizen. Thomas Moffat, member of the Committee of Safety from 1778 to 1794. Josiah, Samuel Jacob, Stephen, and Peter Reeder. Israel, Thaddeus, John, Jesse Josiah, and Samuel Seeley. Bezaleel Seeley. Selah Strong, the first supervisor of the town. Major Samuel and Captain Nathan Strong. Nathaniel Satterley, member of Committee of Safety in 1775, and proprietor of Satterley's Mills in 1765. John and Selah Satterley, James, Nathaniel, and John Sayer. Nathaniel Strong, member of Committee of Safety, who was shot at his door by Claudius Smith October 6, 1778. Captain Jesse Woodhull, delegate to the First Provincial Convention, and member of the State Convention that revised the federal Constitution in 1778. Abner Woodhull, George and Benjamin Whittaker. Selahs, Reuben and Birdseye Young, Stephen Matthews, Gilbert, Zechariah, and John Du Bois. Hezekiah, Isaiah, Stephen, Isaac, Paul, Zephaniah, Charles, Aaron, Selahs, and Jeremiah Howell. Benjamin and Thomas Goldsmith. David Coleman, Caleb, Joab, Asahel, Micah, Selahs, Richard, and Jeremiah Coleman. Thomas, John, Francis, and Richard Drake. Nathaniel Coleman, Daniel Curtis. John Chandler, Henry, and Oliver Davenport. Among other family names recorded are those of Carpenter, Moffat Owens, Gregg, and Woolley. It is said of the Woodhull family that its ancestry is distinctly traced to the individual who came to England from Normandy with William the Conqueror in 1066. Civil organizations. The town of Blooming Grove was organized March 23, 1799, the territory being taken from the more ancient Cornwall Township. The name Blooming Grove had long been in use for this part of Cornwall, being the name of the old village which was given to distinguish it from Hunting Grove, a locality then in New Windsor. The first town meeting was held at the house of John Chandler, the first Tuesday of April, 1799. Selah Strong was then elected supervisor and Daniel Brewster town clerk. $200 were raised for the support of the poor that year, and a $10 bounty was voted for each wolf killed within the town. Mr. Brewster served as town clerk for 37 years without intermission. There was little personal politics in those times, and public office was probably regarded as a public trust. In April 1830, a part of the town was taken off in the formation of Hamptonburg. In March 1845, another small portion was set off to the town of Chester. Charles W. Hull has been town clerk since 1874 and has just been re-elected, so that his term will be nearly as long as John Brewster's. The house of John Brewster, at which the town meetings were held, 1765 to 1799, was kept as a hotel and was said to be the homestead of the Cooper family, upon which is now situated the Blooming Grove Station and Post Office. When the present town of Blooming Grove was formed, the principal center was at Blooming Grove, where the old church was erected, 1759. The first town meeting was held in the spring of 1759 at the house of John Chandler, who kept a general country store here several years previous to this, also at Edenville, near Warwick, taking in wheat and other grain which was carted to New Windsor, ground at the old mill on Quasaic Creek, and shipped to the West Indies and exchanged for sugar, molasses, and other products of the tropics, which were brought back to Orange County by the Hudson River to New Windsor, and exchanged again for grain and other farm products. John Chandler purchased in 1793 a small farm upon which his great-grandson, B.C. Sears, now resides. He was president of the Newburgh and New Windsor Turnpike Co. and of the Blooming Grove and Greycourt Turnpike Co., built by his son-in-law, Hector Craig. He was an elder in the Blooming Grove Church and a large land owner in this part of the county. The village of Blooming Grove then consisted of the old church and the old Blooming Grove Academy, built about 1810, to which many of the students came from the neighboring towns, boarding with the neighbors about. A part of it was used as a district school until 1857, when the present building was built upon the old academy site. A blacksmith shop, kept later by Pearson Jennung, a drugstore, a cooper shop, the old toll gate, the country store, and the hotel kept by Benjamin Thompson, where were held the town meetings, general trainings, etc., and the public were entertained, were on this the main thoroughfare from Warwick to New Windsor and later Newburgh. This property was conveyed to Samuel Moffat, Jr., merchant, by the executors of Reverend Benoni Bradner, and by him to Seth Marvin in 1810, who built a storehouse on a lot purchased of Charles Howell, 1810. Blooming Grove now consists only of the old church, the parsonage and the schoolhouse, and half a mile away the station, store, and post office, kept by C. C. Jarrow, and the creamery owned by the Sheffield, Slauson, Decker Co. Various residents. In 1810, Samuel Moffett, Jr., having sold his place in Blooming Grove, moved to a new settlement at Washingtonville, building the old corner store, now owned by George A. Owen. Across the highway, Moses Ely, the father of the late Dr. Ely of Newburgh, had a tannery, and John Jacks, then a young man, opened here a shoe shop. The old corner store, built in the woods almost, there being only two other dwellings, a log house owned by James Giles and the private school of Jane Sweezy, was carried on by Samuel Moffett and his son David, either alone or as members of the firm, from 1812 to 1832. Then John S. Bull, 1830–1839. Walter Halsey and Apolles Halsey, 1839–1850. And the Warners and Williams Howell, 1850 to 1890, and George A. Owen, 1890 to this date. This store has always been, and is still, a prominent landmark in Washingtonville. In 1813, Jedediah Breed came to Washingtonville from Dutchess County and built a harness shop adjoining the dwelling house now owned by his grandson, George A. Owen, and which has been occupied as a harness shop for nearly 100 years. Here Henry F. Breed kept the Blooming Grove post office for 40 years, nearly continuously. After his death, the post office was removed to the building of Alexander Moore, where, in 1872, the name was changed from Blooming Grove to Washingtonville. Alexander Moore and his brother-in-law, Albert G. Owen, the father of George A. Owen, carried on a furniture and paint business here from 1830 to 1850, Moore being the postmaster and Owen, supervisor and justice for many years, and a member of the Assembly, 1849–1850. This village soon grew to be important, and is now one of the finest villages of its size in Orange County, having a beautiful shaded avenue of maples and many handsome residences. There are the Presbyterian and Methodist churches, Catholic Church of St. Mary, and the beautiful Moffett Library, given to the village by David H. Moffett of Denver, and erected under the careful supervision of John Newton Moffett, having a fine collection of books and a beautiful hall which is the convenient center for much social enjoyment. The large feed mill, originally built by David H. Moffett, the father of David H., and now carried on by the Thomas Fulton Co. together with a large coal and lumber business. A similar establishment carried on by Hector Moffett and Son, and the very large wine vaults of the Brotherhood Wine Co., successors to the James Brothers Vineyard, established in 1838. The Bordens also have here a large creamery, and there is also the Farmers' Creamery, now operated by the Mutual Milk and Cream Co., making this the most important station upon the Newburgh branch of the Erie Railroad. It is surrounded by beautiful homes and thrifty farms. Within the corporation line are the home and farm of William H. Halleck, who owns several of the old ancestral homes throughout the town, which he has improved and still runs with great business ability. Also the ancestral homes of the Brooks family, descendants of Fletcher Matthews, one of the original settlers, and also the old Nichol homestead, now occupied by Charles Nichol. Northwest of Washingtonville is the old Joseph Moffett homestead, now held by his grandsons, C. R. Shawns and S. L. Moffett, who have beautiful orchards, which with that of Jesse Hulse, crown the beautiful hilltop and have made Blooming Grove apples famous both at home and abroad. Also the Walnut Grove farm, upon which the first goldsmiths settled, and made famous by Alden Goldsmith and his sons, James and John A., now in the hands of the widow of John A. and her husband, Mr. O. B. Stillman. Also the home of the late Captain Thomas N. Hulse, so long and so favorably known years ago to all travelers upon the Hudson River, now the home of his niece, Mrs. James A. Knapp, daughter of Benjamin Moffett. 2.5 miles east of the village of Washingtonville is the village of Salisbury Mills, the oldest settlement of the town, where, on the falls of Murderers Creek, Vincent Matthews built his mill, which later was owned by Captain Richard Caldwell, by Peter Van Allen, by Isaac Oakley, and is now the Arlington Paper Mills, owned and operated on a very large scale by Henry Ramsdell. Here in 1803 came John Caldwell, and with him his 3 sons, John, Andrew J., and Richard. Richard, then a mere lad, had been at the head of a company in the Emmett Rebellion, and through the clemency of Lord Cornwallis, his sentence of death was commuted to banishment for himself and his father's family. He came to Salisbury with his father, and in 1808 married a daughter of John Chandler. He had the mill and a store at Salisbury. When the war with England in 1812 became a certainty, Richard Caldwell raised the 25th Co. Infantry of Soldiers was elected their captain and led them toward Canada, crossing Lake Champlain in open boats in a severe storm. He divided his extra clothing with his soldiers and contracted a severe cold, resulting in pneumonia, and he died December 11, 1812, and is buried at Champlain near Plattsburgh. His name is perpetuated by the beautiful monument erected in Salisbury Mills by his nephew, Richard Caldwell, to his memory and the memory of those who perished with him in that ill-advised and ill-equipped expedition. Also to the memory of Captain Isaac Nicholl and those who died with him in the War of the Rebellion. Captain Richard Caldwell left 2 children, John R. Caldwell, long well known as a prominent citizen of New Windsor, and Mary, the wife of Marcus Sears, M.D. The old house erected by John Caldwell in 1803 is still standing, long known as the home of Andrew J. Caldwell and his son, Richard Caldwell, both of whom stood firm for righteousness and temperance. In a part of the same grounds was the home of a sister, Mrs. Chambers, now occupied by the widow of Richard Caldwell, and from which still emanates a powerful influence for good to the whole village. Also the old home of the oldest son, John Caldwell, who was a merchant in New York, and on retiring came to live with his kindred in Salisbury, was the first president of the Orange County Agricultural Society, and was much interested in keeping silkworms and actually produced silk from the mulberry trees growing on his grounds in Salisbury. Near the village stands a part of the old stone house, the home of Major Du Bois, who was a prominent man in the War of the Revolution as major in Colonel Woodhull's regiment, who was a prisoner for 10 months in the hands of the British, and who lost his extensive lands by the depreciation of the colonial money and his enforced absence from home, also the beautiful home of the family of Hun. Robert Denniston. The ancestor of the Denniston family was Alexander Denniston, the brother-in-law of Charles Clinton, who with many of his friends and neighbors, all being Scotch Presbyterians, and tired of the exactions and demands of the crown, emigrated from the town of Edgeworth, County of Longford, Ireland, in the early summer of 1729. After a long, tedious voyage of nearly 5 months, they landed on Cape Cod. Thence 2 years later they came to Little Britain. A family legend is that these pioneers stood upon a hilltop about 2 miles northeast of Washingtonville and called the land in sight to the north, Little Britain, and there they settled. Alexander had 6 sons, James, George, Alexander, William, John, Charles, and 4 daughters. They were all stern patriots devoted to their country. The father was a member of Colonel Ellison's New Windsor Regiment in 1738 and on frontier service in 1755. The 6 sons were all members of the 3rd Ulster County Regiment, which was called out many times during the dark days of the Revolution. 2 were members of the Committee of Safety, and 1 served in the line during the whole war. Of these sons, James was the only one that settled in the town of Blooming Grove, the others settling elsewhere, New Windsor, Cornwall, etc. He purchased, in 1790, the farm 1 mile east of Washingtonville, which still remains in the family. He had 3 sons, James, Alexander, Abraham, and 2 daughters. He died in 1805, leaving the homestead to his son James. The latter had 1 son, Robert, and 4 daughters. Dying in 1825, the homestead was inherited by his son Robert. The latter served as an officer of the militia, was justice of the peace in his native town, judge of the Court of Common Pleas in Orange County, was elected member of the New York State Assembly in 1835, and again in 1839 and 1840, and was state senator from 1841 to 1847, and state controller in 1860 and 1861. He was very active and energetic in his endeavors to maintain the Union during the War of the Rebellion, and was chairman of the Military Commission in the Orange and Sullivan Counties District. He had 5 sons, William Scott, James Otis, Robert, Henry Martin, Augustus, and 6 daughters. These sons, like their ancestors, were all interested in the war for the preservation of the Union, and served either in the Army or Navy. William Scott was a surgeon in the Volunteer Army and died of fever July 1862. James Otis was first lieutenant and captain, Company G, 124th NY State Volunteers, July 2, 1862 to September 3, 1863, when on account of wounds he was mustered out. He afterwards studied theology and retired from active church work in 1905. Augustus was first lieutenant and quartermaster in the same regiment from July 15, 1862 to February 3, 1863, resigning on account of physical debility. Henry Martin entered the Pay Corps of the U.S. Navy in September 1861, and after serving over 40 years, on reaching the age of 62 years was placed on the retired list with the rank of Rear Admiral. Robert served as his assistant from March 1863 to October 1863, resigning on account of ill health and died August 1864. Augustus was a member of the New York State Assembly in 1874-1875 and president of Orange County Agricultural Society 1879 to date. Also president of Highland National Bank and resides on the old homestead, which he owns. West of Blooming Grove about 2 miles is located the village of Craigville, upon the falls of the Greycourt Creek, which formerly allowed 3 dams, all now gone, the combined power of which together, with the fact that the stream may be replenished from Walton Lake or Long Pond, will at some future date be of value, as it was in the past. On the upper fall was located in the early days a forge, and some of the old slag is still in evidence. In later years, a sawmill and grist mill were erected by Hector Craig, used afterward as the first manufactory of Hornby's Oatsage, the machinery has been removed since to Buffalo. The second fall was utilized by James Craig and his son, Hector Craig, for a paper mill in 1790. After the death of Hector Craig, Barrett Ames, a son-in-law of Hector Craig who had been a cotton merchant in Mobile, and his son-in-law, E. Pete, erected here a cotton factory, which was operated successfully for a number of years. But after the death of Mr. Ames, the property passed into other hands, and the cotton factory was burned down. Later, the high dam was swept away and nothing remains but the ruins and the old house, which was once surrounded by beautiful gardens and was the scene of much social life when the home of Hector Craig, Barrett Ames, and Irving Van Wart, who was a son-in-law of Mr. Ames. At this home, Washington Irving, an uncle of Irving Van Wart, made one of his last visits, if not his last visit, far away from Sunnyside. To this old home came James Craig in 1790 from Paisley, Scotland, bringing with him his family. His son, Hector Craig, born in Scotland, 1775, married a daughter of John Chandler, 1796. He was a member of Congress, 1823-1825 and 1829-1830. He was a strong supporter of Andrew Jackson, is said to have cast the first vote in Congress for Andrew Jackson for president, and was by him appointed surveyor of the port in 1830, and U.S. Commissioner of Bankruptcy in 1832. Hector Craig carried on the paper mill during his life, and also for a time the manufacture of hemp from the Chester Meadows, which had been drained by Act of Legislature in 1790. The old storehouse built by him is still carried on by Edwin Durrea, and the old hotel is still standing, a part of the Hornby property. The third fall, much lower, turned the mill of Uncle Silas Seaman and his son, Valentine Seaman, but is now out of use, and the property of H.S. Ramsdell. Just beyond the terminus of the Blooming Grove and Greycourt Turnpike is the old Greycourt Cemetery, the burial place of many respected citizens of this and adjoining towns. 2 miles south of Craigville is situated Oxford Depot, on the Erie Railroad with a general country store, kept formerly by Peter B. Taylor. But for many years, the store and post office have been in charge of S.C. Van Vliet, who has also served the town as supervisor, justice, etc. Here is also a creamery run by the Alexander Campbell, the old settlement of Satterley's Mills, and the adjacent Campbell-Tillotson property are now the beautiful country residence of William Crawford, a well-known New York merchant, who is doing much to improve that part of the town. Near Oxford Depot is the beautiful home of Judge Charles R. Bull, supervisor from 1899 to 1903 and associate judge of county court and a lineal descendant of Sarah Wells. The old-time homes of the Seeleys and Marvins and the Fletcher Woodhull families, for a long time famous for their well-tilled farms and in the old times well-finished fat cattle, have passed from their hands, with the single exception of that of Cortlandt Marvin, still in the hands of his granddaughter, Fanny Marvin, regent of Blooming Grove Chapter, DAR, and granddaughter of Fanny Woodhull Marvin, mentioned by Eager in his sketch of Claudius Smith as being used by her mother, wife of Captain Woodhull. In saving the family silver, the stone house built under the supervision of William S. Woodhull is still the property of the widow of his son, Jessie Woodhull, who was a daughter of Marcus Sears and Mary Caldwell. And the Youngs' homesteads are still held by their descendants, Joseph W. Young, Mrs. Durland, and the family of William B. Hunter. The Bulls in the southern part of the town near Monroe still dwell upon the old homestead. John Brewster, the town clerk of Cornwall, 1765–1799, lived near Blooming Grove, and a part of his old homestead remains in the hands of his descendants, Thomas C. and Walter H. Brewster, who have both been supervisors of the town, and whose beautiful homes are beside the Tappan on Satterley's Creek, and near the ancestral home of Selah E. Strong, supervisor of Blooming Grove, 1875–1882, and sheriff of Orange County, 1888–1889–1890, and is now the home of his widow and their son, Sherwood Strong. This fine old home was built by his grandfather, Selah Strong, the first supervisor of the new town of Blooming Grove, having been Justice of the Peace for the town of Cornwall for 10 years. His father, Major Nathaniel Strong, came to this farm with the Howells and Woodhulls from Long Island and married Hannah, daughter of Major Nathaniel Woodhull. He was a prominent citizen, a major in the Continental Army, and was murdered in his home on his farm by the notorious Claudius Smith, October 6, 1778. This homestead adjoins that of the Strong family, now occupied by Charles F. Bull, from which came Major Samuel Strong and Captain Nathan Strong, who was at Valley Forge with the Continental Army. The descendants of Samuel Strong now live in Blooming Grove on the Benjamin Strong farm, near the Blooming Grove Church, and Charles Strong in Blagg's Clove. This homestead adjoins that of Colonel Jesse Woodhull, who settled here on 500 acres of land in 1753, aged 18 years, a part of which still remains in the family of N.D. Woodhull. The Woodhull family were descendants from Richard Woodhull, born in Northampton, England, 1620. Zealous for English liberty during the Protectorate, he sought freedom here. His grandson, Nathaniel, married into the Smith family, who were large proprietors of St. George's Manor. His daughter, Hannah, married Major Nathaniel Strong. His son, General Nathaniel Woodhull, remained upon the old homestead at Mastic, Long Island, and took an active part in opposing British oppression, and was killed by a British officer, September 2, 1776, tradition says because he would not say, "God save the King." Jesse settled in Blagg's Clove, and his son Richard married Hannah, daughter of Judge William Smith of Long Island, and was the father of William Smith and Nathaniel Du Bois. William Smith was the father of William Henry Howell and Jesse Woodhull, and Nathaniel was the father of Richard and Francis Manville and grandfather of Nathaniel D. Woodhull, well known in Orange County as a leader of the New York milk business. Adjoining the Woodhull tract is the old Howell homestead, to which Hezekiah Howell came from Long Island about 1730, and tradition says that as they came over Shunnamunk Mountain, they were obliged to stand by their horses to prevent the wild turkeys from eating up their oats. He with Sylvanus White and others took up the patent of 2,000 acres called Blagg's Clove, and he married a daughter of Job Sayer in 1735. His son, Hezekiah 2D, was born here, 1741, and married Juliana, daughter of Nathaniel Woodhull, of Mastic. His son, Charles Howell, was born in 1752, married a daughter of Major Nathaniel Strong, and after her death, Elizabeth, daughter of Charles Board, and settled near the Blooming Grove Church, upon a farm of 150 acres, which still remains in the hands of the family of his son, Edmund S. Howell. He served in the Independent Corps under General George Clinton in building Fort Putnam and was on guard after the burning of Kingston. Hezekiah Howell was the first supervisor of the old town of Cornwall and was sheriff of Orange County during the Revolution. His son, Hezekiah 3D, married Frances, daughter of Major Tuthill of Orange County. His grandson, Nathaniel W., graduated from Williams in the year 1853, was supervisor of Blooming Grove, 1871 and 1872, and a member of Assembly, 1863–1864. He has lived upon the old Howell homestead and also inherited his father's farm, and has just conveyed the whole Howell tract of 700 acres to C.T. Purdy, who is as closely connected with Sheriff Howell as Nathaniel W. Sylvanus White, Jr. Was born on Long Island, Southampton, and was son of Sylvanus and Phoebe Howell. They came with the Howells and Woodhulls and Strongs and Moffats to Blagg's Clove and settled upon 300 acres of land. His daughter married Anselm Helmy, and the family still retain the old Helmy homestead near Coleman's Mills. His son, Nathan H. White, was born in 1770, entered Columbia College at the age of 18, and graduated in 1781 in the same class as John Randolph of Roanoke. He taught a classical school in Montgomery for 6 years and was principal of the Newburgh Academy 2 years. Returning to the old home in 1802, he married Frances, daughter of Hezekiah and Juliana Woodhull Howell, and added 200 acres to the old homestead. He was elected first judge of Orange County and was the friend and associate of Judges Kent, Van Ness, Platt, and others. In 1806 was commissioned by Governor Morgan Lewis, captain of an Orange County company of militia. His son, Albert S. White, went to Indiana about 1825, was a member of Congress from Indiana 2 terms, and U.S. Senator contemporary with Clay, Calhoun, and Webster. One daughter married Harvey Deniston, and after his death, John Nichol, of Washingtonville, and the old White homestead is still held by her son, Charles Nichol. And from this union of the Woodhulls with the Strongs and the Howells, and from the Woodhull family came the numerous descendants who, together with the Seeleys, Tuthills, and Moffats, Hulses, Hudsons, Durias, etc., have combined to make the old town well known, both at home and in very many distant states, as one after another has left his ancestral acres to seek a home, if not a fortune, in other parts of our native land. Those who remained at home have kept the ancestral acres up to the standard of productiveness set by their fathers, have been the supporters of the old church and of the schools, and have erected beautiful homes. Instead of the droves of fatted cattle which slowly wended their way through the Ramapo Valley to the Christmas market in the city, and the county butter, now the Erie Railroad carries its daily freight of milk, and the accustomed leisure, the good old-fashioned all-day visits and early teas, have given way to the daily rush to the trains, or creameries, and the more elaborate, though no more enjoyable festal occasions, with formal invitations and great preparations. Who shall succeed these old families who have so loyally supported the church, the state, and the school? Shall their fine residences, which now crown the hilltops, with their beautiful views, and the valleys with their peaceful streams, attract the residents of the nearby cities, as the neighboring town of Monroe is doing? Or will these homes pass into the hands of those who have to labor for their daily bread, day by day, and neither the one nor the other caring for the traditions of the past, caring not for the old churches, the old burial grounds, nor anything of the past? This question comes home to many of us, as we see the changes going on about us, and we cannot answer. Churches and pastors. The first house of worship was erected in Blooming Grove, 1759. The old church stood until 1823, when the present building was erected. The first pastor was Reverend Enos Ayres, who stood first on the roll of the first class, graduated at Princeton College. He died in 1762 and was buried in the old burial ground, a part of which, including his grave and the graves of Reverend Samuel Parkhurst and Reverend Benoni Bradner, was covered by the new church building. In 1764, he was succeeded by Reverend Abner Reeve, father of the celebrated Judge Reeve, who founded the law school at Litchfield, Conn. Reverend Abner Reeve resigned about 1786. In 1786, Reverend Samuel Parkhurst came as a supply and soon died here, and his grave is also under the present church. Then followed, in 1770, Reverend Anasiah Lewis, Reverend Case, Reverend Green, and Reverend Silas Constant, as stated supplies for a time. Reverend Benoni Bradner filled the pulpit from 1786 until 1892, dying in 1804. He was buried here, his stone still standing erect under the church. After his retirement, Reverend Joel T. Benedict preached a few months. Reverend Noah Crane, 1803 to 1811. He was succeeded by Reverend William Rafferty, who married a daughter of John Chandler and resigned in 1815 to become president of St. John's College, Annapolis, Maryland. Returning on a visit in 1830, he died here, and is buried in the old Chandler family burial ground on the old homestead, now occupied by B.C. Sears. August 7, 1816, Reverend Luther Halsey was installed as pastor. The church was admitted under the care of the presbytery, with the reservation of its form of government, and remained in the presbytery of Hudson until 1833, but has always been in fact congregational. Reverend Luther Halsey served the church with great acceptance. Great revivals blessed his ministry, at one time nearly 100 being added to the church. The present church building was erected under his ministry and frequently filled. He resigned in 1824 to accept a professorship in Nassau Hall, later became professor of theology in Allegheny, in Auburn, and in Union seminaries. He died in Pittsburgh on November 2, 1880, aged 87 years. He was succeeded at Blooming Grove by James Arbuckle, then pastor of the 8th Presbyterian Church of Philadelphia, who was pastor of the church until his death, July 1847. In 1847, Reverend Ebenezer Mason, son of the celebrated John M. Mason, D.D. of New York City, became pastor, who died here the next year. After his death, the pulpit was supplied until April 1851, when Reverend Austin Craig was called, and served this church for 14 years, when he resigned to accept the presidency of Antioch College, Ohio, and later was president of the Biblical School at Stanfordville, Dutchess County, NY, where he died, but is still held in loving remembrance by many of the congregation and in the town. He was succeeded in April 1866 by Reverend Warren Hathaway, D.D., who still occupies the pulpit. Although he has had frequent calls to what seems to have been more attractive fields of labor, he still remains loyal to his old congregation and they to him. Both Eager and Ruttenber, to whom we are indebted for part of the facts herein stated, excuse a lengthy report of this old church, because of its being one of the landmarks of the town, and it still stands for righteousness, temperance, and charity toward all those laboring for the good of their fellowmen, but the congregation is greatly changed. In the place of the Marvins, and Seeleys, Moffats, and Rose, who came in large loads containing the whole families, come very few of those still left of the Woodhulls and Marvins. Although the Tuthills and the Shawns, who represent the old Moffat family, the Hulses and Hudsons, Jarrows and Sears, and Howells and Brewsters, still contribute their quotas toward the congregation, there are many vacant pews and very many who trooped up the long aisles, and listened attentively to the instructive and eloquent sermons, and visited upon the old door stones, are seen there no more. In place of the tall form of David H. Moffat, Jr., who used to lead the choir in the old gallery, stands the handsome pipe organ erected to his father's memory by David H. Moffat, of Denver. And the church has a fund in memory of David Wright, given by his daughter Susan Wright. In 1830, an effort was made to start an Episcopal church in Washingtonville, but met with no success. August 21, 1851, under the leadership of Reverend Henry Belden, a congregational church was organized, and a building erected, which was afterwards sold to the Methodist congregation, incorporated 1855. The First Presbyterian Church of Washingtonville was organized 1841. Connected with the Hudson Presbytery under the charge of Reverend Henry Belden, the church grew to a membership of 121, when Reverend Henry Belden was succeeded by Reverend Phineas Robinson. A church building was erected in 1847, and Reverend Luther Halsey was called to succeed him and occupied the pulpit until October 1856. Reverend Daniel Higbee served the church from August 1858 until his death October 1867. He was succeeded by John Griswold, who served until April 1871, when he was succeeded by Reverend James B. Beaumont, 1871 to 1881, George W. Morrill from 1882 to 1884, when an effort to unite the congregations of the first and second churches was made, but failed. In 1886, Reverend Joseph Greenleaf was called and died in 1888. William M. Yeoman was pastor from 1898 to October 1902. John A. McCallum, installed 1903, resigned June 20, 1907, leaving the church without a pastor at this date. Their church property has been increased by a new parsonage, 1872, and a handsome chapel and Sunday schoolroom to the memory of Mary Scott Deniston, the widow of Hun. Robert Denniston, erected by her children. In 1855, Dr. Luther Halsey, having a matter of difference with the New School Assembly, did not feel he could any longer remain under its care, and many of his congregation joining with him, they formed the Old School Presbyterian Church of Washingtonville. The church was organized in 1857, a house of worship built in 1858, and a parsonage added in 1871. Dr. Luther Halsey occupied the pulpit until April 1862, when Reverend Arthur Harlow was called and ordained and installed September 1863, resigned in October 1871, and died June 19, 1883. In 1872, B.G. Benedict became stated supply until 1875, when on account of ill health he resigned and was succeeded by Reverend N.M. Sherwood, who served the church 10 years, resigning in 1885 in order that his occupying the pulpit might not embarrass the effort to unite the two Presbyterian churches. This effort failing, Reverend Eugene L. Mapps was called, April 1886, installed 1887, and resigned a year later, having received a call to the Presbyterian Church of Carlisle, PA. The church was then supplied for some time, and then sold its property, and divided the proceeds between the foreign and home mission boards of the Presbyterian Church, part of the congregation giving to the First Presbyterian Church and part to the Old Blooming Grove Church, and part to Bethlehem and Little Britain. The Blooming Grove Methodist Episcopal Church was incorporated December 3, 1855. This is now the Washingtonville Methodist Church. It was for a long time on the circuit of Monroe, Oxford, Craigville, and Highland Mills, but now is associated with the church at Salisbury Mills, has a fine church property, kept in very good repair, and has recently installed electric lights in connection with other improvements. The Catholic Church of St. Mary is near Washingtonville on the State Road. The first building, erected in 1872, has been of late much enlarged and beautified under the direction and by the effort of Reverend Father Tetrow, and now has a fine property consisting of the enlarged church and rectory. The Methodist Church of Salisbury Mills was incorporated in 1854, was connected with the New Windsor Circuit until 1898, when it was connected with Washingtonville. It has a convenient and finely located building. In Salisbury, largely through the efforts of Richard Caldwell and his wife, Sarah Beatty Caldwell, the Hope Chapel, connected with the Bethlehem Presbyterian congregation, was built and has been an active organization ever since. And its Sunday school, supported by its founders, is large and active, and Sunday evening and other services well attended. The Satterley Town Methodist Church was organized in 1855, a house built and services held for some time, but its supporters, withdrawing or moving from the neighborhood, the building was removed. Also, about 1850, a church was erected at Craigville, for the use of that village and neighborhood, which soon passed into the hands of the Methodist organization, and was on the circuit with Washingtonville for many years, but service has for a long time been discontinued, though the building still stands in fair repair and is beautifully situated. Still another Methodist church was built about 1 mile south of Oxford Depot and used for the purpose of worship, but now has been turned to secular use. Also near this was the Friends Meeting House, now used as a dwelling. Chapter 12. Town of Chester, by Frank Durland. Chester is one of the interior towns of Orange County, situated on the main line Erie Railroad, which together with the Newburgh Branch, Lehigh and Hudson and Orange County railroads, make up the chief commercial outlets to the ports on the Hudson and Delaware rivers. It consists of over 16,000 acres of fine farming land and is a noted dairy and stock farming section of the Empire State. Considerable enterprise has been shown in recent years in the culture of onions, celery, and lettuce on the Greycourt Meadows, which are among the most fertile of all the alluvial deposits of the country. The title of most of the land of the township is from the famous Woweyanda patent, which covered the land deeded by the 12 native Indian proprietors, who signed a deed, March 5, 1703, for all the land from the high hills of the Hudson to the Shawangunk Mountains and the Jersey line. The highest points of vantage in Chester Township, from which magnificent views may be obtained of the whole Wauyanda country, are Sugar Loaf Mountain, 1,220 feet elevation, and Goose Pond Mountain, 826 feet above the sea level. From these pinnacles may be seen the Catskills, which are much higher and further removed than the Shawangunk range of mountains. The elevation in Chester Village at Durland Square is 485 feet, and on the ridge back of the Presbyterian Church, extending toward Craigville, may be obtained extended views of a large portion of Orange County, spread out in every direction. The H.W. Wood Hills at East Chester, the T.S. Durland Ridge at Greycourt, and the Guy Miller Gravel Hill each have a magnificent outlook over a large scope of the country from Shunnamunk to Shawangunk. In the valleys between these ridges are the old highways following, in some instances, Indian trails. It is but natural that along these roads the present village should have grown up. The road from Newburgh through Chester to Trenton and Morristown N.J. is often spoken of in the Clinton papers, and in more recent years it has been known as the King's Highway. It has been a noted road since colonial days, having often been used by General Washington during the Revolutionary War. It is the natural avenue for intercourse between Newburgh and New Jersey. Crossing this road at Durland Square is the old Albany and New York Stage Road, which enters the town of Chester at the Goshen line and to the metropolis continues its course southward near Greycourt. Leaving this old stage road at Nanowit Park, which has been recently donated to the town of Chester by Reverend E.T. Sanford, pastor of the North Baptist Church of New York City, is the Old Indian Trail, which became a popular road during the colonial days and leads to Greenwood Lake and to the ancient Sterling Iron Works. This road was traveled by Peter Townsend, one of the owners of the Sterling Iron Works, who lived in Chester during the Revolution, and whose descendants continued to reside here for many years. There is also the new State Road, number 600, following quite closely the old Albany and New York Road, excepting the course from Monroe to Chester is changed from the east to the west side of the Erie Railroad. The famous Glenmere Lake, formerly known as Thompson's Pond, is partly in the town of Chester and is noted for its pickerel and bass fishing. Its area is about 400 acres. The streams of the town are known as the Otterkill, which flows through West Chester and is joined at Lincolndale by the Cromeline Creek, which was known in colonial days as the River. The Cromeline has its sources of supply near the northern headwaters of Greenwood Lake in the watershed, known as Dutch Hollow. Also from the outlet of Walton Lake, known in colonial days as the Little Long Pond, to distinguish it from Greenwood Lake, which in the early period of our history was known as Long Pond. Along the Cromeline Creek are the fertile meadows formerly known as the Great Beaver Meadows. Since the erection of the Cromeline House in the year 1716, which stood on the south side of the road opposite the present home of W. R. Conklin, the meadows have been known as the Greycourt Meadows, from the fact that this Cromeline House was known as the Greycourt Inn. This name was also given to the cemetery, near this old inn, and when the Erie Railroad was built in 1841, this name was applied to the junction of the Erie Railroad with the Newburgh Branch and the Warwick Valley, first called East and West Junction, afterwards Chesterville. And finally, the euphonious name of Greycourt was decided upon as the name appropriate for the station adjoining these famous Greycourt Meadows. Colonial and Revolutionary History. On the 22nd of August, 1775, the Provincial Congress of New York passed a law under which the militia of the Revolution was organized. The several companies so formed were directed to be joined into regiments to consist of not less than 5 nor more than 10 companies. When the organization was perfected, the companies of Orange formed the 4th Brigade under Brigadier General George Clinton. This brigade was composed of 4 companies of Ulster and 5 of Orange County, commanded respectively by Colonel Allison, whose regimental district included Goshen, of which Chester was then a part, and the western part of the county. There were Colonel Hathorne, whose district embraced Warwick and the settlements; Colonel Woodhull, the district which is now Monroe and Blooming Grove; Colonel Hasbrouck's district, embracing Newburgh and vicinity; Colonel Clinton's of New Windsor, Montgomery, and Wallkill. During the early years of the war, our people, located, as they were, not far removed from the Hudson, were almost constantly under arms or engaged in the construction of the forts of the Highlands, or preparing the obstructions to navigation through these highlands. The contract for the making of the last chain drawn across the Hudson at West Point on April 30, 1778, was awarded at the home of Mr. Peter Townsend, who resided at this time in the old homestead opposite the Presbyterian Church in Chester Village by Secretary of War, Mr. Pickering. Mr. Townsend, of the firm of Townsend and Noble, at this time was one of the owners of the Stirling furnace where the chain was made. During the years 1776 to 1779, our troops were very active and were kept informed by the aid of cannon firing by day and beacon fires by night. From December 1776 to April 1778, our militia was called out no less than 12 times and spent 292 days in the field. At a meeting of the county delegates called to meet at the Yelverton Inn, still standing in Chester, on September 17, 1774, Henry Wisner was elected and sent as a delegate to the Continental Congress at Philadelphia to protest against the unjust taxation. On December 9, 1776, General Clinton was ordered to cooperate with Generals Lee and Gates to harass the enemy, who had then entered northern New Jersey. The resolution read as follows: that all the militia of Orange and Ulster counties be forthwith ordered to march properly armed and accoutered with 4 days' provision to Chester, Orange County, NY. This fixes the date of the encampment of these troops on the hill where the present new modern schoolhouse is being erected, as being about the latter part of December, 1776, or January, 1777. The encampment probably consisted of part of the 4 regiments, under Colonels Allison, Hathorne, Woodhull, and Clinton. An order was issued on January 4, 1777, dismissing part of these troops, leaving about 300 men in the above camp for the winter. One of the first engagements in which our Chester patriots took part occurred at Suffern, October 3, 1777, when Major Thomas Moffat ordered Captain Wood and 20 men to cover the pass through the mountains at this point, where they intercepted a band of Tories, with the result of 1 robber killed and 3 wounded. Our company was engaged under Colonel Allison later on at Forts Montgomery and Clinton. While these events were transpiring on the Hudson, the western frontier was harassed by the incursions of the Indians and Tories under the leadership of the educated half-breed Brant, together with Butler the Tory. Our troops becoming alarmed by the fugitives' accounts of the massacres and burnings taking place on the frontier, Colonel Hathorne, together with Lieutenant Colonel Tustin, of Colonel Allison's Goshen Regiment, and with such numbers of the commands as could be brought together in so brief a time, proceeded at once to Minnesink, on July 22, 1779, to take part in that bloody battle on this date. Several of our Chester company were among the brave troops. Subsequent historical incidents. After the Revolutionary War and until 1845, the village of Chester was a part of the township of Goshen and had become quite an important trading center, being at the junction of the 2 leading state roads. Up to the time of the building of the Warwick Valley Road, in 1863, now the Lehigh and Hudson, the pig iron from Wauyanda Lake Forge was carted to Chester for shipment on the Erie, the butter and other farm produce from the Vernon Valley, extending as far as Newton, NJ, was also brought to this point for shipment. It was but natural that the trial to decide the boundaries of the Chesapeake and Wauyanda Indian patents should have been held at this place. In the year 1785, in the barn connected with the Yelverton Inn, erected in the year 1765, still standing, in good state of preservation, and owned by Joseph Durland, some of the older inhabitants and pioneers of Orange County met with the nation's most famous lawyers, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr. The Wauyanda patentees were fortunate in securing these men during this trial, and many historical facts were brought out, through the witnesses sworn at this trial. In their testimony concerning what they knew about the early settlement of the country and the relations of the whites to the native Indians, the evidence was set forth. The burden of the testimony seemed to prove that Schunemunk was not considered by the pioneers as the high hills of the Hudson. On this trial, Judge Elihu Marvin stated that he was born in 1719 and moved in what is now known as the town of Chester in 1742. Whenever he visited Haverstraw and returned as far as the Ramapo River, it was always called beyond the high hills of the Hudson. Hugh Dobbin, aged 76, stated that he lived near Sugar Loaf Mountain since 1738. Deliverance Conkling, who lived near Wickham's Pond, stated that he was 71 years old and has known personally Lancaster Symes, one of the Wowyanda patentees, and the pond at Goose Pond Mountain used to be called Cromeline Pond and abounded in wild geese. Samuel Gale was born in 1737 and testified that the Chesapeake's line had always been disputed. William Thompson was born in 1723, was chain-bearer for Colonel Clinton and usually stopped when surveying the Chesapeake patent at Perry's near Wickham's Pond. He had talked with the Indians and remained at times in their wigwams. Ebenezer Hawley, born 1698, stated that he knew Captain Symes, Captain Ask, Christopher Den, and Daniel Cromeline. In dispute with the Indians, Governor Burnet had decided that the Indians must move off the land. Among the Indians who still claimed land were Rondout, Hans, and Romer. He stated that Cromeline made his first improvement at Greycourt. John Kinner, a Chester resident, held land in this disputed tract under Mr. Wisner, Dr. Baird, and Mr. Scott. James Board, aged 65, born in England in 1720, came to this country with his father, Cornelius, and brother, David, in 1730. Sent by Alexander, Lord Stirling, to discover copper mines, discovered iron ore deposits at Stirling, built there a forge in 1735, and in the year of 1740 removed to Ringwood. The mountains west toward Warwick were called by that name. The Sugar Loaf Mountain was called by that name as long as he remembered. Soon after the forge was going, it was sold by Cornelius Board and Sons to Colden and Ward. During this trial, Burr and Hamilton were guests at the old Yelverton Inn. The court adjourned to meet again at Chester, in Yelverton Barn in October 1785, at which session it was decided that Chesapeake patent should comprise all the land east of Goose Pond Mountain and the Great Beaver Meadows, to the western line of Evans Patent and the Hudson River. In the early part of the 19th century, living in and about West Chester were Joseph Durland, born in 1762, Benjamin Dunning, Daniel Denton, James Rowe, and Michael Renton. On the Florida Road lived Thaddeus Seeley and Major Halbert. At Chester lived a Savale opposite the Second Academy, Edmund Seeley, Seth Satterley, and Dr. Townsend Seeley. Peter Townsend lived opposite the Presbyterian Church. Isaac and William Townsend on the C.B. Wood Ridge, Elmer Cooper and Dr. Dodd, Aaron Cox, the Hatter, and Stephen Cooper, born in 1788, David G. Drake, born in 1760. The old Samuel Satterley House stood on the brow of the hill, nearly opposite the joining of Old New York Road near the New State Road. From this point at the bridge, which was called in these early days the Purgatory Bridge, the most popular amusement was running races. The course lay from this bridge to the oak tree, which is still standing near H.W. Wood's residence. On special days, July 4, and in the autumn, the people from miles around fairly lined the short course in numbers from 300 to 400 people. In fact, nearly double the number of our whole population at that period. Purses were usually made up at such times at the course, and great horses contested. Among them were Weber's Kentucky Whip, a great running sire from Kentucky, Tom Thumb, and Saltram. The visitation of such noted running stock to Chester was the beginning of an improvement in the racing stock of this section. This development found its climax in the birth of Hambletonian, the progenitor of the American trotter. When the old hero of Chester died in 1876, he was buried on the hill on the W.M. Ristic Place. Since that time, a granite shaft costing $3,000 has been erected to mark the resting place of this notable sire. About 100 years ago, Isaac Kinner and Daniel Cooley lived on the western foothills of the Goose Pond Mountains. On the Craigville Road lived Dr. John Bolton, Birdseye Young, Albert Seeley, Samuel Denton, Hezekiah Moffat, and Jesse Carpenter. The growth of a century. About 1721, we find John Yelverton, of New Windsor, in this section. The deed recorded, 1765, by his grandson and executor, Abijah Yelverton, who kept the Yelverton Inn in Old Chester Village, conveys 3 parcels of land in 1721 in Goshen to John Yelverton, in trust for a parsonage, minister's house, and burying place. also to build a meeting house thereon or a public edifice for the worship of God in the way and manner of those of the Presbyterian persuasion, signed by 24 landowners in the different parts of the Wauyanda Pat. This has reference to the Goshen Presbyterian Church. During this period, Chester, with the rest of this part of the county, was included in the precinct of Goshen. Richard Edsall's survey, made in 1741, mentions William Saley and Rudolph Swartwout as living in this neighborhood. The township of Chester is well arranged for the transaction of public business, and is the practical outcome of the ambitions of a progressive century. In 1845, from the towns of Goshen, Warwick, Blooming Grove, and Monroe, the township was organized with James Gray as its first supervisor, 1845. The first deed that we find made mention of was John Beers as owning 120 acres of the Cromeline Pat. He sold the same June 16, 1751, to John Ensign, who in turn sold 4234 acres of the tract on May 19, 1755, to John Yelverton, gentleman, for the sum of 97L and 4s, current money. Upon this land, the village of Chester is located. Many familiar names of the families living in our township today are found on the assessment rolls of Dist. Number 4, Town of Goshen, of September 1775, signed by Nathaniel Rowe. This district may be described as running from Greycourt to Satterleytown, Sugar Loaf to Somerville, to Fort Hill, with no less than 119 landowners with an assessed valuation of 370L. 8s, 17D. Abijah Yelverton, in the year of 1783, gave an acre of ground for church purposes. The year 1797 saw the beginning of the first meeting house. In 1708, the first minister began his labors in the Presbyterian Church at $75 per annum, with the privilege of teaching to piece out his support. This meeting house stood on the high ground in the rear of the residence of Dr. S.G. Carpenter in the old village of Chester. It was commodious for the time, with square pews, but was used without being heated. The next church was built in 1829 and was located about the center of the present cemetery at East Chester. Our earliest district schoolhouse stood opposite the Dr. Edmonston home in the old village. It was erected during the latter part of 1700. Another was located on the Goshen Road near Dr. A.T. Sandon's residence. Long before the noise of railroads disturbed the quiet of our hamlet, the mails were brought by the old stage coach. Chester was favorably situated for the exchange of mails. The Goshen stage running through here to meet the Newburgh and New York stage line at Southfield and the Warwick stage line, using our road to connect with the same line at Washingtonville. The first post office was established in Chester in 1794. Joseph Wickham being the first postmaster located at West Chester, then and now a part of Chester Village. Afterward, it was moved to the Old Village, and in 1842 was removed to the building opposite the present Erie Railroad Tower at Chester Station. The idea of offering fresh milk from the country to the distant consumer in the city originated with a road contractor named Selleck who interested some of our leading farmers in the project, and succeeded in getting a supply sent by the Erie in the spring of 1842. It was shipped in the blue pyramid churns of that day. The first shipment were about 6 cans per day, and freight charges were by weight, 20 cents per 100 pounds. The price paid the producer was 2 cents per quart, placed on the cars at Chester. The farmers, soon finding that there was more money to be made from milk at 2 cents per quart than butter at 15 cents per pound, began sending milk to Selleck. Thus, the milk business of the county was born, and in spite of the many difficulties, this business has alone been the means of building 4 railroads in Orange County and returned to it over $100 million. In 1784, mention is made of a sawmill on the Trout Brook, on the Sterling Road. These mills are now known as Bull's Mills. A grist mill was then operated on the opposite side of the stream. The old flouring mill at West Chester was established soon after the settlement was made. As late as the year 1820, an old mill stood upon the ground just above the present Chester Mills. During these times, they used 2 run of stone and never were compelled to shut down for lack of water. Chester's first library was incorporated November 17, 1779, with 7 trustees, and was verified before Judge Wickham and recorded the same year. Abijah Yelverton was the first librarian. The War of 1861 occasioned a great demand for onions, and our onion culture on the Black Meadows began about that time. Our average yearly production has been about 60,000 bushels. During Revolutionary times, a part of these meadows were cultivated for raising hemp later on, potatoes, and corn. Incorporation. The movement for both our present water supply and for the incorporation of the village first took effective shape in the year 1891, when a few public-spirited citizens of the village subscribed to a fund to be expended in a survey to determine whether the water of Little Long Pond, now known as Walton Lake, could be brought to the village under such pressure as would make it available for fire protection. The preliminary survey was made under the direction of Joseph Board and George M. Rowe. The facts were convincing that this was a most favorable project for a water supply. First, the organization of a private company was proposed, and from this developed the incorporation of our village, the citizens realizing that if we were to have a water supply, it must be owned by the village. Accordingly, this was done with the happy result that has made us the envy of our neighboring villages. On October 17, 1892, Mr. Joseph Board was appointed as resident superintendent in the construction of the waterworks. And when the water was turned on in exactly a year, October 17, 1893, the inhabitants of our village had the satisfaction of knowing that each length of pipe so laid had been under the inspection of our superintendent. The village of Chester was incorporated June 23, 1892. Having a population of 1,400, 125 voters favored the incorporation, and only the small number of 13 opposed the proposition. At the first caucus, held July 12, 1892, were nominated W. A. Lawrence as president, Joseph Durland, George M. Rowe, and Thad S. Durland, trustees. At the first election, held July 20, 1892, the above citizens were elected to their respective offices. The village board was organized on the same date, naming Joseph Board as village clerk. The Board of Water Commissioners was organized August 15, 1892, with Messrs. W. A. Lawrence, Joseph Durland, George M. Rowe, and T. S. Durland as commissioners, and Joseph Board clerk. A taxpayers' meeting was called September 2, 1892, to vote on the question of assessment for waterworks, with the following results: 68 in favor, against 7. Contract was executed at a total cost of $53,000 at their final completion. This water supply for the village of Chester is one of the best in the state. The source is Walton Lake, formerly known as Little Long Pond, a beautiful sheet of spring water, covering an area of 127 acres, with a storage capacity of 312 feet, each foot of water giving a supply of over 40 million gallons. This supply is a gravity system. From this lake, at an elevation of 250 feet above the level of Main Street, at Chester Station, giving a working pressure of 80 to 90 pounds, there was laid for water mains 8,197 feet of 12-in, pipe 6,978 feet of 19-in, pipe 14,820 feet of 8-in, pipe 5,748 feet of 6-in, pipe 6,312 feet of 4-in, pipe. Since the introduction of Walton Lake water, both the Walton Hose Company and Hook and Ladder Company have been organized. After the incorporation, the present municipal brick building was erected at a cost of $5,000. In this building, rooms for village officers and parlors used by the fire department are located. In connection with our fire department, there is an annual inspection at which time the Chester Military Band of 25 members, under the leadership of George W. Ball, adds greatly to the village life. In the year 1905, the Orange and Rockland Electric Company was organized, with R. W. Smith as president and G. M. Rowe as vice president, Zale Paddleford, secretary, Frank Durland, treasurer. This company was organized and stock subscribed for by the citizens of Chester and Monroe. The streets of the village, which were formerly lighted by kerosene, are now illuminated by electric current, generated by this company. Our Telford streets were laid in the year 1901 at a cost of $17,000. A distance of 2 1/4 miles were constructed through the main streets of the village. Churches. The Presbyterian Church of Chester, while it had been ministering to the spiritual needs of the community for more than a quarter of a century, affected its legal organization December 26, 1826, with David Rowe, Henry Seeley, James Halbert, Elnathan Satterley, Joseph Sherwood, and Townsend Seeley as trustees. The present house of worship, being the third erected by this congregation, was dedicated January 4, 1854. The present chapel was added in the year 1884. The church was remodeled, and memorial windows added in the year 1898. In the year 1898, the church celebrated the centennial of its existence with impressive services and the publication of an interesting history of its century of church life. The commodious parsonage adjoining the church was erected in 1895 at a cost of about $8,000. Methodist Episcopal Church. Sugar Loaf. Reverend Isaac Condie was the first Methodist preacher to visit Sugar Loaf, which he did in the year 1803 or 1804, and first preached in the home of John D. Conklin. In the fall of 1804, he organized the first class and appointed John D. Conklin leader. It is the mother of all the Methodist churches within a radius of 10 or 12 miles. The certificate of incorporation was executed on August 6, 1809. The trustees then chosen were Henry Wisner, Jr., Joseph Beach, Andrew Cunningham, Benjamin Wells, Richard Wisner, Horace Ketchum, Elijah Stevens, John D. Conklin, and Benjamin Horton. A subscription was taken and the first church was built in year 1810. 10 years later, in the year 1820, the Sunday school was established. The parsonage was erected in the year 1832. The second church, the present building, was built in 1852, and at 3 separate times it has undergone repairs. Reverend J. B. Wakely, D.D., preached the sermon at the dedication of the church in the year 1852, and following the extensive repairs to the church, made in 1872, Bishop Cyrus D. Foss preached the dedication sermon. The church celebrated the centennial of its existence in the fall of 1904, at which time many of the former pastors were present to participate in the services, when Bishop Foss was again present. A long list of worthy men have served this church as pastors. Reverend P. N. Chase, Ph.D., is at present in charge, M. D. Stevens, superintendent of the Sunday School, Miss Alice Turfler, president of the Epworth League. The Methodist Episcopal Church of Chester was organized in the year 1837, and for some time used the Academy for worship. Afterwards used the ballroom of Yelverton Inn. In the year 1852, the present property was purchased, and the church edifice erected in charge of the following trustees: C. B. Wood, W. L. Foster, Daniel Conklin, S. R. Banker, John T. Johnson, William Masterson, G. B. McCabe. In 1867, the church was enlarged, and in 1878 the present parsonage was purchased. In the year 1879, the sum of $3,000 was expended in beautifying the church building. St. Paul's Episcopal Church. The organization of St. Paul's Episcopal Mission was effected on May 25, 1897, at which time Samuel Wilkins and James A. Parkin were elected trustees. Services were held in various places until the summer of 1898, when land was purchased and the present church edifice on Main Street was erected. The church was dedicated by Archdeacon William R. Thomas, D.D., on August 6, 1898. The church was consecrated by Bishop Henry Cadman Potter on July 25, 1899. Prior to this, the usual organization of the Episcopal Church was effected. Mr. Samuel Wilkin and R.W. Chamberlain wardens were elected. J. A. Parkin, E. T. Jackson, and W. F. Depew, vestrymen. Articles of incorporation were filed on February 27, 1899. The clergyman, Reverend J. Holmes McGuinness, D.D., at this time was elected. St. John's African Union Chapel. This church was organized on June 22, 1904, under the auspices of the African Union, first colored Methodist Protestant church in America and Canada, with 5 members and Reverend Edward Nicholas as pastor. The church and Sunday school has at present a total membership of 88. Reverend Mr. Nicholas was assigned to this field of labor by the 90th Annual Conference of the above-named denomination, held at the Mother Church in Wilmington, Delaware County, May 18, 1904. The citizens of the place have done much to encourage this well-begun work. Organizations. Chester Lodge number 363, Knights of Pythias, was organized in the year 1894, and the lodge charter is dated July 25 of that year. The lodge was started with a membership of 21, which has increased to 40 knights. The lodge conventions are held every Thursday evening at Castle Hall, in the Wilkin Building. The sums paid to members in sick benefits since the organization amount to $1,000. Standard Lodge number 711, F and AM, was instituted July 27, 1871, and continued to meet in this place, where many of its members resided until a few years ago, when a majority decided to change its place of meeting to Monroe. The Chester National Bank was organized in the year 1845 as a state bank and became a national bank on June 6, 1865. The bank occupies the up-to-date quarters in its new building, erected in 1896 on Main Street. The building is of brick, with Quincy granite facing, built at a cost of $10,000. Its fire and burglar-proof vault containing 100 safe deposit boxes at an added cost of $8,000. Chester Free Library, organized through the effort of Chester Library and Social Club, was chartered by the University of the State of New York, December 19, 1901. The original trustees were Hiram Tuthill, president, Charles W. Kerner, secretary and treasurer, Joseph Board, Joseph Durland, and Roswell W. Chamberlain, trustees. Mrs. Abby Masters is librarian. The library owns about 800 volumes, and in 1907 circulated 3,543 books. It is supported by voluntary contributions and entertainments. The reading room, which is well supplied with periodicals, and the library are open to the public on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evenings and Saturday afternoons. The Young Men's Christian Association was organized March 1, 1907, with 110 members. The members occupy the rooms in the Lawrence Building. The society started in a very flourishing condition. There have been various organizations from time to time in Chester to advance its interests. The Board of Trade was organized October 1, 1900, with Frank Durland, president, W. A. Lawrence, vice president, Charles W. Kerner, secretary, Hiram Tuthill, treasurer. Directors Joseph Board, William Osborne, George Vale, G. M. Rowe. The Board of Trade represents the spirit that has effected cooperation in many ways for advancing the interests of the town. Among them are the incorporation of our village and the securing of the water supply from Walton Lake and the Telford streets. At present, the officers are looking forward to the development of the suburban idea on the beautiful site that our village affords, and will welcome desirable manufacturing interests. From a small beginning in the year 1874, the manufacture of Neufchâtel and square cream cheese has grown until at the present time, the Lawrence & Sons Cheese Factory is using over 300 cans or 12,000 quarts of milk daily, employing a daily average of 25 men. This factory, consuming such a large amount of milk, together with Borden's large receiving station, with a receiving average of 100 cans daily, proves the high productiveness of the land in this section. The sugar milk factory is located adjoining this cheese plant for the manufacture of milk sugar. This sugar is made from the whey, a byproduct delivered by the cheese factory. Military. The military record of Chester is a worthy one. Quite a number of Chester residents made up a company during the Revolutionary War under Colonel Allison and were attached to the Goshen Regiment. In the Second War with England, there was a representation of hardy men of this town to endure the hardships of the war. Some of them survived until the year 1880. During the general training days that followed the Second War with England, Captain John Yelverton, whose sword is still prized as a relic of those days of patriotic zeal, led the men of the town to Durland's Square, where the volunteer militia were inspected. During the Civil War, nearly 200 men represented this town in defending the Union. Many of them suffered upon the battlefield. A few citizens from the young men of the town enlisted in the Spanish-American War. Sugar Loaf. Sugar Loaf is one of the oldest communities of Orange County, and as a trading center was established shortly after the settlement of Goshen. It is one of the villages of Chester Township, to which we may look with interest in these early times. It was named by these pioneer settlers from the cone-like mountain, which towers above the quiet village to an elevation of 1,226 feet above sea level. The mountain, which consists mostly of grey-wacky slate, resembles in appearance, as viewed from the village, a loaf of sugar, such as was used in the homes of the early settlers before the day of granulated sugar as an article of commerce. This sublime eminence, the highest in the county, affords from its summit one of the most commanding views in the county. This view is best secured by entering the field near George H. Mapp's place on the road to Sugar Loaf Valley and walking, as it were, from the tail to the head of the lion-like mountain, for this is the shape of the mountain as viewed from Chester Depot. N.P. Willis, the American poet and literary genius, who loved old Orange County's hills from Butler Hill on the Hudson, which he renamed Storm King, to Adam and Eve in the Drowned Lands, speaks of Sugar Loaf Mountain, when viewed from the Chester Hills, as being like a crouching lion ready to spring upon its prey. The earliest record of inhabitants includes Hugh Dobbin, who lived near Sugar Loaf Mountain in 1738. Mr. Perry lived near the pond, which bore his name and later was called Wickham Pond. This was prior to the middle of the 18th century, when Clinton, the surveyor, marked the Chesapeake claim line, which extended from the base of Goose Pond Mountain to Bellevale and thence to the Jersey line. Stephen W. Perry, who lived in the Sugar Loaf Valley a century ago, was probably related to the Perry with whom the surveyors stopped in those colonial days when the Indians still lived in the mountains, and the surveyors were accustomed to use the Indian wigwams for shelter during their journey, blazing the trees on the Chesapeake line through the trackless forest. Nathaniel Knapp lived for a time on the Levi Jeer place, and a headstone with the date 1804, the initials NK, aged 64 years, marks the place of his burial. For some sentimental reason, he was buried under a great oak on the farm upon which Hugh Dobbin probably lived in the year 1738. According to tradition, the old log house of this early pioneer was at the curve of the road near the entrance to the meadow. Among other men that have been prominent about Sugar Loaf were Henry Wisner, Horace Ketchum, Squire James Halleck, Jesse H. Knapp, Vincent Wood, who lived on the Asa Dawson farm, and John Halbert, born 1773, who lived on the farm now occupied by his grandson, Samuel Halbert. The Knapp family came from Connecticut and settled on 3 different farms. Some of the family emigrated later through a trackless forest to the Butternut Creek in Otsego County. The Nicholas Demarest family of Chester descended from James Demarest's family, who came from Bergen County, New Jersey, and settled on the ridge near Sugar Loaf, occupying a farm of 500 acres. John Bigger is mentioned by John Wood, the assessor, in 1775 as a taxpayer together with David Rumsey, Samuel Wickham, Jacobus Bertholf, and Barnabas Horton. In Sugar Loaf Valley, east of the mountain, John King settled soon after his marriage in 1784 upon a farm of 200 acres. Among his neighbors were Cornelius Board and George Davis. Thomas Fitzgerald lived near the line of the town of Warwick. More recently in the community life of Sugar Loaf, the following men may be mentioned: Joseph Cooper, Crinnies Larrow, David Dyer, Lewis Rhodes, Jesse Wood, John D. Conklin, John Bertholf, Silas Rose, David W. Stevens, Charles Fitzgerald, and Elisha Stevens. Miss Martha Odell, of Chester, now 94 years of age, remembers the visits of Frank Forrester and his companion, Tom Draw, passing through the village and over the hills to the valley and beyond for game and fish. The school of Sugar Loaf Village in the past century has educated many bright boys and girls. The old schoolhouse stood on the road that leads from the village to the northwest. The house was on the westerly side of the road. Reader Feagles and Lieutenant Wood were among the teachers in the early part of the 19th century. The fact that men with patriotic zeal have been identified with Sugar Loaf may be summarized by the statement that in the home of Mrs. H.C. Baker are mementos of her husband's service in the Civil War, Jesse H. Knapp, who was an officer in the Second War with England, and Caleb Knapp, who served in the American Revolution. The Committee of Safety during the Revolutionary War included other patriots like Jacobus and Gillian Bertholf, David Rumsey, father of Royal Rumsey, and Captain Henry Wisner. Jacob, John and Josiah Fegels were patriotic citizens of this section during these times. The interesting story is told of Hugh Dobbin, the pioneer of sugar loaf, that during the Revolution he was exempt from service, but pointed with pride to the fact that in 1757, in the struggle with the French and Indians, he assisted the government by pasturing 115 horses belonging to Captain John Wisner's company. We cannot turn from the story of this section without alluding to the loss of one of its interesting objects, now only a tradition. Mr. Thomas Burt of Warwick, at the age of 87, remembers the time when on the side of Sugarloaf Mountain there was an eminence upon which was the profile of a man with broad shoulders, narrow neck, and enlarged head with hat on. This was called the Old Giant, and near it was a fissure in the rock called the Giant's Cellar. Tradition says that Claudius Smith, after his depredations through the county, hid in this cleft of the rock. Chapter 13. Town of Cornwall, by E.M.V. McCallan. The first view of Cornwall is not attractive. Two rugged hills rise before us, their sides not even clothed with virgin soil, for the loose soil sends down sand and boulders to the street below. They are separated by a rocky ravine, at the bottom of which runs a brook, scarcely visible in summer's drought, but fed in the spring by the melting snow from the hills, becomes a torrent that sweeps away bridges and roads that form its banks. A narrow highway has been cut at the base of each hill, but merges into one road just where the stream is spanned by a pretty stone bridge. The landing itself is simply a business place without any pretense of beauty. Nathan Clark's store stands as it did in 1824. Some small houses shelter a few families, storehouses line the docks. Taft, Howell and Company's mill has only the attractiveness of utility if we accept the emerald velvet robe of Ampelopsis, which almost covers the entire front. The West Shore Depot is a more modern structure, and past this, the black rails sweep north and south. We will take the right-hand road past the post office, presided over by Miss Young, and ascend a rather steep hill. After we leave the little bridge, we are shut out from the sight of civilization. At our right rises an almost perpendicular hill darkly clothed in fir, pine, and hemlock. On the left is a substantial handrail protecting us from the rocky gorge below. It is cool and dark here, and we will stay long enough to review a little of Cornwall's early history. As the half-moon anchored in the broad bay south of Newburgh, the swift canoes of the Indians shot out from the shore to investigate what kind of a bird their white-winged visitors might be. They were of the tribe Warwaronix, afterwards known as the Murderers Kill Indians. On April 15, 1685, Governor Dongan purchased the tract claimed by this tribe, extending from Murderers Creek to Stony Point, the river forming the eastern boundary. A year previous to this, a Scotchman named McGregory had brought his own and several families to settle here. A document is extant in which Margaret McGregory states, "They were not only the first Christians that had settled thereon, but also peaceably and quietly, and enjoyed their land during the term of their natural lives." McGregory was placed in command of the militia and marched with his men to fight the Indians. Before he left, he was assured by Governor Dongan the patent for his land should be issued. It never was. He was killed in 1691, and during the trouble with the Leisler government and that of Governor Fletcher, his property was sold to Captain Evans. After a great deal of trouble in getting back to his family, who held it until 1727, it was sold to Thomas Ellison. There is no record of the names of any of his family after his death, except his and that of his wife's brother Tossusk, the Laird of Minivard. The boundaries of this tract were very indefinite until in 1799, when Monroe and Blooming Grove were erected into separate towns. Buttermilk Falls still formed part of our territory, but the mountain made business intercourse so very inconvenient that in 1872 a petition was granted by the legislature severing this connection, the new village taking the name of Highland Falls. Freighting. There were still many hundred acres, and those were divided into large farms where cattle, horses, and small stock were raised in great quantities. Orange County milk and butter had become famous, and Cornwall contributed her full share. Not only the products of our own neighborhood, but those of the other counties reached New York by the way of Cornwall Landing. A friend recently gone from us, Miss Maria Conser, who was a child at that time, gives the following graphic description. How we children liked to stop on our way to the old schoolhouse to watch the loaded wagons drawn by 3 mules abreast lumbering over the rough roads. We were frightened when we met the droves of cattle. The tossing of their wild horns sent us scrambling upon the stone wall until they had passed. Hours would elapse while tubs of butter, forests of hoop poles, cows, calves, sheep, and lambs were placed on board of the night boat. The passengers went to their berths, but alas, for their hope of rest. The lowing of cattle, the bleating of lambs, and the noise of the crew forbade sleep. About midnight, a lull would come. The boat gliding through the softly murmuring water made sleep possible. In 1805, Isaac Tobias constructed a dock at New Windsor where he built the sloop Hector and sailed it from the landing. A few years later, Captain Nathaniel Ketchum ran the Revenge between here and the city. In 1828, the Experiment, the first steamboat that sailed from the landing, was built by Silas Corwin of New Windsor and commanded by Captain Isaac Van Duzer. She had 4 smokestacks and was but little more speedy than the sloops. After a few years, she was sold to Weeks and Griffin, who in turn disposed of her to Bertholf, and Co. She was finally converted into a barge. 2 others, the Wave and General Jackson, were put on, and in 1855, Captain Joseph Ketchum and Henry M. Clark purchased the Orange County and ran her between here and New York. The building of the Erie Railroad to Piermont sent a large part of the freight by that route, and we have never recovered our lost prestige. But just about this time, a new industry sprang up which partially made up for the freight that had been carried elsewhere. The land was found to be especially adapted to the raising of small fruits, the Hudson River, Antwerp raspberries and strawberries being the most successful, and thousands were shipped every night during the fruit season. This too fell off when it was discovered that we had a home market for all we could raise. This was due to the personality of one man, N.P. Willis. Idlewild. Those who visit Idlewild today and note the miles of gravel walk, sweeping where the vista that opens is most beautiful. The rare trees brought from many lands, the acres of lawn, smooth as velvet, the profusion of flowers that meets one at every turn, the luxurious mansion, crowned to its eaves with blossoms and vines, can hardly realize the wild grandeur of the scene that appealed to the poet soul of N.P. Willis, and drew from the owner, Mr. Daniel Ward, the question, "What do you want with such an Idlewild?" An unbroken woodland lying about the bank of the river, whose romantic beauty was as yet unappreciated. Bisected by a dark ravine at the bottom of which ran a brook only revealed by the music of its waters, and thrown into spray by huge boulders obstructing its course. Pines, hemlocks, and forest trees centuries old sprang towards the sunlight, but at their base grew impenetrable underbrush. The name has become a household word not only among our own people, but in the lands beyond the sea, and thousands of readers followed with delight every step that was taken to change the scene from barbarism to civilization. A letter from Idlewild was published every week in the home journal of which Willis and George P. Morris were editors. While still a boy in college, the publication of his scriptural poems attracted much attention. These were followed by Pencilings by the Way, a brilliant record of a trip through Europe. In 1851, he was sent to Cornwall by his physician in hopes of prolonging his life. He was threatened with consumption and had already been warned by the danger signal of several hemorrhages. The medicine prescribed was rest, nourishment, and every hour possible spent out of doors. He boarded with a gentle Quaker lady, Mrs. Sutherland, over whose home the dove of peace was brooding. Slowly but sometimes almost imperceptibly came returning strength, but to make it permanent, he must remain here, and so came the purchase of a home. The Civil War brought financial reverses, for a majority of his subscribers were in the South, but he turned again to work in order to recoup some of his losses, but his health again broke down and he died on his 60th birthday, 1867, in the home he loved so well. Mr. Willis was twice married, first to a sweet-faced English girl who only lived for a few years. His second wife was Miss Cornelia Grinnell, daughter of one of our merchant princes. She sold the estate, which passed into the hands of Judge George, a gentleman of culture and refined taste who carried out many of the improvements planned by his predecessor. He sold it to the late Mr. Courtney, who was then president of the West Shore Railroad. After Mr. Courtney's death, it passed into the hands of Mr. Charles Curie, the present owner. In Mr. Willis's Letters from an Invalid, He described the beautiful walks and drives in the neighborhood where he spent his days, and the description brought summer visitors seeking for board. Every room was occupied, and hundreds went away for lack of accommodation. The next season saw new houses built and others were enlarged, and there seemed no limit to our prosperity. A paper published here in 1874 contained the advertisements of 25 houses that were public boarding houses, besides all that were accommodated in private families. Many who came as visitors purchased building sites and erected summer homes. One of these was Mr. Harvey, of Brooklyn, who built Homeland, adjoining Idlewild. Mr. E. A. Matthieson secured the next site where Matthieson Park is now. Mr. Solomon, of New York, chose Land's End for his beautiful home. Mr. Bellows's residence was on Bayview Avenue. Mr. James Stillman and his mother each have a summer cottage here. Boarding houses. Among all the houses opened for guests, the Mountain House stood first. From the fact of its position 1,200 feet above tidewater in the heart of Pine Woods, where the visitors found health as well as recreation. The building itself was also attractive. In the early 60s, Dr. Champlin, who had been traveling in the East, saw some marvelous cures performed on consumptive patients by the use of kumis. Property on the mountain was at this time nearly all held by two families, John Lucy Wood and Christian Vaught, so when the doctor erected two houses as a sanitarium, no one objected. The architecture was oriental windows, and doors were surmounted by round arches, and the second story was built over the broad piazza, which surrounded it on three sides. A number of goats were installed in what is now the chalet across the road, and two physicians, Doctors Pelletier and Boyd, had charge of the houses, but the enterprise was a failure, and it became a boarding house, numbering among its patrons some of the most exclusive families of New York and Philadelphia. Many of the wealthier guests who saw that there was a possibility of forming a colony similar to that of Tuxedo joined in a syndicate to purchase land, to lay out roads, and develop its resources. Later, it was found desirable to have a place of meeting for themselves, and the clubhouse was built. It was incorporated under the title of the Deer Hill Company in 1890. Besides being able to accommodate many guests, cottages were built in the grounds, and the Mountain House found its days of prosperity gone. Mr. J. W. Meagher surrendered his lease, and fire destroyed 2/3 of the building, when it passed into the hands of Mr. James Stillman. One of the next houses in point of numbers was Mr. James G. Rose. It has sheltered 300 guests. The Elmer had nearly 200. The Smith was almost the length of a city block. The Wiley House had 90 feet of broad piazzas. Grand View, owned by Mrs. Allott, is the only one at present that is still in the business. There were many others, and nearly every private family was willing to accommodate city guests. Recently, the club has surrendered its charter, and it has passed into private hands. Round Top. While we are in the mountain, we will stand for a few minutes on Round Top, the home of the late Miss Hussey. Near us is a small chalet, consisting of 3 rooms with a cedar rail portico in front. Here for 60 years, a woman, refined, cultured, and of marked literary ability, dwelt alone. There came a break in her seclusion, when in 1861 she entered the army as a nurse, where she remained until the close of the war. She was a fine raconteur, and many a story of those days entertained her visitors, and she had many, for she and her romantic home attracted nearly everyone who came to Cornwall. She kept a visitor's book, and there were 5,000 names in it before mine. In 1876, she, with 2 other ladies, Miss McCallan and Miss Hayes, edited the first newspaper printed in the town, but it was not a success after the first year, when she abandoned it. She received a pension from the government and died about 4 years ago. E.P. Rowe. As we have been dealing with personal history, a modest residence with large grounds suggests another name, that of E.P. Rowe, the novelist. His childhood was passed in Moodna, and the home and surrounding scenery in the background of the picture drawn in nature's serial story. He studied in Williams College and then entered a theological seminary, but in 1862 resigned to become chaplain in the Harris Light Cavalry. He participated in several engagements, but on being appointed hospital chaplain, was granted a furlough, came home and was married to Miss Sands, who accompanied him back to the seat of war. He retained his position until the close of hostilities, when he took charge of the Presbyterian Church at Highland Falls. He visited Chicago after the fire, and that suggested the plot of Barriers Burned Away. The success of this was phenomenal, several editions following in quick succession. Feeling he could reach a larger congregation by his pen than by his voice, he resigned his charge and came to Cornwall. His mornings were spent in his garden, where his success in fruit-raising equaled that in literary work. The afternoons in his study resulted in volume after volume being given to the public in quick succession. His books sold well and his royalties were large, but through the misfortunes of others, he became financially embarrassed and sold the royalties of his then published novels for $30,000. He still found ready sale for all he produced, which soon enabled him to liquidate his obligation, and the children of his fancy were his own again. But the strain told on him, and in 1887 he went to Santa Barbara for rest and recuperation. There he wrote The Earth Trembled, a story of the Charleston earthquake. He returned in 1887 and began his last work, Miss Lou, which was never finished. In August 1888, he was reading aloud in his library when he was seized with sharp pains in his heart. 2 physicians were summoned, but failed to give relief, and half an hour after his first attack, E.P. Rowe was no more. After his death, several gentlemen, among others Mr. Thomas Taft, Mr. Valentine, and the Reverend Lyman Abbott, consulted as to what shape a permanent memorial to him would take. A Rowe Memorial Park was decided upon, the location being near his home on the side of Round Top, bounded by the boulevard. It consists of a little more than 2 acres and is heavily wooded. None of the trees have been disturbed, only the underbrush cleared up and paths made through the grounds. At the top is a large boulder, and on top of this was placed a bronze tablet, on which was engraved 2 branches of chestnuts with their foliage and burrs, some open. Above this is inscribed, "In memory of Edward Payson Rowe," and under this, "Near to Nature's Heart." The tablet was unveiled on May 30, 1894, with very impressive ceremonies, and was presented to the village. Colonel Duncan, another name very dear to Cornwall, but one almost forgotten by the present generation, was that of Colonel James Duncan. He was born at Cold Springs, but his parents moved here when he was a small boy and settled on a farm a little out of the village. He graduated from West Point in 1835 and was appointed lieutenant of the 4th Cavalry. In 1838, he perfected an arm of the service called the Flying Artillery, and this first brought him into notice. During the Mexican War, he rose from the rank of lieutenant to that of colonel. He received the appointment of Inspector General of the United States Army, and during one of his visitations at Mobile, he contracted the yellow fever and died there in 1849. His body was brought on and buried near his home, but some years later it was removed to the cemetery at West Point. Canterbury. That part of the town known as Canterbury was probably the first portion settled. Old records give names of pathmasters who resided here previous to the Revolutionary War, but seem to have left no descendants. As far back as 1820, we have the name of John Chadane, one of whose sons, Mr. Henry F. Chadane, was the father of our present supervisor. The early physicians all located in that end of the town. Dr. Tobias was the first one of which we have any record. Dr. Clinton came next, and then Dr. Elisha Hedges, dying a young man in 1824. The house where he lived was occupied until recently by his daughter. His successors were Dr. Heaton and his son-in-law, Dr. Goh, and they cared for all the sick in the radius of many miles. But as the population increased, there was found work for others, and Dr. Beatty came to us and died among us in his 80th year. Dr. Thomas Heaton also lies in one of our cemeteries, one of the most beloved and trusted of doctors. He was a grandson of the first one of that name. Dr. Hotchkiss represented homeopathy, and at his death was succeeded by Dr. Bergen, to be followed by Dr. Chandler of that cult. Beside the latter we have doctors, Winter and Bodish of the upper village, and Doctors Shirk and Bayard of the lower one, at present with us. Churches. Presbyterian. The earliest record of religious worship came from Bethlehem, which was at first the name of the church, and then extended to the neighborhood. It was Presbyterian in form and ministered to by the Reverend Mr. Challoner, who had charge also in Cornwall, New Windsor, and Blooming Grove. The building was erected in 1730. In point of seniority, it was the 3rd oldest congregation west of the Hudson and north of the Highlands. The second incumbent was the Reverend Enos Ayres, who was followed by Mr. Close in 1764. He remained for 40 years and was chaplain during the Revolutionary War to soldiers stationed in the vicinity. The Reverend Artemus Dean was installed in 1813 and served for 29 years. During his pastorate, the church that had stood for 96 years was torn down and replaced by the present edifice. In 1872, the Reverend Mr. Atwater was appointed. In 1827, the Reverend James Thorne of Canterbury gathered some members of other churches together and, obtaining letters of dismissal from their several organizations, formed them into a congregation. A small church was erected, and in 1828 he was installed by the Presbytery of the North River as pastor for New Windsor and Canterbury. He was succeeded in 1835 by Jonathan Silliman, who remained pastor for 26 years. The Reverend Messrs. Baker, Eddy, and Clark succeeded each other for short terms, but in 1872 the Reverend Lyman Abbott took charge. He labored faithfully for many years, and only severed his connection when the call came from Plymouth Church, Brooklyn. His place was filled by Mr. Egbert, who proved to be a thoroughly live man, leaving the impress of his personality not only on his church but the whole neighborhood. A call to a larger field took him away, and his mantle fell on the Reverend Mr. Beatty, who had been taught in that Sunday school. He too gave up and was succeeded by Reverend Mr. Allen. Cornwall-on-Hudson Presbyterian Church. As early as 1855, some families residing in what is now known as Cornwall-on-Hudson felt the need of a church at this place. They held their first meeting in the schoolroom of Alfred C. Rowe, in the building now occupied by the Gold Cure, and depending on divine aid resolved to erect a house of worship. And 1 year later the present building was dedicated. There were only 17 members, and 8 of them belonged to the Rowe family. Their names were Peter Rowe, Mrs. Susan Rowe, Alfred C. Rowe, Mrs. Caroline Rowe, James G. Rowe and wife, Mrs. Rowe Caldwell, Milton Wiley and wife, Mrs. Mary Jackson, Miss Amanda Adams, Mrs. Mary A. Clark, Mrs. Rachel Brune, Phoebe Griggs, Mary Johnson, Angeline Clark, and John P. Rowe. In 1899 there were 4 survivors, but Mrs. Sarah Wiley died that year, Mr. Milton Wiley following 3 years later. In 1906, Mrs. Mary Jackson passed away, but was able to be present part of the time in the church at the celebration of its 50th anniversary. Her sister, Miss Amanda Adams, still survives. The first elders chosen were Milton Wiley and James G. Rowe. James O. Adams was elected later. The first stated supply was the Reverend Dr. Deo, who was succeeded by the Reverend Joseph Robinson, who died in 1858. Dr. Ledoux followed, who resigned when Mr. Teal was appointed. He was called to a larger field, and the Reverend George P. Noble came. In 1891, he dissolved his connection with the church, and Mr. Hugh Frazier, the present incumbent, was installed. The next church in point of age is the Plain Quaker Meeting House in Canterbury. Previous to its erection, service was held in the house occupied by David Sands, who was a noted Friend preacher. But as the congregation grew, it was found a place of worship was needed. About 1790, the present edifice was built, and Catherine Sands, a girl of 12 years old, carried the nails for the workmen from New Windsor on horseback. A division in doctrine caused a separation in the society in 1827. The part retaining the buildings was called the Orthodox and the Sisters Hicksites, from a member called Elias Hicks, who had promulgated the new belief. These held meetings in private houses for some months, when a brick building was erected in the rear of what is now John Chatfield's stable. Both Mr. Beach and Mr. Ruttenber mention a coincidence in the 2 buildings. The first marriage in the first house was Catherine Sands to Squire Ring, and the first one in the new building was that of her son, Robert Ring, nearly 40 years later. The early Methodists held their meetings in a schoolhouse, which stood for many years at the Corners, but in 1830 erected the present building on a knoll in Canterbury. It has been almost rebuilt and modernized, and now is a very handsome church. The first pastor was the Reverend Phineas Rice, who had charge in New Windsor, and what is now Vales Gate, Salisbury, and Mountainville. In 1863, it became self-supporting, and was detached from the other missions, and the Reverend J. H. Gregory was appointed by the conference. It has always since had a resident pastor, and the present incumbent, Reverend Angelo Ostrander, is justly popular, and has been returned by the unanimous request of the congregation 3 successive terms. Episcopal previous to 1858, there was no separate organization of the Episcopal Church in Cornwall. Those who could do so drove to New Windsor, and those who were unable joined in the worship with other religious bodies. Many of the strangers coming here at that time were of that faith, and in conjunction with some of the residents took the necessary steps for the incorporation of a parish. On July 17, 1858, a meeting was held and officers were elected to serve until the following Easter. Alonzo Alvord and William Bayard were chosen wardens, and N.P. Willis those. Cummings, Daniel Birdsall, James Crissy, Nicholas Chatfield, J.R., Francis Barton, Chas, H. Meade and John Chatfield were elected vestrymen. A lot was purchased and a contract for the building made with Messrs. Shaw and Sons of Newburgh, and on May 10, 1829, the cornerstone was laid by the Right Reverend Dr. Potter. By the 20th of November of the same year, it was opened for divine service. Until 1864, the services were conducted by the resident minister at New Windsor, but in November of that year, the Reverend John Webster was installed, who was succeeded in January 1866 by the Reverend W. G. French. In 1869, the tower and spire was completed, one of our wealthy residents who was a vestryman, Mr. Sherwood, contributing $2,000. The Ladies' Auxiliary, an organization that has shown the greatest success in collecting funds for church purposes, contributed the clock. Mr. Snowden was the next minister, who died in office. The Rev. Mr. Huntington succeeded him and was succeeded by Mr. Cleveling, who gave place to Dr. Page, who has charge at present. The Catholic previous to 1857, the members of the Catholic Church met for service in the home of Mrs. McQuad in Canterbury, and at the Corners in what was then known as the Weaver House. 3 gentlemen, John Diffendale, Daniel O'Callahan, and John McCallan, started a building fund, each contributing $100. The next on the list was a non-Catholic, Mr. Henry F. Chadane, with $50. Mr. Stephen Gillies gave 50,000 bricks from his yard. But a few weeks elapsed before there was money enough to justify their purpose of building a church, and a lot was purchased at the top of River Avenue, which commanded a magnificent view of mountains and river. The building was erected by Messrs. Little Brothers and Co. of Newburgh and would seat about 150. About 20 families represented the entire congregation. But only a few years elapsed when it was found wholly inadequate to accommodate the resident population, and the summer visitors would have filled 1 3 times as large. It was supplied from St. Patrick's, Newburgh, a priest driving down on Sunday morning and returning after service. After A. E. Matthieson and the Harvey and Sherwood families settled here, steps were taken to build a larger edifice. The present lot was purchased for $1,000, and nearly $2,000 more was in the savings bank when an application was made for a resident clergyman, and in 1870 Father Ambrose Keogh was sent by the Archbishop of New York. His health was very delicate, and at first it seemed a task beyond his strength to attempt to erect a church. But the present fine building is a monument of his perseverance and energy. The cornerstone was laid in 1871 by Bishop McQuad of Rochester, and the following year services were held in the basement. A handsome rectory was built and furnished at the same time. It was connected with a mission at Washingtonville. After 5 years' service, Father Keogh was transferred to Tuckahoe and was succeeded by Father Mackin. There was a mortgage of $13,000 on the property, and Cornwall prosperity had begun to wane, and the churches were among the first to feel it. Meeting the annual interest and current expenses were nearly all that was attempted at that time, with the exception of the purchase of a cemetery for $2,000. At the end of 5 years, Father Ward succeeded to the pastorate and immediately took steps to complete the upper part. This he did at a cost of about $8,000 without increasing the mortgage. He was succeeded by Father Gordon, who paid $8,000 of the debt during the 5 years of his incumbency. His promotion to a large city parish was followed by the Reverend Philip Ahern, who was in turn succeeded by the Reverend James Curry. A heating plant, electric light, and village water were installed at this time into both church and rectory. 2 handsome side altars were built with 3 costly statues. In 1901, he was appointed to St. James Parish, New York, and was succeeded by the Reverend James S. Fenton. Under his management, the remainder of the mortgage has been paid, and plans drawn for a parochial school to be erected on the grounds in the rear of the church. A large Sunday school has always been an important part of the work. In 1907, Father Fenton went abroad for his health, and the Reverend Father Brosson has charge. Fire protection. As early as 1830, means were taken for fire protection in Canterbury, and each man who contributed $2.50 could become a member. The names of the first trustees were Nathan Westcott, Elias Hand, W. T. Cox Geo, Marriott, and John M. Go. Soon others joined it, and it was created a body corporate under the name of the Canterbury Fire Company. A hand engine was purchased at an expense of $125. About 1836, a second-hand suction engine was purchased in New York. But as the population increased, they realized how important it would be to check any serious conflagration. So in October 1869, a meeting of property owners was held, which made arrangements for purchasing a lot and engine house. A committee was appointed who finally bought the premises where Hunter and McClellan had their market for $2,000. A new engine was bought and called Highland Engine No. 1. During 1905, a very tasteful brick building costing $5,000 was erected. There were 60 members in good standing and many applications for membership when a vacancy occurs. The same year, 1869, that the engine was purchased in Canterbury, a similar project was started at the Corners, and a subscription paper was sent out, but failed to get any definite pledges, each person approached being unwilling to be the first to sign. A public meeting was called, and 35 young men responded, each promising to give $5. In a few days, nearly $700 was secured, and Messrs. Titus, Wiley, and John McClellan went to New York to see what could be obtained for their money. Steamers had been introduced into the New York and Brooklyn districts, so they found an article that suited them in Engine Goodwill 4 of Brooklyn, and it was bought and shipped on the Orange County for Cornwall. They had no house, but procured the use of Carswell's barn. A company had been organized with W.M. J. Quigley foreman, John K. Oliver, assistant, and John McClellan, Jr., secretary. A charter was procured in 1870, March 30th, in which A. E. Matthieson, Stephen Gillies, Hamilton Salmon, David Clark, Jass, Hitchcock, and E. H. Champlin, constituting themselves a body corporate. Under the name of the Storm King Engine No. 2, another subscription was solicited, which met with such a generous response that a lot was purchased and a 2-story building erected on Duncan Avenue. The dues of members, supplemented by entertainments, furnished their rooms and met their expenses, but in 1900 they surrendered their charter to the village corporation and were henceforth a public charge. A lot was bought on Main Street, and a handsome building costing $6,000 was erected. They have a reception room, pool room, and public meeting room, and a large space downstairs for their engine house. Their charter allows only 60 members, and there are always candidates waiting for any vacancy. A company was organized at the landing and some 100 feet of hose purchased, but it soon disbanded. Last year, a hose company was formed on the heights for fire protection. Schools. Public schools were established soon after the Revolutionary War, and each village had its schoolhouse and teacher, for at least the winter months, and as the instruction was confined to the 3 R's, several private schools were started, but were only moderately successful. The earliest of these was that of Madame Rutkai, the sister of the famous Hungarian Louis Kossuth. Mr. Alfred Roe taught one in Canterbury for a time, and in the spring of 1853 purchased the Fowler Griggs property, where he conducted a boarding and day school for young men. It was very successful, but in 1863 he gave it up, entered the ministry, and joined the army as the chaplain of the 83rd Volunteers. In 1877 he again came to Cornwall and opened a school for young ladies, following the Harvard standard, but the patronage did not warrant its continuance, and it was closed in the 3rd year. Dr. Ledoux succeeded in founding a permanent institution. While he was pastor of the Presbyterian Church, he was taken very sick with typhoid fever, and at times was delirious, and then spoke only French, it being his native language. Mr. McCreary, the New York merchant, who was boarding in the neighborhood, was looking for a school for his sons, and after the doctor's recovery arranged with him to receive his boys into his family. He soon had as many as he could teach, resigned his living, purchased a tract of land on the heights, and began a most successful career. He sold out to Mr. Cobb, who after a few years sold in turn to the present proprietor, Reverend Charles Stone. Down to 1869, our public school was taught just long enough every year to obtain the public money, and then someone would continue it as a private enterprise for 3 or 4 months. But in that year, some of our summer residents, including E. A. Matthieson, Chaws, Bellows, Mr. Solomon, Stephen C. Gillies, James Dunn, Mr. Hitchcock, James Cowser, John McKibben, and Dr. Vale, formed a board of education. A lot was purchased from Mr. Hitchcock near the corners, and a substantial building erected. The school was opened on May 24, 1869, with Mr. Williamson as principal, Miss McCallan and Miss Frances Marvel as assistants. There were then about 80 pupils. In 1896, it was found an addition was needed, and a large building was erected across the front at a cost of $8,000. There are 14 teachers in the building now, and 1 in the annex on the Heights, and the census of this year shows 500 children of school age. The training school under Mr. Aldrich turns out wonderful work for boys and girls, and the sewing class in charge of Miss Murray, which has only been established a year, shows how little hands can be trained. The present Board of Education consists of Mr. Townsend D. Wood, President, Mr. P. Bevins, J. J. Hall, Louis Velton, Carlos H. Stone, George Mailer, Jass, H. Ward, John Noe, and Harris Cox. Village of Cornwall-on-Hudson. The village of Cornwall-on-Hudson was incorporated in March 1885, the first officers being those: Taft, President, Trustees, W. M. Fogarty, Charles W. Clark, and Orrin Cobb, Treasurer, H. N. Clark, Collector, Charles E. Cox, and Clerk, Daniel E. Pope. In 1891, an excise board was elected that refused to grant licenses, and since then the town has remained dry. 2 reservoirs were built on the mountain, and the pure spring water carried through the town. The outlay was $67,000, but at present the water rents defray all expenses for interest. In 1906, a proposition was made to unite the 2 villages of Canterbury and Cornwall, but was defeated. The present Board of Trustees are John Clarkson, President, Louis Velton, Charles Smith, Norman Chatfield, and Ralph Quackenbush, Clerk James H. Ward, Collector John Noe. Canterbury Schools. A small building on one of the side roads was used for many years after it was evident the days of its usefulness as a schoolhouse was over. In 1905, the people voted to raise $30,000 for a new schoolhouse. A lot on Willow Avenue was purchased, and a building, complete in all modern appliances, has been the result. There are 12 teachers under a most efficient principal, Mr. Woodworth. Both this and the one at the corners are high schools under the Regents. Village Improvement Society. The Village Improvement Society was organized in 1900 when a public meeting was called in Matthieson Hall. Dr. Harrison was chairman and introduced the Reverend Lyman Abbott, who explained the object of the association, which was that each one should pledge themselves to take care of their premises and use their influence to abate anything that would detract from the beauty and order of the village. Nearly everyone present agreed to become a member. The following day a meeting was held and officers elected. Mrs. Lyman Abbott was chosen president, Mrs. Seaman, first vice president, Mrs. Hunter, second vice president, Mrs. Fury, secretary, Miss Laura Curry, corresponding secretary, and Mrs. Dr. Harrison, treasurer. A handsome loving cup was purchased to be given to the person who, in the estimation of the judges, should show the best-kept garden for the year. Anyone who should win it 3 years in succession would own it. Mrs. John Noe held it the first year, Mrs. Milton Cowser the second, but the 3 following seasons it was held by Mrs. John Noe, who then became its permanent possessor. Almost the first work done by the society was offering 10 cents a hundred for the nests of the tent worm. 72,000 were brought in by the school children, with the result that while the neighboring villages lost hundreds of trees, the place was free from the pests. Trash cans were placed in different parts of the village, and 1,300 posters were removed from trees, fences, and telegraph poles. Many friends have made generous donations, among others Mr. Weeks who, during the past 4 years, has offered $50 each year as dooryard prizes. A boys' horticultural club has been formed, land rented, and a portion assigned to each boy who owns all he raises. The 2 most successful receive prizes. Enough money has been subscribed to meet the expenses of this work for 5 years. The second year of the organization, it lost by death the efficient treasurer, Mrs. Dr. Harrison, and last summer the loved president, Mrs. Lyman Abbott, died beyond the ocean and sleeps in a little German graveyard. The present officers are Mrs. Ernest Abbott, President, Miss Cox, Vice President, Mrs. Seaman, Second Vice President, Mrs. Fleming, Secretary, Miss Josephine Youngs, Treasurer, and Miss E.M.V. McCallan, Corresponding Secretary. Papers. In 1877, Mr. John Lee, author of Stories of the Hudson, started the Cornwall Mirror, but he died within the year. He was succeeded by Mr. Snelling, who changed the name to the Cornwall Reflector. Mr. Pendell succeeded him as editor, when the title was changed to Cornwall Local, the name which it retained when it passed into the hands of the present proprietor, Mr. Goodenough. 3 or 4 efforts have been made to run a second village paper, but they have all proved a failure. Mr. Morehouse started the Courier, which passed into the hands of Cresswell McLaughlin, but it came to grief. It was resuscitated in 1905, but only lived a year. Industries. With the introduction of the mountain water into the village, it was hoped that with the fine freighting facilities, manufacturers might be induced to settle here, but such has not been the case. Several applications have been received from outsiders, but when negotiations reached a certain point, they have been quietly withdrawn, and it has been surmised that some of the wealthier neighbors object to the class such work would bring among them. The stream known as Murderer's Creek, and later on as the Moodna, at one time had several factories along its banks. The late John Orr's flour mill is still in business, and about a mile from Canterbury is a settlement known as Firthcliffe. In 1869, Mr. Broadhead had a large woolen mill there which after a few years passed into the hands of an English carpet company. These brought many of their skilled employees with them, and they in turn induced friends and neighbors to come out, so that one corner of the town is an English village. The home works are in England, but the proprietors frequently cross the Atlantic to visit their factory here. Still farther down the stream are the mills of John Orr, at a railroad station that bears his name. A piano factory, owned by John E. Ryder, has disappeared, and as the brook nears the Hudson, it passes through a valley which was once filled with homes of the workpeople employed in the Valley Forge paper mill, owned by Carson and Ide, and the Leonard Linen Mill. The latter stopped during the war, but the former under different owners produced some material, until a freshet tore away bridge, dam, and race, and forced the stream into another channel that left the building practically without water. Volunteers. Mr. Ruttenberg gives a list of 172 volunteers who went from here during the Civil War, but he has omitted 3 names: Frederick Lamb, W.M. Cowser, and George Chatfield. Sly Post contains the names of some of the surviving on its roster, and on Memorial Day they decorate 80 graves of comrades who have passed over to the great majority. But there are others who sleep on southern battlefields, and still others who passed from the weary anguish of the hospitals to the low green tent, whose curtain never outward swings. Captain Thomas Taft is probably the youngest surviving veteran, and among the revered names of those who came not back stand Captain Silliman, Major Cromwell, and William M. Sly, who died in Andersonville. Through the efforts of Mr. Charles Curie, of Idlewild, a soldier's monument has been erected in the village. New York Military Academy. One of the institutions of Cornwall is the New York Military Academy. In the 70s, it was a large boarding house, capable of accommodating 200 guests. The grounds cover a large plateau, skirting a ravine, and was called Glen Ridge. It was owned by Mr. James G. Rowe, brother of the novelist, who, when the boarding business failed in Cornwall, sold to Colonel Wright, who opened a boys' school. He was succeeded by Mr. Jones, who has enlarged the already capacious buildings. There are always over 100 young men and boys in the institution, and a large corps of capable teachers. The discipline is secured more by rewards than punishments. The pupils, when visiting the village, are always quiet and gentlemanly. Officers from West Point train them in military tactics, and it is marvelous what a proficiency they attain in a few months. Chapter 14. Town of Crawford. By J. Erskine Ward. This triangular township, some 18 or 20 miles west of the Hudson River, is in the northwest corner of Orange County, bordering upon the counties of Sullivan and Ulster. It carries a point of Orange County land well up into Old Ulster County and contains the northernmost soil of the county. It is bounded on the north by Sullivan and Ulster, on the east by Ulster and the town of Montgomery, south by Montgomery and Wallkill, and on the west by the town of Wallkill and Sullivan County. The area of the town, as given in the last report of the Orange supervisors, is 24,769 acres. Upon this land, the Crawford assessors for 1906 placed a valuation of $664,531 and returned personal property of its residents to the value of $15,300. The total tax raised in the town that year was $8,617.89. This amount was made up as follows: General Fund, $2,668.14. Poor Fund, $600. Town Audits, $2,287.12. Roads and Bridges, $400. Railroad Purposes, $2,107.50. Temporary Relief, $250. Sworn-off Taxes, $185.45. Treasurer's Credits, $115.33. The name Crawford came from a numerous and respectable family of Irish descent who were among the first settlers of the locality. The land was a part of the original John Evans patent, referred to in other parts of this work. When this great tract was set aside, the territory of this section was disposed of in many smaller grants to Philip Schuyler and others. Among the many other tracts mentioned in the Crawford titles were the 8,000-acre tract, which now includes the village of Pine Bush, and the 10,000-acre tract next on the south. The following separate patents were included in the Crawford Township: Thomas Ellison and Lawrence Room, November 12, 1750, Frederick Morris and Samuel Heath, January 24, 1736. Jacobus Brine and Henry Wileman, April 25, 1722. Philip Schuyler and others, 8,000 acres, July 7, 1720. Part of the patent to Jeremiah Schuyler and others, January 22, 1719. Part of Thomas Knoxon's patent, February 21, 1737. Natural features of the town. The general altitude of the town is somewhat higher than that of Montgomery. The general surface is a hilly upland broken by high ridges, which extend northeast and southwest. It is in fact separated from Montgomery by one of these elevated ridges known as the Calaberg and Comfort Hills, which at times rise 200 feet above the valley. While the land is somewhat more difficult to cultivate because of the stony hills and undulating surface, the soil is very strong and productive, yielding fine crops of grass, grain, and fruits, and responding well to tillage. These slopes and elevations have been found particularly well adapted to the growth of fruit of a superior quality. The proximity of the mountain range is said to have a favorable influence upon the general rainfall of the region. Showers are frequent in summer, and the effects of drought are less severe than in other sections not so favored. The Shawangunk Kill or river is the principal stream, and it forms the western boundary of the town between it and Sullivan County, and afterward it also separates the town from Ulster County until the northern limit of the town is reached. This is a rapid-flowing stream and affords much valuable water power at different points, which has been utilized to some extent in a variety of ways. The early settlers were quick to see the value and importance of these privileges, and they began to make use of them in their primitive manner at once. Among the numerous tributaries to the Shawangunk in the town is the Pockanassink. The name is of Indian origin. There are in fact two of these subsidiary streams, the Big and the Little Pockanassink. They flow northward and afford additional water power at different points. In the eastern portion of the town is a more important stream known now as the Dwarskill. This, too, has enjoyed a great variety of orthographic nomenclature, such as Dwaskill, Dwarfskill, etc. Of course, the original was bestowed by the Indians, and, it is said, was given in honor of a chief of a small tribe which dwelt upon its banks. One of the old settlers in that region is credited with having seen this Indian chief, who was called Dwas, and who had his wigwam near the old turnpike gate number 3. Others claim, however, that the name is clearly Low or Holland Dutch and signifies perverse or contrary because it flows north. The stream begins somewhere near the center of the town of Wallkill, not far from the Crawford Railway Junction, flows through the valley parallel to that of the Shawangunk Kill, and finally leaves the town at the northeast corner. This town also has its share of swamps, of which the historian Ruttenber says Orange County has over 40,000 acres. One of these swamps is northwest of the Cincinnati neighborhood, and another is southwest of Searsburg. Early settlement and settlers. This being among the newer towns of the county, the specific details of its settlement are so blended with the early history of the old Wallkill precinct and that of the town of Montgomery, from which Crawford was set off, that it is quite impossible to separate them for this place. The Weller settlement was partly upon this territory. Johann Snyder started a small settlement in the vicinity of Searsville, where he bought a large tract of land on both sides of the Dwarskill. He built a primitive log mill there at once, and this is down in the records of 1768 as Snyder's Mill. He seems to have been a man of means and influence, as he also built a log church soon after settling there, which was known as Snyder's Church. This Snyder family was Dutch and made the first settlement here in 1740, if not earlier. All the services in this little church was in the Dutch language, and it is recorded that the church was worn out or outgrown even before the Revolution. Somewhere about the same time, Robert Milliken built a sawmill on the Shawangunk Kill. This is referred to as Milliken's Mill in the records of 1768, and this is the earliest mention of a sawmill on that stream in the records. Other mills were built there, however, in later years. First was the old flour mill of Pat Boyce. Next below the Milliken Mill was the Sears Grist Mill, then Abraham Brine's Flour Mill, and finally Cornelius Slott's Saw and Grist Mill combined. The latter was continued by Arthur Slott after the death of his father, and he soon built a small collection of houses there for his employees. This Slott ancestry were among the oldest settlers in the state. The family came from Holland in 1670, as the family record shows. They located first at Hackensack, NJ, and after a few years there they removed to Rockland County, and soon after that they came to Montgomery and settled on the Tin Brook at a point afterward known as Slot Toe. Cornelius Slott engaged in farming. In 1777, while serving as an orderly sergeant with his military company in the active defense of Fort Montgomery, he was taken prisoner and confined in the Old Sugar House, New York, by the British forces for 10 months. In 1785, on regaining his liberty, he sold his farm and lived in New York for the next 5 years. Then he bought the mill site in Pine Bush and erected his sawmill just below the mouth of the Pockanassink Stream. The next year, he also built a grist mill. There was no public road leading to his mill at the time, but he soon secured one from Hopewell. A small early settlement near Graham's Church was made by Abraham Dickerson, an Irishman, John Robinson, and Philip Decker. Philip Decker's ancestors came from Holland. When 16 years old, he drove a team from Ward's Bridge to Valley Forge with a load of corn for Washington's army. Dickerson built a sawmill on a small stream near there, which was operated successfully for a time and then fell into decay. The portion of the Wallkill Valley in this town was the site of the earliest settlement. These old pioneers consisted of Germans, Hollanders, and Huguenots. Many of them came from the older settlements in Ulster County, and others were directly from their native land. Robert Jordan came here from Ireland in 1771. About 1784, he settled at Bullville in this town. His brother John seems to have settled there in 1767, having arrived in this country some years ahead of Robert. Among his neighbors there about that time or a few years later were Joseph Elder, James Barclay, Samuel Barclay, John Martin, and Daniel Bull. Thomas Turner was also a landowner in the Bullville settlement to the extent of 300 acres. In the Searsville neighborhood, William Snyder was among the pioneers. He purchased a large tract of land there, upon which he lived many years before the Revolution. He seems to have been a man of some wealth, for at the outbreak of hostilities with Great Britain, he buried a considerable sum of money in a secret place upon his property, the location of which was known only to a faithful Negro slave. After the war, this Negro was awarded by his master with his personal freedom because of his loyalty and faithfulness. An old apple orchard planted before the Revolution near Bullville died out long years since. Nathan Johnson was the village shoemaker, going around from house to house with his kit of tools strapped upon his back. This occupation was then known as whipping the cat, for some reason not very clear at this time. Johnson was an old shoemaker who had been employed making army shoes during the war. It was the custom at that period for those cobblers to go about at stated periods and do the family cobbling and shoemaking for the year. William Jordan, son of Robert, became colonel of the Shawangunk Regiment of Militia, and he lived under every president of the United States until his death, having voted the Democratic ticket for 66 years. Benjamin Sears is mentioned in the records as a remarkable man in many respects among the settlers in that region. Coupled with rare native talent, he had a most remarkable memory of details. Nothing ever escaped him when once his mind grasped it. All his accounts were accurately kept in his mind, but his education is said to have been very limited. He served as constable in the town of Montgomery during his early life, where he had 5 brothers from whom there has been a long line of descendants. He also served as sheriff of Orange County for a time, and the small hamlet of Searsburg, near the center of the town, on the Dwarskill stream, was named for him. He established a flour and saw mill there at an early date. Joseph Elder was of Irish descent and came into this region some years before the Revolution. He lived upon a very stony farm, and it is recorded of him that being a man of giant frame, robust and vigorous, he would gather up these stones in a leathern apron girded about his loins and carry them to the place where they were used for fence walls, instead of carting them in a wagon. Though also scantily educated, he served some years as magistrate of his town with much satisfaction, being a man of strong common sense and good judgment. He seems also to have been a pioneer pedestrian, the original Weston, apparently, for it is recorded that on a certain occasion, missing his sloop at Newburgh, which was already out of sight above the Danskemmer Point, running with a fair wind on the Hudson on its way to Albany, young Elder started off at a rattling pace with his musket and knapsack to join his military company at the capital in time or be denounced as a traitor. It is said he beat the sloop by several hours, though the precise time made is not given. Dr. Joseph Whalen, another well-known Irish pioneer, was among the early physicians practicing his profession in this region. He came at the close of the war, settled in this town for a few years, and afterward practiced in Montgomery for over 50 years. It is worthy of note in this connection that in those days no doctor ever expected to collect for his services from his patient in person. The doctor's claim was always presented to the executor or administrator, as the case might be, after the patient's death. There were obvious reasons for this custom then, as there often are even in these later times, but the reader must be left to draw his own conclusions. This noted doctor had a most extensive practice, and he was also a famous horseman and equestrian, owning much fine horseflesh. He even rivaled the celebrated Count Pulaski, the polished general in the Revolution, who would throw his hat before him on the road while under full speed on his horse and so far dismount as to take it up. Dr. Whalen could take a glass of liquid in his hand, mount his horse, ride away 1/4 of a mile and return without spilling a drop. Daniel Bull was another prominent settler of this region. He came some years before the Revolution and settled upon an extensive tract of newly cleared land which was rough and stony and had been owned by his father, Thomas Bull, who lived in the old stone house in Hamptonburg. This land was then valued at $2.50 per acre. In 1780, he married Miss Miller at Goshen, where the bride and groom were snowbound for 2 weeks of their honeymoon. They had 13 children, and the family became one of the most prominent and numerous in the town. Mr. Bull was a most successful farmer, and he reclaimed a vast acreage of wild land and brought it under good and profitable tillage. He amassed wealth and became a valued citizen, being long regarded as a patriarch of the town. In 1821, the record shows that 52 grandchildren had been born of this parentage, making a family total of 76. All were then alive, except 2 who died in infancy, and on a certain day in June of that year, 74 members of this noted family were gathered in the family homestead near Bullville for a grand reunion. The farm is now owned by Theodore Robertson. The Crawford family, after which the town was named, were descendants of John Crawford, who settled in New Windsor in 1737. The names of John, William, James, and Samuel are found upon the old military roll of 1738 for the Wallkill. Robert I. Crawford was a prominent citizen here early in the last century, and he lived near the old Hopewell Church. The Thompson brothers, Alexander, Andrew, and Robert, came from Ireland about 1770. They bought 500 acres of land on what became afterward known as Thompson's Ridge and divided the plot equally among themselves. One of these farms then included the site of the Hopewell Church, and all this property has been kept in the Thompson family. David Rainey was another anti-revolutionary settler in this locality, and he established what was afterward known as the Brickhouse Farm, near Pine Bush. He erected the first brick house between Newburgh and Ellenville. Although only a boy during the Revolution, he served for a short time in the Continental Army under Clinton. The ancestor of Jacob Whitten was also among the pioneers there. Among the early physicians of the town were Dr. Crosby, who lived near the Hopewell Church and practiced during the early part of the last century, Dr. Charles Winfield, who lived near Pine Bush, Dr. Hunter of Searsville, who later served as school inspector for that time, Dr. Griffith, also of Pine Bush, who died in 1855, and Dr. Durkee, who lived a mile south of Pine Bush. Town organization. The town of Crawford was formed from the town of Montgomery, March 4, 1823. That older town covered such a large extent of territory that it was found inconvenient and expensive to conduct the public business to advantage. A convenient and practicable arrangement of boundary lines for a division of the town was found possible, whereby there might be a central point convenient of access for the citizens of each town. The name Crawford was given in honor of that pioneer family. As before stated, many of its descendants having become so closely identified with the local interests of the region. The first town meeting was held at the house of Edward Schoonmaker, April 1, 1823. William W. Crawford was then chosen the first supervisor. Oliver Mills, town clerk, and a full list of officials was selected. Every man was authorized to act as his own pound master, and every farm was regarded as a pound. A bounty of $25 was voted for every wolf killed in the town, which shows that these hungry animals were still roaming through the forests at that time. At a special meeting held later in the month, $460 was voted to be raised for the support of the poor for that year. There were then 39 road districts in that little town, and each district had its accredited roadmaster. But the records are not clear as to the character or extent of the road work done in that early period. Of course, every male citizen was required to appear for service upon the road at such time or times as the master of his district would designate, and put in such number of days' work as his property possessions called for under the prevailing provisions of the state road laws. The roadmaster was the boss, and if he said the roadway must be highly rounded in the center, a plow was run deeply along each side of the track, and the loose mud or dirt was scraped up into the road with hoes or shovels. Then the wagon wheels would throw out this mud during the rest of the year when it was not frozen, where the workers of the succeeding year would find it again, waiting to be scraped back into the roadway. This was the old process of road repair for 200 years, and there seems to have been general satisfaction with the curious method as far as the records disclose. In fact, the public highways were not regarded of great importance in those days, in spite of the fact that they were the leading if not the only arteries of transportation throughout the country before the advent of railways and cheap waterline shipment. These observations are made in this connection because of the recent dawn of a new era in roads and road work, when the great importance of public roads and their proper repair and maintenance has at last been more nearly recognized. Very soon these antiquated methods will be among the curious events in history. When the Middletown and Crawford Railway was projected through this town, the sum of $80,000 was raised by the town authorities in aid of its construction. This was in July 1868. The interest upon this debt has been paid annually since that time, but in 1880, no part of this principal sum had yet been paid. This was a severe tax upon the town, which bore rather heavily upon the farmers especially, a class that rarely escapes the lion's share of these burdens of modern civilization. But the railway has been of great value to every resident as a developing factor of that entire region, and none now regrets its cost. Villages of the town. Hopewell, this village is in the western portion of the town, not far from the Shawangunk River. The name was taken from the old Hopewell Church, which was an offshoot from the Goodwill Presbyterian congregation at Montgomery, where the congregational section had been squeezed out, as it were. They were thus in need of hope at the time, and thus the name Hopewell was suggested by some of the more thoughtful members, and it was very promptly adopted for the church name, as it afterward was also for the little village which gathered about it. It does not appear that any important business or mercantile trade was ever conducted there, however. It is merely a fertile farm section where the residents have gathered to make their homes. The postal facilities for these people are at Thompson's Ridge, a station on the Crawford branch of the Erie Railway. Bullville, this is in the southwestern portion of the town near the Walco line. It was named in honor of Thomas Bull, who lived there many years and engaged in various business enterprises, and in fact founded the place. While the name of the hamlet is not especially felicitous, nor even euphonious, the location is attractive and pleasing, it being upon high ground with a fine view of the surrounding landscape. A fine, commodious Methodist church was built there many years ago, and there is a most attractive cluster of fine dwellings. In 1880, a hotel was conducted by Silas Dickerson and a general store by Charles Rowe. There were also a creamery, 2 blacksmith shops, a flour and feed store, a coal yard, and even a distillery. The place is 7 miles west of Montgomery Village. Searsville, this was formerly known as Searsburg. It is another small village near the center of the town on the Dwarskill. It was named for and practically founded by Benjamin Sears, already mentioned at some length. He built the mills there at an early date, and his more distant neighbors soon gathered about him and built their homes there. It was formerly a trading point of some importance, but the advent of the railway brought other neighboring hamlets into greater prominence and left this place somewhat isolated. But in 1880 there were a hotel, 2 blacksmith and wagon shops, a grist mill, and a sawmill still in operation. There is also a post office. The location being central, the town meetings were usually held there in past years, and the general official business was transacted there. Thompson's Ridge, a short distance west of Searsville, on the Crawford Branch Railway, is this hamlet, as before stated. In former years it was mainly composed of the Thompson family, for which it was originally named. Daniel Thompson, the railway superintendent, lived near there. The station is quite an important one both for its passenger business and the large shipments of milk which are made from it. A small store, the post office, and the various railway structures make up the business part of the hamlet. It is in the midst of the finest farming section of Orange County, the farms of the Thompson family and others in that neighborhood being the most productive in the county. Colleburg, this is in the southern section of the town, and the name is now printed Calabar on the modern map of the county. The locality is somewhat thickly settled. It was formerly an important point on the Newburgh and Cochecton Turnpike, with a hotel and many other buildings of a varied character. But the new railway did not touch the place, and travel was soon diverted to other points, which stopped all further development there. Pine Bush, this is located near the Shawangunk River, in the northern part of the town, near the Ulster County line, and it is a thriving business village, the most important in the town. It is the northern terminus of the Crawford Branch Railway, and its post office serves a large section of country on both sides of the river in that region. The village site is generally level and attractive, upon the high bank of the stream at that point, and the land environment comprises a most fertile farming section. The old grist mill there belongs to the Revolutionary period, and the Shawangunk Mountains rise in rugged, frowning peaks which overlook the valley and form a background of rare beauty. The heights of the Hudson River are seen in the distant horizon toward the east and north, and there is a rare combination of upland, valley, mountain and stream, forest slopes, and well-tilled farms which charms the beholder and forms a most attractive and beautiful landscape. Summer visitors are attracted here in large numbers, and they find much to admire and enjoy. Among the early tradesmen here was James Thompson, who opened a store in 1824. He was succeeded by Hezekiah Watkins, Tarbosh and Weller, Louis Wisner, Elijah Smith, and George Oakley. Dr. Ewan came in 1830 and built a hotel and also conducted a drugstore. Abraham Mould began a tannery plant in 1825, but after a few years he was killed by James Mitchell in a violent personal quarrel, for which Mitchell was finally acquitted on the ground of self-defense. The old Ellenville and Newburgh plank wrote a wicked production of a benighted period passed through Pine Bush. This, however, marked the beginning of the modern growth of the place. There were then only 3 or 4 dwelling houses. In 1880 there were, in addition to the various railway structures, 2 hotels, several stores, many shops of various kinds, a restaurant, grist mill and saw mill, meat market, photograph gallery, livery stable, distillery, marble works, and a great variety of other business enterprises. The post office was originally known as Crawford, and Arthur Slot was probably the first postmaster. The name of the village was bestowed on account of the dense growth of pine trees, which formerly covered that entire tract of land. The opening of the railway was of course a great event for Pine Bush and had much to do with its subsequent development and progress. Mr. A. R. Taylor, a leading businessman, came from Ulsterville in 1848 and proved a most progressive citizen, opening many new stores and taking an active part in all village improvements. He was a civil engineer and was credited with having driven the first stake in Chicago during an engagement in the West many years ago, which if true is a well-merited distinction. Schools of the town. Oliver Mills, Alexander Thompson, and Hieronymus Weller were the first school commissioners chosen at the formation of the town. From 1843 to 1856, the public schools were under the control of town superintendents chosen at each annual election. There were 10 school districts in 1823, and 655 children between the ages of 5 and 15 in the town, small portions of the towns of Wallkill and Montgomery being then included in this enumeration. The amount of public money received was $264.44. Among the early school teachers of this town were John Hardcastle, William Brown, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Crosby. And they are said to have been firm believers in the free use of the rod, in the inculcation of a thorough knowledge of the 3 Rs, and the maintenance of proper discipline. The Crawford churches. The first effort to build a church in Hopewell was made in 1779 by the Presbyterian Association. But they succeeded only in completing the exterior of the building, and very little was done toward finishing the inside of the structure. And yet for the next 3 years, those devoted Christian people were content to worship in this unfinished building with all its discomforts. They went to church faithfully and regularly. In 1792, they united in a corporate body and selected a full board of trustees, as follows: William Cross, Robert Milliken, Jonathan Crawford, Daniel Bull, Andrew Thompson, Nathan Crawford, Abraham Caldwell, Robert Thompson, and Robert McCreary. Soon after this, they finished their church and called the Reverend Jonathan Freeman as their pastor, who was installed August 28, 1793. This may be regarded, therefore, as the date of the organization of this church, which began with 21 members. Mr. Freeman multiplied this number by 5 during the next 5 years and then resigned for another field of labor. The next 5 years, this little pulpit remained vacant. Reverend Isaac Van Doren took up the work there in 1803 and labored most successfully for 21 years, adding some 152 members to the little flock of worshippers during that period. Then, after further changes in the pastorate, a new and more commodious church building was built of stone on another site, which was completed in 1832. Reverend John H. Leggett was then the pastor for the next 23 years when he went to Middletown. His ministerial work in this Hopewell church is highly spoken of in the records, he being a powerful preacher and a man of great activity and influence. What was known as Graham's Church, Associated Reformed, was established by Robert Graham in 1799. A house of worship was erected at once, and it was opened for use in August of the same year. Mr. Graham died a few weeks later, but he devised 100 acres of land to this church organization for its pastor. This church was merely a branch of the older organization at Neelytown until 1802, when it became independent, with Samuel Gillespie and Andrew Thompson as elders. There were then only 28 regular members, and the Reverend John McJimsey still served both this and the Neelytown church. He left in 1809, but returned 10 years later and remained until his death in 1854. Robert Graham, the founder of this church, was a staunch Scotch-Irish Presbyterian, and he left a lasting impress for good upon this people. The Crawford Methodist Church is located at Bullville, and it was incorporated April 20, 1859. The trustees named were Jacob M. Shorter, Robert Hill, and Herman S. Shorter. The original church structure was completed in the summer of 1861 at a cost of $8,000, which was donated by Mrs. Mary Shorter. Reverend John Wardle was the first pastor, being assigned there in response to a request of Mrs. Shorter. The Methodist Church of Pine Bush was incorporated November 28, 1870, with the following trustees: William B. Barnes, John Walker, Samuel Armstrong, William H. Cowley, and Francis M. Bodding. But there had been religious services there many years before this, especially in the schoolhouse. The old Reformed church over the river at Shawangunk in Ulster County had many members in the Pine Bush village, and there was preaching in the little schoolhouse nearly every Sunday, either by the pastor of that church or by the Methodist preacher from Bullville. But the Methodist people were not satisfied with this arrangement, and they finally built a church for themselves, completing it in the spring of 1871 at a total cost of $8,000, of which only half had been paid. But the balance was pledged at the dedication ceremonies held on the night of April 24, 1871. This building was repaired and improved some 10 years later. Historic points of interest. Near the site of the old slot grist mill on the bank of the river is an old log hut which is said to date back to the anti-revolutionary period. During that war, this hut was on the Van Amberg property, and that family was somewhat closely connected with the noted Anak Jans, who once owned the ground now covered by the vast estates of Trinity Church in New York City, in which her myriad heirs, scattered all over America today, still claim an equitable share, and justly so, perhaps. In this old log structure once lived a stalwart female member of the Van Amberg family, and the story is that during the Revolution a big reward was offered by the British officers for her capture. Shanks Ben, a noted Ulster County Tory, like Claudius Smith of Orange County, being attracted by this rich reward, planned her capture. He concealed himself in one of the farm haystacks where he knew she would come to feed her cattle at a certain time. But when he saw the huge old-fashioned hay fork in her hand, he concluded that discretion was the better part of valor, and was in fact glad to escape with his own life, fearing she might chance to puncture his brave anatomy in reaching for the required hay fodder. If this somewhat noted woman was ever captured by the redcoats, the records fail to disclose it. Aside from the pursuit of farming and lumbering, this town has never been able to boast of any very important industries. Nearly every citizen was engaged in the cultivation of the soil during its early history at least. As already noted, the town was famed for its production of the choicest grade of Orange County butter. In later years, under the changed condition of transportation facilities, the manufactured products of the dairy were almost entirely discontinued and gave way to the natural product of milk, which was shipped to the New York markets in large quantities. The growth of apples, peaches, and other fruits, for which the land is so well adapted, has meanwhile increased in extent and importance, and many of the Crawford orchards that were properly cultivated and cared for have become sources of large profit to their owners. While many of the more ancient grist and saw mills of the town have now disappeared, some have been greatly improved and modernized, and new ones have been built. Military history. On this topic, little can be said with reference to the early history of this separate section, as the town came into existence some time after the close of the wars with foreign nations. All such data is hopelessly buried in the ancient annals of Wallkill and Montgomery, so far as the Crawford chronicler is concerned. There were doubtless patriots of this section who served in the Continental Army of Washington, and others who went out in the military company during the second outbreak in 1812. But the records contain no separate lists of these, and this roll of honor cannot therefore be presented here. Philip Decker, David Rainey, and Joseph Elder, the only names we can positively identify as being residents of what is now the town of Crawford, who served in the Revolution. But in the War of the Rebellion the record is more complete. While like most other towns in nearly every county in the northern states, there were misguided men in Crawford, partisans, politicians, and abject followers of that class, servile men with little principle and less brains, who opposed the war on political principle, or through ignorance of the situation, without regard to the safety of the American Union of States. The great majority of the citizens, here as elsewhere, were loyal Union men. And when the first secession gun belched forth on Fort Sumter, the old spirit of patriotism, which had animated their ancestors, was fired anew. The town furnished 188 men for the Union Army and Navy under the various calls of President Lincoln and the draft. 69 men went forward at once under Captain Samuel Hunter, who organized a company of volunteers in the town known as Co-H, which was attached to the 124th Regiment. The sum of $525 was raised by subscription in 1862 for bounties paid to 21 volunteers who enlisted in the 168th Regiment, and $50 was raised for a like purpose in connection with the regiment first named. In 1,863, $3,000 was raised and $27,610 the following year. Then, under the last call, $16,500 was added to these cash contributions from this town, making the total some $47,685. On the final settlement with the state after the war, $11,700 of this amount was returned to the town for excess of years and bounties. A tax of $30,000 was authorized in January 1865, but as is seen above, only a portion of this amount was required. The record contains a detailed list of the men furnished by the town, from which it appears that 10 enlisted in the 56th Regiment in 1861, 1 in the 18th, 5 in the 19th, and 12 in other regiments during the first year. Then, in 1862, 21 went out in the 124th, and 30 in the 168th. 29 enlisted in various other organizations in 1863 and 1864, and 29 others were drafted into the service, most of whom furnished substitutes. As showing who were among the leading farmers in this town in the early part of the 19th century, it will be of interest perhaps to quote a few items from an old list of agricultural premiums awarded at the county fairs held in that period. In 1820, Daniel Bull was awarded $20 for the best farm of 100 acres in the town. He also had the second best fat oxen. The next year, Henry Bull got $10 for the second best farm, and Daniel Bull $15 for the best working oxen. In 1822, Henry Bull had the best 3 acres of winter wheat, for which he was awarded a prize of $10. Moses Crawford then received a like award for 2,051 pounds of butter from 20 cows. In 1823, Moses Crawford received a $4 prize for the third best piece of dressed woolen cloth, also various other prizes for white flannel, linen, etc. William Gillespie then had a fine exhibit of sewing silk, for which he received a prize. These items are taken at random from an old record which, strangely enough, does not contain the first awards in many cases. The population of Crawford, according to the National Census of 1880, was 1,951, which was a decrease from that of 1870 of 73. The Pine Bush Library Association was organized November 10, 1899, at a meeting held in Wallace Hall for the purpose of considering the practicability of establishing a public library in the village. H.J. McKinney, Mrs. Joel Witten, J.E. Ward, Mrs. J.L. Akeson, D.T. Bowen, Miss Emma B. Shaper, S.K. Sabolt, and Mrs. Nelson Van Curen were chosen trustees. H.J. McKinney was elected president, retaining the office until his death, September 24, 1907. While ably discharging the duties of the position, he was a liberal contributor to the support of the library. He supervised the construction of the building it now occupies. The library was incorporated December 21, 1899, receiving from the State University a provisional charter. December 1, 1904, a permanent charter was granted. Through the kindness of the Woman's Christian Temperance Union of Pine Bush, the library was kept in the rooms of that organization without cost to the association, until the summer of 1907, when it was removed to its present home. This was remodeled from a building presented to the Library Association by H.P. Taylor, a resident of the village, and is a substantial edifice with an attractive interior, admirably arranged for library purposes. The library, which is free, now numbers more than 2,000 well-selected books. The funds for its support are derived from the membership dues, contributions, lectures or entertainments, and the state appropriation.